Hello YouTube, this is me, Audiobook is Alive. I'd like to thank you guys for supporting me and liking and subbing to my channel. Now, check out my Patreon. For $7 you have access to all my novels. Yes, my novels, your 9 ones, you name it. Everything. Now then, you guys probably seen I'm doing premieres. Is that good for you guys or no? Do leave that in the comments in the video so I know if I should do more premieres or not. Now, I'm pretty sure you guys see me post on my new Discord channel. Do join my Discord channel so I can, because I have some new ideas for some new channel ideas. So do go there, and also you can request novels there for anything you like. Also, do leave a like and support. Now back to the video. Have a good day.
Case File A1. Update, missing, fire watcher Brian Greeley, 47, disappears in the dead of night. Lookout burned. By Katie Reeves, KGWA staff. Monday, September 25, 2023, 3:45 p.m. Point Hope, Oregon, KGWA Point Hope Police Department is seeking the public's help to find a missing fire watcher, Brian Greeley, 47, who was last seen more than 2 weeks ago on Monday, September 4th, on the Frog Creek Lookout at McLaren National State Forest. His last contact with the Forestry Department head was in the early hours of Saturday, September 23rd, when he reported an emergency broadcast on the radio before communications were inexplicably cut off. PHPD and the National Park Services, NPS, have scoured through the Frog Creek Lookout to find the tower collapsed due to an unknown fire. Fortunately, the fire had not spread to the surrounding forest due to damp weather conditions. Blood belonging to Brian Greeley has been confirmed, and the local police and NPS has designated the area as an active crime scene. They consider Brian Greeley is still alive but potentially injured. At this time, there is no other information available, but the police said they would post an update once more information becomes available. Update, September 30, 2023. 5 days after being reported missing, Brian Greeley's body has been found 11 miles north of the Frog Creek Lookout by 4 TikTok and Twitch streamers, including popular YouTuber and vlogger, Dylan Griffin, 21, visiting the local area. Chilling photos of Greeley's remains emerged online, posted by Griffin and Company, which had accrued over 3 million views since it was posted yesterday and received backlash online. Local police authorities are investigating. This is heartbreaking news, and all forestry officials have reached out to his ex-wife, his children, and his extended family to offer support and assistance, Susan Mackins, a fellow colleague of Greeley's, said in an official statement from the Forestry Department. PHPD spokesperson, Fernand Blompkin, said in a press conference this morning that they were analyzing evidence to establish the facts, conditions, and causes of death, which they described as either a possible homicide or an animal attack. The Greeley family had requested the video be taken down. The hikers are cooperating fully on the investigation with the NPS and PHPD. Blompkin has urged local residents and tourists to be cautious and keep a lookout when venturing into McLaren Forest when rumors begin to spread online of an endangered wild predator stalking the area. This is an active investigation. Case File A2. Asterisk text excerpt between Dylan Griffin, YouTube channel, Dylan Does Stuff, and Twitch streamer, Redo Kearns, _Grims. Dylan, my freaking team won't let me post a freaking video for the next 2 weeks. Redo, LOL. Got your apology video down yet? Dylan, I'm doing it tomorrow. Hoping it dies down soon. Redo, you don't want to let that simmer on too long, dude. Dylan, I know. I have to practice pretending to cry on camera. We found a dead body. Big deal. Redo, shouldn't have live streamed, crying face emoji. Dylan, we all were. Redo, need help? Dylan, I'm good. I'll be in West Hollywood with friends. Hoping to forget about this. Asterisk no messages for the next 3 hours. Redo, saw someone throw a slushie on you. It's all over TikTok. Dylan, just a bunch of assholes. Redo, did you go to the den with Heidi? Dylan, yeah? Redo, dude, her boyfriend's gonna fuck you up. Dylan, he's not gonna know. Redo, she showed up on that slushy vid. I recognized her voice. Dylan, shit. I'll smooth things out. It's not like we're alone. Redo, you better. Redo, wanna hear something? Dylan, yeah? Redo, I looked up the Greeley guy. Dylan, Jesus H. Let's forget about that. Redo, no, hear me out. There's a bunch of people gone missing around the area in the last 2 weeks. Dylan, for real? Redo, heard about the Green Hill massacre? Dylan, the stabbing thing Cole was going on about? Redo, yeah. Same town. It wasn't reported a lot nationwide because there was 2 mass shootings at the same time in Ohio and Florida. 8 dead, all stabbed to death. And get where they found the killer's car? McLaren Forest. Dylan, you're kidding. Redo, nope. And get this, various residents from town went missing as well. Prominent ones. Dylan, holy shit. You just gave me a freaking idea. Redo, what? Dylan, I can make a video about this. Redo, are you sure? Dylan, why not? Looks like the police ain't doing a damn thing. Everyone loves a horror documentary, no? Redo, I guess. But aren't you in trouble already? You're cancelled. Dylan, not when I claim it's my journalistic duties. Redo, you're not a journalist. Dylan, I have a degree in journalism and I'm a commentary YouTuber. I talk about whatever the freak I want. Redo, you're gonna dig yourself a new hole. Asterisk the next morning. Dylan, wanna help me or what? Redo, are you serious about it? There's no going back if you do it. Dylan, very. Redo, fine. I'll help. Dylan, let's start with the ones who went missing. We can talk about them. Let's say we're shedding light on these missing people as well. Not only Greeley. Redo, you sound like you want to find another dead body. Dylan, that's better. More evidence. More story. Dylan, who's one of the missing? Redo, links a newspaper clipping this guy. Dylan, he's a high school coach? Damn. Redo, and there's more. I kind of went down a rabbit hole. I'll send you everything I know. Dylan, thanks, man. I owe you one. One great perk about being a dungeon core was that I didn't need sleep. At least not in the traditional sense or what humans usually do. I still needed to rest, which was different from being unconscious for several hours. I was still aware of my surroundings. I could still smell the fresh breeze wafting from the mountains and into the forest. Hear the insects crawling through the vegetation and felt the animals wandering out and about within my domain. The funny thing about animals was that they never reacted to my presence all that much. I could tell they knew I was there, floating around and inspecting my area, except when I'm in what I call the hungry mode. They tended to steer clear of me, especially with what happened with Leo and the others last night. They returned with greater numbers once morning came, and the dust had settled. I reckoned they felt more protected when they were in my presence. I couldn't extract the essence from them, only humans or sapient beings, so they weren't threatened by me at all. When I'm resting, it's like sitting on the beach under a comfortable breeze and staring at the horizon and the ocean's expanse for 4 hours. Even though I looked like a rock, I am still an intelligent sapient being, and every creature in the universe acquired its way of resting, be it to relax or take a mental break. I had been active for more than 24 hours straight, which took a toll on me. After purchasing a cleaning fee for my dungeon and watching all the broken pieces put themselves back together by magic, a 4-hour break would suffice to replenish my powers and wait for the dungeon's cooldown effects to die. My monsters were technically considered creatures who needed rest, and I had to manage their downtime, too. That was easier said than done. From what I learned from the system, always helpful and yet cryptic at the same time, monsters needed 3 things in my dungeon to make them happy. 1. Shelter. 2. Meet their standard needs, i.e., food, water, security. 3. Mental stimulation. It's like managing a bizarre and macabre zoo, really. Each exhibit is deadlier than the last. What's more, not all monsters were the same. For instance, the demon didn't require food, drink, or sleep to survive. But the body it possessed needed those things, and that's when I found Demon Maxine rummaging through the empty cabinets, the pantry, and the refrigerator for food. I had to use my crystals to purchase basic earthly foods, which surprisingly cost me only 10 crystals. Are you sure you want to purchase food for the dungeon? The system asked me one time. Why not? I asked back. But the system did not reply to my query. I probably thought I was insane to put such wasteful items in my dungeon. After all, I'm a gem that fed on essence instead of organic materials. It already considered all the furniture and other aesthetics I put into the cabin as a drain to my resources, expecting me to buy multiple deadly contraptions, monsters, and hard-to-solve puzzles. Instead, I bought another couch, a beautifully carved bed frame with woodland motifs, and a bunch of groceries. Demon Maxine made some mac and cheese out of a box for breakfast and returned to her den, the ritual room in the cellar, where my dead body currently resided. She probably found it comforting to be surrounded by all that demonic shit and the infernal sigils she drew earlier. Feels like home, perhaps? I didn't know if demons or any of these archetype monsters ever get homesick, but I was too afraid to ask. It seemed too personal of a question. I also revamped the ritual chamber by adding a 30-foot-long narrow corridor between it and the cellar, which had an incline leading into the room. I also made the chamber more prominent, adding another 300 square foot to the original plan. I've also included a recessed area in the central chamber where the ritual circle was, requiring any delver to reach my body to climb down these cobbled Gothic steps with gargoyles on the railings from the mezzanine, where the entrance was. Plus, watching the ground part, reform, and alter with just one thought was something to behold. I could basically rearrange the earth. If one room wasn't to my liking, I could bulldoze it and make it look like it was never there. It alleviated my fear of causing a section of the forest to collapse into the space I had left. What's funny was that excavating land, by extending a hallway, was much more expensive than buying furniture. For the final product, the ritual chamber looked like one of those cheesy secret society assemblages in the movies. The ones you'd find beneath an old cathedral with rustic, worn-down pillars, creepy paintings plastered on the walls of their ancestral members, and lots of candles around a slab of rock where you'd sacrifice a virgin. In this case, my body was currently laying on it. Whenever I came here, I expected black-robed figures from the alcoves, chanting an ancient language I didn't know. It was the first proper and more traditional dungeon I've ever created, as it was entirely built underground. It also served as a decoy room. If the delvers or the cultists happened to know that a magical gem imbued the area with magic and the monsters currently hellbent on killing them, they might suspect I am hiding inside that ritual chamber. Well, the joke's on them. I also dug 3 tunnels connected to a large main corridor, which would ultimately lead back to the cellar. The sizable main corridor, which I labeled on the system as Vein A, was a straightforward route connecting the cellar to an exit door at the bottom of the cliff near Trail C, camouflaged to look like just part of the cliff's facade. Taking 30 more steps to the left, a delver would end up on the lake shore next to the boathouse. The first tunnel off from the main corridor, let's call it Branch A, was another way out of the cellar. It was a half-mile-long tunnel where a delver had to climb a wooden ladder and find a trap door, opening/exiting near Trail B, and closer to Old Growth's den. Am I being too mean, letting a delver raise their hopes that they've escaped the cabin's clutches? And then only to end up in the belly of a beast where the likelihood of survival was low? I was building it as a guaranteed death trap for Hodge and his goons. Old Growth's abode turned into a boggy section of the woods, and fire-resistant, because Demon Maxine translated that Oldie had a strong affinity to that particular environment. I've also reconstructed the trees around there, making them extra creepy with their jagged and twisty soot-stained branches, dead wood, fake animal bones stuck in the mud, and a permanent trail of mist always lingering 2 inches off the ground. Unfortunately, the mist was only there for aesthetics and didn't help lower a delver's resolve, but it aided with increasing dread. As I said earlier, the monsters required care, and I noticed a drastic improvement in Old Growth's morale and behavior over the past few hours since I overhauled his den and gave him something to do to pass the time. Since Oldie was a plant archetype, it consumed nutrients by being near water, siphoning nutrients from the soil, and would perch on the upper canopy to bask under the sun. I would often find the creature up there for several hours, returning to the ground with the energy of 100 men. Branch B was different because it was built to be hidden from the delvers. I built a separate second cabin a mile away into the woods from the main cabin, hidden by foliage and thickets while still being closer to Trail A and the dungeon core tree. It didn't look as aesthetically pleasing as the main cabin, like an ordinary log cabin in the woods that a huntsman might have built long ago. It only had 2 rooms, the small bedroom big enough to shove a twin bed and the living space/bathroom/kitchen area. A trapdoor from the latter led down to another cellar connected to Branch B. This was Goliath's home. Branch B also had a dozen alcoves and exit ports where ladders led to the surface, allowing Goliath to teleport anywhere in my domain without running through the woods. Found a delver scurrying along one section of the area? All the Goliath had to do was get into Branch B and make a shortcut to the delver. It helped that his fox mask allowed him to locate the delver quickly. Since Goliath was human, he required food, water, and sleep as a normal human would. After the killings, and once his cabin was built, Goliath immediately went to sleep until 1 p.m. when he brought out the fishing poles I gifted him. Demon Maxine, acting as my go-to translator, learned that Goliath loved fishing. He walked toward the boathouse and started fishing on the docks for an hour. He quickly caught 4 rainbow trouts, which he fillets and deboned in under 5 minutes with precision, got back to his cabin, and started grilling them with salt, lemon, and black pepper. He paired it by opening a can of corn and instant mashed potatoes from the main cabin's pantry. He sat on the table and ate his meal silently, removing his fox mask and letting it rest beside the plate. I floated closer, curious about what this human who teleported when I summoned him looked like. And he looked real. Like he had a past. Like he had somewhere to go back to. Goliath was a man in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, with a clean-shaven face, black hair, blue eyes, and tanned skin as if he had spent his time under the sun, a desert, perhaps. He removed the trench coat, let it hang on the chair he sat on, and pulled the tie loosely around his neck. I noticed the tattoos peeking half an inch just above the collar. "Who are you?" After eating his late lunch, Goliath went to the bathroom to wash himself from the grime and dirt over the past day and wash off the blood of those he killed. He removed the tie, suit, and dress shirt, letting it hang on hooks by the cubby. Surprisingly, Goliath looked quite beefy with a few tattoos, that I never gave him, plastered on his body. And then there were the scars. Healed bullet holes. Stab wounds. Burn marks. Goliath looked like he went through hell. I recognized one particular tattoo on his right shoulder was a bone frog, which typically honored a fallen soldier, a fallen SEAL. "Did you serve in the military?" I blurted out. Goliath paused, washing his face over the sink, and looked at me. He made a curt nod before he applied soap and continued washing. "So, you had a life before this? Before I summoned you?" Goliath gave me a soapy thumbs up. I froze. "Fuck. I didn't kidnap you, did I? Do you have a family waiting for you out there? They must be worried sick." Goliath waved his hand. "No. How come you can't talk? Or maybe you can't talk before?" Goliath grabbed a towel from the cubby and patted his face dry. He regarded me once again and sighed. He gestured, writing on a pen, or signing something. "A contract?" Goliath nodded. "And you accepted it?" Goliath nodded again. "Oh." Thinning his lips, Goliath wrote something on the fogged-up bathroom mirror. "Don't worry. No family," it said on the surface. "Why did you accept my summoning you?" For the first time, I saw Goliath smile. He walked out of the bathroom and picked up a pen and paper. He wrote, "Long time ago." "You accepted the contract a long time ago?" He nodded. "And you've been waiting since then?" He nodded again. He started writing. "No dungeon summoned me. No dungeons on Earth? Maybe all gone. Is that possible? I can't be the only one." I immediately thought about my rankings. There were a lot of zeros for just one measly dungeon existing on this planet, let alone within 10 light years. How big is the universe, exactly? "You are the first I met. Demon might know more." Goliath gave me a slight, innocent shrug. "You didn't answer my question earlier." Goliath smiled again and only wrote 3 words. "Purpose. Power. Blood." I left the Goliath to shower in privacy and returned to the main cabin, teleporting to the cellar and following along Vein A, where I took a hard left into Branch C. It was nearing 3 p.m., and I couldn't wait to get my plans rolling. Unlike the others, Branch C was a continuous corridor that extended down and exited into the natural caverns I found half a mile underneath my domain, an unexplored cave system. The cave system comprised about 12 chambers connected by naturally formed passageways that were sometimes narrow or wider depending on which section I floated into. Plus, all of it was within my area of influence. Only 3 of these chambers were large enough to fit at least 6 houses worth of space. 7 of these chambers were closer to the lake's bottom, which caused the water to seep and trickle down to form an underwater river and flood these chambers from ancient lava tubes. Of the 7, about 4 were wholly submerged underwater. Branch C exited out into Alpha Chamber, one of 3 large caverns in the system, half submerged by water. The other ones were Beta and Gamma chambers. It formed a large beach right where the tunnel exited. The other half of the cave was a black pit of dark water where an underwater passageway connected it to the next chamber. The demon's lit lantern was the only light source in the cavern, her laugh echoing across the space. It was joined by another feminine giggle, followed by a splash from the water when I approached. The demon noticed my presence and let out a wide grin. "Ah, my liege. You're here just in time. Siren has told me many ideas about what to do with these caves. She discovered there are plenty more passageways connecting to more caverns all the way to the mountains. The Siren. Dread score, 6 out of 10. Creature type, Fae. Cooldown, 1 week. Special traits. Merfolk physiology I. The monster has adapted to live in water, and for a limited duration, on land. The monster has a body of a humanoid, selection, human female, and a fish's lower body, allowing it to swim at greater speed and breathe underwater. The monster has an enhanced lung capacity, can endure extreme water pressures and high temperatures, and can perceive its senses in greater detail while in the water, even in pitch darkness. Merfolks are carnivorous compared to other water creatures. The merfolk can transform into a humanoid of the course choice, selection, human female, and can stay on land for 1 hour. After using this ability, the merfolk cannot transform back into a humanoid for the next 24 hours. Additional levels can add more merfolk abilities to the monster and increase the duration to stay longer on land. Requirement, check, dungeon must be within 1 mile of a water source, the minimum average depth of 25 feet, and 50,000 acre-feet of water volume. Luring voice I. The monster emits a hauntingly beautiful enchanting song capable of luring a delver of the monster's choice who hears it from 250 feet away from the monster's location. A delver who hears the song is entranced, incapable of hearing anything else, or snapped out of their daze unless their resolve increase. The voice can affect a maximum of 2 delvers at a time. Resolve requirement, 2. Water manipulation I. As Fae monsters, they can shape, create, and manipulate the properties of water and can change them from one solid state to another, i.e., ice shards, steam, water vapor, etc. The monster can create 1 hydrokinetic construct or affect 53 cubic feet of water with a maximum volume of 1,500 liters. Construct duration, 1 hour. Area manipulation duration, 6 seconds to 1 hour. Additional levels can increase the maximum duration. Siren was the only monster I hardly interacted with since I created her last night. Being a water creature where most delver attacks were on land, she was relegated to staying in the water, keeping watch for any delver who might try to escape by the lake. She almost got a kill out of Eddie last night, but his resolve never went down to red, much to her frustration. She was a good sport about her failure. It was probably why Demon Maxine was here in the caverns to keep her company. Always being with humans, and possessing them, the demon had a knack for team building, as if she could sense the Siren was getting lonely. After all, the entire cave system was Siren's lair. That might change once I add more underground or water creatures to keep her company. Maybe she won't get lonely after that. But she can't explore that far, given your borders are still far from reaching it. Who knows what lies within those caverns, the demon continued. Is that so? Siren nodded. Passageways as narrow as a child, Lord Dungeon, she said in a beautiful, almost angelic voice. That's the thing about Siren. I did not give her the normal speech trait, but instead a luring voice. She had to sing what she had to say. I like the variety of tunes she produces whenever I speak to her. Sometimes it's a melancholic ballad, vague pop music, or when she's happy, an upbeat rock or gospel. This time, she made it sound almost like a Broadway musical. I moved closer to the edge of the beach where Maxine was standing. Scouring quickly through the system, I purchased glowing mushrooms for 100 crystals and scattered them around the large cavern, illuminating the space in dim greenish light. They latched onto the walls with an iron grip. These mushrooms didn't grow here on Earth, coming from somewhere I didn't even know. I saved up some to distribute across the other caverns, maybe even in the passageways in the future. As the shadows retreated, I finally got a good view of the Siren. Though I could change what a monster would wear, like Goliath's trench coat, suit, and tie ensemble, I had no say in their physical appearance. It was left to the core system on how it interpreted the 3 traits I gave the monsters to something monstrous, or, in this case, beautiful. Siren had smooth pale skin with a permanent translucent sheen as if her flesh sparkled under the dim light. She had fiery long red hair, green eyes, and a large bluish-green tail with a U-shaped fin that would sparkle under the sun. She's the typical early 20s woman you'd find at a Southern California beach, basking near the waters. She didn't wear a top or a seashell bra, like in some animated movie, and though she had breasts, she didn't have nipples or even a belly button. Crisscrossed on the sides of her upper torso were soft gills that allowed her to breathe in the water. As a Fae archetype, she had a passive ability for exotic beauty compared to the demon's passive ability of infernal malice, which helped with scaring the fuck out of delvers and diminishing their resolve. Since I am a dungeon core, Siren always showed up with a dull purple glow around her head because of the illusionary magic she projected for a calming presence. Eddie was too smart for his own good when Siren tried it on him, causing him to swim away. It probably didn't help that Siren used that effect in the wrong situation with Eddie alone in the middle of the pitch-dark lake. Siren scooped up some magical glowing mushrooms dangling near the waters and placed them in a small sack. "For my lair," she said. "I can purchase more glowing mushrooms if the dark bothers you, Siren," I said. "I appreciate the comfort it will give me, Your Eminence, when you bestow it," Siren sang happily. "Well, I'm glad you think so. I'll put some light fixtures in your den, Siren." I made a mental note to distribute the leftover glowing mushrooms around her den, 3 caverns from where Alpha Chamber was, completely submerged underwater. For a delver to reach it, they had to have scuba gear, and probably years of underwater cave diving experience. It was the most protected area in the dungeon, barring the dungeon core tree. I had a few surprises in store there for any delver who might stumble upon it. "What brings you down here, my liege?" the demon asked. "How's our prisoner? Leo's sleeping like a baby." I suffused him with some demonic essence to keep him unconscious for a while. "Don't you worry." "Huh? Where'd you get that?" "I'm a demon, Lord Dungeon. Although not as powerful as yours, we can still acquire magic outside your parameters. Since Leo is already unconscious, it's pretty easy to cast a spell on him to keep him under for a little while. Though, that might not hold for long. Out here in the mortal realm, my arcane abilities are weaker. I tied him up just in case." "Oh. Good. Well, it's almost 3 p.m., I reminded her. "Is the message ready?" "It's all drafted in here." The demon pulled out Maxine's phone from her pocket. "Not long now. You might have to be on the surface for it to send. You humans and your freaking signals and technology." The demon smiled and hugged Siren. "Alrighty, fishy. I'll talk to you later." "Same day tomorrow? I can bring you a picture book of Earth's continents, and we can read that together." Siren smiled. "Hearts and love, love and hearts," she sang. I suspected Siren wasn't from Earth either, even though she looked human, from the top. Earth wasn't really a dungeon destination by most adventurers anyway, and I doubted the monsters' souls flocked over here in droves. How many archetype souls are currently lingering around my dungeon? I accompanied the demon to the cellar, discussing our plans when the cultists arrived at the cabin. I wanted to alert them at 3 p.m. because it was closer to sunset. During last night's incident, I realized darkness had played a big part in shedding Leo and his friends' resolve. The creepier, the better. I wanted to replicate the environment. All the monsters already knew their jobs, and it helped that I had a demon to plan them. A demon's cunning and knack for diabolical scares were a bottomless pit of ideas. After all, the possessing demon probably had centuries, maybe millennia, of knowledge from hell to pull from. The cellar had changed since last night, too. Instead of a bare room, I purchased props to fill it out with abandoned or rotting furniture, plywood, random items, and various odd trinkets tucked away by the owner of the cabin. The dust settling on them was a nice touch to add to the room's aesthetic. Hopefully, that would increase dread and make the delver uncomfortable or fearful if they enter the cellar. I had also reset the traps across the cabin, ensuring the windows were now hard to break. I learned my lesson from Leo's antics. Sure, it'll take a few hits to break the glass, but all it would take for a monster was one hit. I expanded the main cabin with 3 new rooms. I added a second floor which became the loft, where the new master bedroom was located, along with its own private bathroom and a narrow balcony overlooking the cliff and the lake beyond. Below, I added the third and much more spacious room as a small library between the kitchen/living area and the mud room. There was an old rosewood upright piano against the far wall, flanked by 3 bookcases on each side filled with all the classics and other books I could think of. 2 lounge couches faced each other with a coffee table in the middle. I even added personal touches like portraits sprinkled around the house of a typical family of 5. Leo did mention the lack of pictures around the cabin was weird. Their faces were tweaked manually, of course. It depicted a biracial family with 3 children ranging from 14 to as young as 7. I also added artwork around the cabin so that the family's picture wasn't constantly suffocating the place wherever you look. Pretty pictures like flowers, mountains, and other basic shit to make a house look, well, pretty. It was here the demon took out her phone and laid down lazily on the lounge chair. She grabbed one of the throw pillows and put it over her chest as she stared at the screen for a couple of minutes, watching the clock tick by until it hit 3 p.m. The demon smiled and hit send. There. Done, she said and let out a demonic cackle. Now, we wait. I peered at the phone screen just before it disappeared. It was a simple message. A picture of my body surrounded by the ritual circle followed by a brief text, "Come find me," and included the cabin's geolocation. How many do you think they are? I asked. Ashley and Adam were not present during my murder, but they were part of the sect. There are 5, am I correct? Yes, I nodded. Coach Hodge. Mr. Gamble. Deputy Torres. And I think the other one was a real estate agent. Jenna something. I've seen her face on the billboards. And the last one, I had no idea who he was, but his name was Alvin. He's the one who drove me into town with Dave. If they have significant others, let us assume they are part of the cult. Who else is married? Coach Hodge. I met his wife a few times during school functions. She chaperoned a lot of the field trips. Mr. Gamble is also married, but I've never met his wife. I don't know about the others. HM. Let's say they are part of it. That brings us to 7 Delvers tonight? She smiled. That's a feast. There could be more in town I had not heard of. Members who skipped the ritual. Maybe. The demon shrugged. Deputy Torres might send cops. Maxine Fairley is a wanted suspect, after all. I don't think so, I said. If she sends a cop over, they'll find my body. Torres and the others left plenty of DNA evidence when they killed me. I doubt the deputy has enough influence in the police department to erase the evidence given the attention it would receive from the authorities and the media. However, she might risk it and send a cop anyway. If a cop does come, we'll dispatch of them. Cold, the demon said, laughing. You are becoming more bloodthirsty, my Lord Dungeon. I didn't say anything. The longer I stayed on this core, the more alluring it was to revel in my monster's bloodbath. I tried to hold on to my beliefs in my past life that I shouldn't enjoy killing people, that this was all wrong, and that I should just starve to death and die, but it's like the rope I'm holding onto was slowly slathered with oil and I am slipping away. All I could think about was gathering as much essence as I could and how long I could survive and grow in power. I didn't care how I acquired it as long as I got a taste. My revenge against the cultists eased my focus on their essence rather than the others. But once they are out of the picture, I shuddered to think what I'll do next. Plenty had changed in the past 36 hours. What would happen in the next 36 days? A month? A year? Would I still be me, or would I be a husk of my former self? A text message popped up on Maxine's phone. Hodge, what the fuck did you do, bitch? Game on. The demon grabbed the phone. Shall we send our ace in this dance, my liege? Send it. The demon grinned and sent a 10-second clip of Hodge standing over a young girl around my age, screaming and begging him to stop before he plunged the dagger into her eye. The others then participated in the killing before the video cut out. There were plenty of videos like this on Maxine's phone. Sometimes a 3-second clip. Others were 23 seconds long. I realized why she recorded the killings. Leverage. If the cult ever got into trouble, she had something to offer. A way out to lessen her sentence. Most of it was centered on Hodge, so he must be the person she wanted to be blamed the most. If the authorities caught them, the evidence against Hodge was damning. 90% of the videos showed him killing multiple people, and none showed Maxine partaking in any of them or wielding a knife, which was deliberate. That's 30 years for first-degree murder for each victim. Hodge wouldn't be able to see the outside of a wall for a long, long time. I could send it as an anonymous source to the media, but a cell was too kind for Hodge and his ilk. I wanted them dead. They might have gotten rid of the other people they killed, but mine was here in the cabin. Their DNA on it was still fresh for the cops to extract and make a case against them. Come and get me, Hodge. I'm right here. Multiple messages from mostly everyone in the group chat filled the screen, begging Maxine why she was doing this and if she was responsible for the massacre in Green Hill. Most were confused about what was happening, and only Hodge wrote everything in all caps. Hodge, I'm going to fucking kill you. Clearly, I've ruffled his feathers. The only cultist who was silent throughout was Alvin. I ordered the demon not to respond, and eventually, they gave up texting us after 20 minutes. I reckoned they had moved on to another group chat with the others, possibly meeting up to discuss how to deal with Maxine going rogue in person. Unfortunately, I am not privy to that discussion. An idea popped into my head. Or can I? Can you what, master? The demon asked curiously. I wonder what they're doing right now. You want me to town and report back? No. You can't use the Red Explorer anyway, plus you're wanted. Then what? I pulled up the system again and went through the Monsters tab. I entered the Construct archetype and purchased it with an essence. A computer materialized in the middle of the room. Do you know one thing about humans, demon? The one you complained about? The demon paused for a moment. Technology? Bingo. I nodded. We're obsessed with our toys. We never leave our phones for more than a few seconds, and it's always strapped to our pockets. And we also leave a permanent digital footprint. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Everything is online. Some are more hidden than others, but I'm pretty sure I can break through the firewall of any computer and gain access to their cameras. Are you familiar with the phrase, "The internet always remember"? The demon cackled. Well, let's put that to the test, master. I turned to the construct in front of us. Find me a visual on Justin Hodge. The computer sat on a metallic black rolling AV cart about 34 inches tall with 4 squeaky silver wheels and 2 drawers with keyholes. 3 outlets were fixed under the cart's handle, but its connector wasn't plugged into a wall outlet. Instead, it hung around the handlebar, unused. However, the monitor displayed a blinking pixelated green cursor against a black screen. The cart rolled on its own, moving closer to the demon and me. Finding query for Justin Hodge, it said on the screen. Searching. The monitor took the entirety of the table with its sides hanging a few inches by the edge. A retractable tray was where the keyboard and the mouse were. The cubby at the bottom housed the massive CPU, which resembled a high-end gaming PC. Although no brand was stamped on its side, it just looked like a massive black box, humming with life with half a dozen cables connected to it, the arteries and veins of the monster I created. The Oracle. Dread score, 3 out of 10. Creature type, construct. Cooldown, 1 week. Special traits. Inanimate object I. The monster can remain motionless and be indistinguishable from an object of the dungeon course choice, a computer. With a built-in maximum stealth score of level V, delvers will not notice the monster unless they have a high perception score. When in motion, the construct can only move 20 feet every 5 seconds. Scrambling communications I. The monster can render communication devices, radio waves, satellites, and electromagnetic spectrum, inoperable for 8 hours. The monster can also add static during audio calls or blur any photographic capture. Tech manipulation I. The monster can perceive, receive, and transmit intricate interfaces with technological devices and machinery and manipulate data networks. They can control the flow of multiple complex machinery by assembling or uncoupling their programming and infrastructure at will. They can also operate most technology from a distance of 100 miles. Oracle? How neat, the demon said. He'll see everything after all, I said. Seems appropriate. I like it. I noticed that Oracle had the lowest dread score out of all my monsters, with the demon having the highest at 8. It had something to do with the traits he got, which were primarily passive. I didn't give him anything to attack because his specific job as a computer console was to remain unnoticed while chaos reigned across the dungeon. The specific traits I searched for were minuscule compared to the other constructs I could create, but they were more for the other worlds. I wanted something more aligned with Earth's technological capabilities, and when I prompted the system, it filtered and trimmed the list down quickly. At least I had an idea where the other dungeons might be. I imagined they're in worlds akin to Renaissance tech or maybe older than that. All those swords, sorcery, and plenty of magic running amok and ruled their worlds or universes' physics. Fortunately, I didn't end up stuck over there. Earth was a different beast and required a different measure. Sure, turning off the Wi-Fi blocked access to the outside world, it worked with Leo and his group, but I am stuck in my domain, unable to pass through the border and see what was beyond. Oracle would allow me to see everything, for a limited range. 100 miles is good enough. That will cover the entirety of Point Hope and 24 towns. We can also reach Portland and Salem, I told the demon. And we can access all the traffic cameras and other security features, too. I was fascinated by how technology had changed humanity's trajectory from over 20 years ago, a drastic change that, even though I wasn't born then, I could feel their effects. I'm a byproduct of it. My generation had their first phones as young as 5. Babysitting tech, they called it. Although technology made our lives easier, it was a double-edged sword that I heard many countless stories online. Stalking, voyeurism, fraud, defamation, bullying, phishing, scams, and lots of ads with malware. It was a new hellscape, a new frontier I planned to exploit. Oracle would be the dungeon and the region's babysitter. He will know everything that goes on 24/7. 3 minutes later, Oracle gained access to all the traffic cameras across Point Hope, whittled down to 12 colored boxes on the monitor in rows of 3. He selected 4 screens and expanded them, which were all on Main Street. I recognized the coach's white Range Rover in an intersection behind a Toyota, waiting for the traffic lights to turn green. 2 figures sat on the front. Oracle, can you get inside that Range Rover? Yes. Accessing. The first thing that popped up was Hodge's voice emanating from the speakers, gruff and low. He sounded angry. I hadn't heard his voice in quite a long time, and it sent chills all over my incorporeal body. I wanted to grab him by the throat and squeeze his life out. It is not that simple. Hodge exclaimed before Oracle gained access to the interior dash camera that Hodge installed. Sitting next to him was Mrs. Hodge, shoulders slumped and looking out the window as if she didn't want anything to do with what Hodge was complaining about. I realized that he was talking to someone else on the phone. I want you all not to do a fucking thing, Hodge seethed. Not a damn thing until I say so. No one goes to the cabin. Justin, this is getting out of control, a woman's voice, probably Deputy Torres, spoke from the other line. We are all freaking out. What's happening to Maxine? I'll handle it, Becca. Then, I'll get back to you, okay? Fuck. I'm tired. I'll call you as soon as I know more. But Hodge. Coach Hodge ended the call as the traffic light turned green. He stepped on the gas. After a moment's pause, Mrs. Hodge turned to him. Why can't I stay, Justin? You know why. It's too dangerous, Mel. Well, I'm not gonna leave you here. You'll be at your sister's. I often notice you complaining about not seeing her in a while. Plus, you like Portland. You can go shopping. Buy a bag. I don't give a damn about a fucking bag right now, Justin. What went wrong in the ceremony? I've been asking, and you keep dodging the question. She knows, I thought. She's in on it, too. Hodge gritted his teeth. Nothing happened. It's certainly not nothing. Our neighbors were murdered. 8 people died in Green Hill around the Yates residence, where you gave Dave the gem. Where's the fucking gem now, Justin? Becca can't find it on the scene, but she thinks Maxine might have it. She dug up the kid's body after all. I don't want to hear it, Mrs. Hodge. Mel raised her hand to stop him. It was a standard ceremony. You wanted to lead one, so I gave it to you, and you. Hey, don't make this all about me, darling. You weren't there either. I told you. We could have waited another month until I returned, but you are one impatient brute. Like you'll do it any different? It's the solstice. We'd have to wait until winter for a powerful wayline like that. If I were there, you wouldn't have fucked it up, and we will still have the gem, Mel seethed. Now we're in damage control. Something screwed with the ritual, maybe gotten through the gem, and you are not going to throw me aside because it's getting scary for you. I wanted you safe. And out of the way? I am not scared easily, Justin. You know that. And for you to believe that ritual was a dud? You performed a summoning ritual. Do you know how volatile and powerful that can be? You should have never parted with that stupid rock. Even an ounce of the other world's power trapped inside that little thing can set everyone up for months. Well, honey, it was for our future. The guy told me. Ha, yeah. Some crackpot from the internet. He told me it was safe. Practical. I love you, and we're both in this together. So, we'll finish it together. It could be from below. Mel paused, nodding. Are you sure about that? What could it be? Becca said she smelled sulfur all over the place. I'm pretty sure we're dealing with a demon. Maxine should have been able to cast it out then. She's a senior member. I taught her how to perform the necessary incantation to subdue it. If she did it right, we wouldn't be in this mess, Hodge groaned. Only she didn't. Whatever's got her now is a powerful one, and she wants us to go to some cabin in the woods. An isolated location. Yeah, those are my thoughts exactly. It's going to pick us off. Dave's dead. Ashley. Adam. Mel frowned. But why dig up the boy's body? To taunt us? It's a demon, Melanie. They're unpredictable. Who knows what it wants with Mark's body? But Mel shook her head. I don't know. Something feels off. This is not like the other demons we've faced. It feels different. Well, the demon went on a murder spree, so, yeah. Anyway, we're meeting with him. Hopefully, he will have answers. He better be. Or else I'm going to kill him. Coach Hodge drove northward, took the ramp out of town, and entered Route 26. Accessing their GPS, Oracle showed me their destination was an old town near Burnside, Powell's bookstore. They're going to the city. I wondered who they were meeting. Keep track of them, Oracle. I want to know who the guy he's talking about. This is too dangerous, the demon said, worried. I've never encountered a mortal who knows the intricacy of creating a dungeon core, master. Such knowledge will drive any living mortal mad. Whoever their patron is, you're too weak to deal with. You're saying it could be an elder masquerading as a human? All-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful, all-knowing, all-seeing. Both Oracle and the demon chimed in. I flinched. Well, whoever this guy is, it's probably good to know what else he's capable of. If he's not an elder, then maybe he's someone we must look out for in the future. And I'm curious why he chose Hodge and his cult to create me in the first place. And why choose Earth, of all places? There were better worlds more suited for dungeons than good ol' boring and magic-less Earth. Be careful, Lord Dungeon. Prying on the personal business of your creator is a dangerous game. Elders love their games just like demons and devils, only theirs spans millennia. You can be a small cog in an elaborate wheel you don't know. Thank you for your concern, demon, but I'll be fine. The demon didn't look convinced. Okay. It will take Hodge and his wife almost 2 hours to get to Portland. And they're skirting dangerously close to Oracle's range. Yeah, but at least we know their destination. Remind me when they get there, I ordered Oracle. Well, the day's still young. We might be able to lure the cultists to the cabin. We can focus on the lesser fish with Hodge and his wife out of the picture. Get me a visual on the others. Let's look for Deputy Rebecca Torres next. Finding query for Deputy Rebecca Torres. Searching. The monitor blinked a couple of times before the dozen camera feeds changed only to 6 cells, all within Harriet's diner in the middle of Point Hope. It was a popular diner amongst the locals. Heck, I've eaten there dozens of times with my family. After all, they had the best French fries out there because they dipped them in garlic, pepper, and truffle oil. Oracle tweaked the indoor security cameras to point at a particular spot in the dining area, the last booth on the left. It was private and far away from the usual early dinner crowd. Oracle quickly added a few more visual and auditory vantage points from the other devices in the room, including cell phones, Bluetooth earphones, the iPads the servers were carrying, and many others, until I felt like I was in the room with them. Rebecca Torres was not alone in the booth. Accompanying her were the familiar faces of those in the forest the night of my murder. Jenna Batten sat beside her, looking more nervous and fidgety than everyone else. The picture of my body and Demon Maxine's threat must have rattled her out of her wits. After all, if everything was revealed, she and everyone else had something to lose. For her, it was her reputation as a successful real estate agent where most of her clients had 6 or even 7 figures to their incomes across the county. Sitting across the table was my English teacher, Kirk Gamble. Like Jenna, he was also nervous. He forgot to comb his hair and looked like he had just gotten out of bed. Next to him, Alvin leaned lazily against the chair he sat on, watching the people walking on the sidewalk outside. Any clatter from a dropped utensil or a sudden burst of laughter from the nearby booths made Kirk jump. Relax, Kirk. Everything's gonna be fine, Rebecca reassured him. I don't think you even believe that, Becca, he said, fidgeting with his glasses. I tried calling Maxine, but he won't pick up. Well, don't do that again. She's currently a murder suspect, and the less connection we have to them, the better. One of the detectives came to my home this morning asking all sorts of questions, Jenna said softly. I just told them I've never seen her for a week. Rebecca nodded. Just, for everyone's sake, no one panic. It's not gonna do you any good. If you're calm and cooperative, the investigation team won't bother you, okay? Everyone who is anyone in this town is friends with Maxine. We have to keep the appearance that the housewife snapped and killed people. That's the story we gotta stick with, just like Hodge said. Where is he anyway? Kirk asked. He's going out of town. Kirk and Jenna froze. Should we do that, too? Jenna asked nervously. No. We should not leave all at once. That'll make the detectives suspicious, and they're a fucking nosy bunch. Hodge said he's gonna be back in a few hours. And you believed him? Kirk asked incredulously. For all we know, he could be heading to Mexico already. Keep your voice down, motherfucker, Rebecca hissed. He and Mel are meeting the guy who taught us the ritual. The one that didn't work? Jenna asked. Or it might have, but for something totally not about what we thought it would be, Kirk suspected. I think we did the wrong ritual. We won't know until Hodge gets some answers, okay? All we can do is wait, Rebecca said. What about you, Alvin? What do you think? Alvin shrugged, but then he paused, an idea forming in his head. We can check out the cabin. Hodge told us to wait, the deputy said. I know. But you said he wouldn't be back for a while. We can scout the place in the meantime. Is that safe? Jenna asked. I don't think that's a good idea. Maxine killed 8 people. We don't know that yet, Kirk pointed out. All we see is her leaving the neighborhood on security cameras. We didn't exactly see her kill those people. She might have an accomplice. But she threatened to expose us. I think that makes her guilty, Jenna said. You haven't seen the bodies, Rebecca said, lowering her head. You didn't see all the blood. Has the girl woken up yet? Kirk asked. No. She's still in a coma. They must be talking about the lone survivor. Tessa something? I thought. Damn. We could have asked her if Maxine was the one who attacked her. Could there be other groups? Jenna asked. Rebecca furrowed her brows. What do you mean? You know, other people like us? As far as I know, we're the only ones in the area. I like Alvin's idea, Kirk interjected. The more we know about the place, the better prepared we are until we confront Maxine and whoever was working with her. Maybe she found something in the gem she wanted for herself? Maybe we can talk her out of it. She murdered her husband. I doubt there's room for talking, Jenna said. Allegedly, Kirk corrected. Again, we have no idea what's going on yet. 3 news vans arrived and parked in the parking lot outside the diner. All 4 of them sunk into their seats as if being near a press badge would suddenly unravel all their secrets out in the open. Quiet. Let's not talk about this in the open while every media outlet in the country is on this fucking town, Rebecca said. I can call some guys, Alvin said. It doesn't have to be us. They can watch the place while we wait. Rebecca bit her bottom lip and narrowed her gaze. And do you trust them? I've worked with them in a few jobs. Mainly in Salem. A couple in Eugene. What kind of jobs? Kirk asked. Alvin glared at him. The kind that is none of your business. He pulled out his phone. They can be here in an hour. We'll have to pay them, of course. I think all of you can chip in easily. Rebecca, Jenna, and Kirk looked at each other unsurely until Jenna nodded. Can they grab Maxine, too? Maybe we can get her. For the first time, Alvin grinned. Damn, girl. You are cold-blooded. If the pay is good, they might do that, too. Maybe we can nip this in the bud while we're at it, no need to send cops or anything. We'll have to keep her quiet as soon as possible, Kirk said. I'm in, but Hodge said. Hodge is not here, Rebecca. He left town, and now, we're on our own. I don't care if he says he's going to be back. He might be lying. Better safe than never. Let's grab the bitch. Half a dozen news crew entered the diner and headed for the counter. Deputy Torres raised a finger, gesturing for one of the servers to hand over their bill. I'm in, but I'm going to text Mel and loop them in. It's the least we can do. Kirk rolled his eyes. Ah, they'll say no, of course. But Rebecca already had her phone out and texted Hodge what they were planning to do. Interesting. I smiled. Oracle, intercept that text. Don't let Hodge and his wife see it. Understood. What is your next inquiry? Send a text to the deputy. Make it look like it came from Mel. Can you do that? One moment. Transmitting. A few moments later, the deputy's phone chimed. Mel, are you sure? Rebecca, the others think we can scout the area at least. Just to be safe. What did Hodge think? Mel, I didn't tell him. You know how he is. You do what's best. That was the only permission that Rebecca needed before she turned to the others and nodded. Mel said we should do it. Already contacting them, Alvin said, texting 2 numbers. Can you join them? Rebecca asked. I don't trust them to do the job, but I trust you. You want me to babysit my guys? That's not what I mean. Alvin grinned wider. Fine. I can keep them company. Oh, shit. Heads up. I think we should leave. He gestured to the gathering news crew ordering their late lunches by the counter. One of them, a man in his late 40s who looked like a cameraman, looked at them oddly. Yeah. I think that's a good idea, Jenna chimed in. Let us know what they find, okay? Rebecca said. Will do. They hurried out of the booth and went their separate ways, walking to their own vehicles and left the diner. I stayed a little longer on Alvin's phone, reading through the text messages he sent. With the promise of 10 grand each, the people on the other line agreed to scout the lake. Although Alvin deliberately failed to mention anything about kidnapping Maxine, I floated out of the library and into the lounge area. Well, it looks like they're gonna err on the side of caution, demon. As expected, she said, amused. 2 new potential delvers are coming along with Alvin Jones. That's a win, right? I nodded. And we're gonna use Alvin to lure them all in. And then, we will destroy them. While Hodge and his wife spent time driving the 2-hour commute to Portland, according to their GPS, I ordered Oracle to notify me once they arrived in the city. As for the rest of my afternoon, the demon and I spent it binging through the most boring reality TV ever. The main cast, you ask? The cultists. For being murderous, demonic-worshipping suburbanites, they lived the dullest and most monotonous life and an equally humdrum daily routine. I was never a fan of reality television, so this was tedious for me, but the demon had a blast. After all, her kind spent probably eons watching mortals for fun. And with Oracle around, I would be the prime showrunner on the Truman Show of my own making for eternity, always people watching and moving the pieces to see what made them tick. In this case, making them tick was scaring them to death. But that was not my goal for the entire afternoon. This was homework. I needed to learn who these people were before they arrived in my dungeon. Their pet peeves, fears, desires, hopes, who they hate. Their true personality behind closed doors, aside from being a member of a murderous cult. Maybe I would find something I could use against them. And there were plenty. You'd be surprised how many people let their guard down when they simply locked the door. I observed Jenna Batten first. She was the most anxious out of the others. She hardly spoke up at the sight of my murder, afraid that all the bloodshed did not grant her the one she most desired. A wealthy couple from San Francisco planned to move into Point Hope, buying up property in the southern ranches with 11 acres of land. Properties that would tear a wide hole through a blue-collar's bank account. If I hadn't known better, I would have thought she was a lovely woman. Always with a smile on her face, exerting that real estate charm, she plastered like a glowing billboard through muscle memory to the strangers as she walked out of the diner and into her car. When she happened to pass one grumpy old lady who didn't return her smile and polite greeting, Jenna climbed into her, and all that facade melted away once the lock clicked shut. "Fucking bitch," she whispered under her breath as she stared daggers at the woman entering the diner. She opened her glove box and took out her makeup pouch, retouching some of her lip gloss, and dabbed a tiny blot of moisturizer on her face where it had turned dry and flaky. "Oracle, look through her schedule," I ordered. Oracle pulled up the calendar from her phone, and it looked like she had 2 more showings for houses this afternoon in Little Spruce, a quiet neighborhood for families west of Point Hope near 2 elementary schools. Interestingly, she canceled all her Green Hill showings while the police scoured the community for the culprit of the massacre yesterday. The entire town was on edge, but she had hoped it would not scare away her potential buyers. She needed to make a quick buck after Hodge fucked up the ritual. I exited the calendar app, and the photo on her screen shocked me. There she was, wearing a yellow sundress, smiling on the beach with a 6-year-old boy wrapped around her arms. She had more photos like that when I perused through her albums. The earliest was when she was wearing a hospital gown, cradling the tiniest baby I had ever seen. Of course, she put on makeup for the photo and posted it on Instagram with the caption, "Now I finally found you," with many heart emojis. Jenna Batten was a mother. I killed Ashley Yates, and she was a mother. It hadn't occurred to me what their children must feel for losing their parents in a single day. I shuddered to imagine them stumbling onto their corpses after they went home from school. I've also killed others in Green Hill, people with families who would mourn them after the carnage. Leo Grady had people waiting for him back in Portland. So did Eddie Manns. I killed 2 brothers who wished to be far away from here. A lot of people have died because of me. A lot of people had been killed because of my hunger. And I'm afraid they wouldn't be the last. Her phone ringing interrupted my thoughts, and I urged Oracle to watch her through her phone's front camera. She propped up her cell phone on a dashboard holder and accepted the FaceTime request from someone named Asshole X. Jenna took a deep breath as the screen flashed to show a red-haired man with a thick goatee sitting in the car as well. "What is it, Zach?" Jenna stifled to raise her voice. "I'm busy. When are you gonna pick Danny up?" Zach asked. He wasn't looking at the phone, and it looked like he was driving. "Oh, this is gonna be good. Oracle, record this conversation between them." "Recording." Jenna winced. "Pick him up? What do you mean?" "Yeah. I thought you were going to pick him up today." "No, you have him until Monday, remember? You have the entire weekend with him. Aren't you supposed to take him to the beach?" "Shit. We took him to the movies instead. There's that new robot movie he liked. You know we got a good arcade here, too, near the theater." Seriously, Zach? The movies? He looked forward to going to the beach with you for the past week. Jenna, I don't have the time. Then make some, you goop. You're his father. Hey, like I don't know that? Oh shit. Damn, freaking slow-ass Toyota. A loud horn blasts from the other line. Watch the road, motherfucker. Is Daniel with you? I don't want him hearing that kind of language. Nah, I'm driving from the drugstore. Are you picking him up or not? I told you I can't. We've talked about this. What about the beach? Well, I can't. I took extra shifts. Why would you do that? Because I didn't know Danny's gonna be with me this weekend, and I kind of forgot. God damn it, Zach. Look, Jen, I don't want to argue about this. But Jenna wouldn't listen. You wanted weekends. I gave you weekends. You wanted Monday. I gave you Monday. Daniel is there to be with you, so pay some fucking attention to your son than that whore around your limped dick. Are you shitting me right now? We're really gonna argue about this? Jenna bit her bottom lip. Well, this wouldn't have happened if you only fucking listen, Zach. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I double booked, my ass. I saw her fucking Instagram page. You're taking him to a Broadway show in Portland. I even bragged about the mezzanine tickets. Bitch. Jenna huffed. You really know how to find a woman. Zach was silent for a moment. If you can't pick up Daniel, I'll drive him to your house. It's not a long drive. Only 20 minutes. Well, I have work. I can drop him off tonight, then. You still have that showing on Little Spruce? You do that, Jenna said sarcastically, shaking her head. Apparently, that's what you're good for now. Disappointing your son. Zach, understandably, looked pissed on the screen. He wanted to lash out. I could tell from his face, but he quickly reined that anger in and finally looked at the camera as he stopped at the intersection. Next time, Jen, I would appreciate it if you don't speak to Eliza that way. She's a good woman. Then, he ended the call. Jenna Batten took another deep sigh and rested her forehead on the wheel. She stayed like that for a moment longer, focusing on her breathing. What the fuck am I doing with my life? She whispered under her breath. End recording. Oracle play come out and play on her car radio. Turn up the bass. Make it loud. Very loud. The drums and the guitar riff reverberated off her car's speakers within a split second, and Jenna screamed and jumped, scrambling to turn off the volume by turning the dial down. That didn't work. She tried muting it. That didn't work either. She grabbed phone. Perhaps her Bluetooth kicked in and played something on Spotify, hoping to pause it there. She was staring to get odd looks from the people passing by the sidewalk. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Jenna groaned. She slammed her palm on the dashboard, hoping that beating it up would shut off the speakers. That didn't do shit. Why won't you turn off? Cut off the music, I said. The music quickly snuffed out, and the car's interior returned to silence. I could feel Jenna's heart hammering against her ribcage, her adrenaline coursing through her veins. I smiled after I spooked her, and the demon beside me looked entertained. A cliché, the demon said, but I like it. That's why it's a cliché. It always works. It looks like Jenna got divorced 3 years ago. That's before she met Hodge and the others. Before she was a successful real estate agent, you mean? She used to be a stay-at-home mom. Nothing wrong with that. But Zach is known to be a little enthusiastic when under the bottle. I looked over Zach's Facebook profile, and his new post bragged about how he was 1 year sober now, posing with a beautiful black-haired woman who was definitely not Jenna Batten. Must be Eliza. At least he's sober now, I said. And the new woman looked nice. Motherly. Jenna slowly drove out of the diner's parking lot, still looking skittish after the stunt I pulled. Now that you learned she is a mother, Lord Dungeon, will you still lure Jenna to the dungeon? The answer came to me surprisingly fast, yearning for blood. After learning what I could from Jenna, I moved to Kirk next. I was surprised to see where Mr. Gamble went after the meeting at the diner. He went to a flower shop down the road, purchased a bouquet of pink tulips, and wrote something on a card I couldn't see from my vantage point from his phone and the CCTV camera inside the shop. He dropped the card into the bouquet and drove a few miles down the road to the hospital. He opened his glove compartment and took out a bottle of cologne, dabbing a couple around his neck before he climbed out of the car with the flowers and walked into the hospital's lobby. He walked past the reception, knowing exactly where to go as he took the elevator and hit the third-floor button. He got out of the elevator and immediately turned left. Thankfully, there were a lot of cameras in every corner of the building, and Oracle followed him along wherever his destination was. Kirk stopped in front of the fifth door on the left, where a lone police officer sat on a plastic chair, gave him a nod, and gestured for Kirk to enter before returning to whatever game he was playing on his phone. When the door's placard read, Tessa Burton, my stomach dropped. The lone survivor from Green Hill, I mused. Why is he here? Mr. Gamble took a deep breath, put on a sympathetic expression, and opened the door. Hello? Is anyone here? Mr. Gamble. A woman's voice squealed from inside. Unfortunately, there weren't any CCTV cameras inside the private hospital rooms, but Oracle quickly detected an open laptop resting on a dresser. Once he moved into it, luckily, I could see the entire room from that vantage point. I immediately recognized Tessa Burton sitting on the hospital bed, half her face bruised and swollen, her left arm in a sling, and her right leg slightly elevated and heavily bandaged around where Maxine had broken it. 3 other girls and 1 guy her age sat around the bed, whom I recognized from school. Mr. Gamble, what are you doing here? The girl with the curly hair and the round black-rimmed glasses said excitedly, getting up from the only couch in the room. We weren't expecting you to come. I'm just dropping by, Lana, and see how our girl is doing, Kirk said, acting sheepish. I brought flowers. Where should I? Oh, you can put it over here, Mr. G, the boy Paul Campion said, gesturing over to an end table filled with all kinds of cards, flowers, teddy bears, and get-well gifts. Paul always wore the school's gold and black Letterman jacket inside and outside the campus. It made me think like it's fused to his skin. Mr. Gamble sauntered over to the table and placed the bouquet of tulips among the pile before walking up to Tessa's bed and resting his hand on her shoulder. How are you doing, kiddo? I'm doing okay, Tessa said quietly. Thank you for coming. Tessa let out a shallow cough. Sure. It's okay. You don't have to talk too much. But I'm still glad that you are doing okay, Tess. Thanks. Where are your parents? They went out to grab some takeout, Mr. Gamble, the blonde-haired girl with the ponytail, Daisy Gagney, said cheerily. We've been here since our dear Tess woke up since lunch, and now they're buying us dinner. Well, I'm glad your friends surround you. Have you told the police anything yet? They've spoken to her twice already, Charlene Williams said from the plastic chair at the corner, getting up and putting down the manga she had been reading behind her. They're gonna speak to her again, I hear. They should be more focused on capturing the freak that did this than wasting time in here. Tess already told them everything, Paul said, annoyed. Lana smacked him on the shoulder. You weren't even here, dingus. They should speak more to Xavier and Vivian. Their parents just got whacked by their best friend. Paul. Shut up. Lana smacked his shoulder again. Hard. Ow, babe. That freaking hurt. Paul wrapped his arm around Lana's hips, but Lana quickly swatted his hand away, gesturing that a teacher was in the same room as them. I told them what I know, Tessa said, frowning. The break-in, the stabbing, the woman, everything. Suddenly, Tessa burst into tears. Hush, now, Tess. We're here, Lana cooed and quickly ran to her best friend's side. We're all here. You're not alone anymore, okay? You're safe. I'm sorry, she sobbed. It's okay, really. Tess. We're all here for you. Daisy rubbed Tessa's back, hoping to soothe her grief. I'm sorry for your loss, Ms. Burton. Truly, Mr. Gamble said. Mr. Gamble spent a few minutes inside the room talking to Tessa and the other kids. Checking how they were doing, thinking it must be a traumatizing ordeal for Tessa and her friends and loved ones. He's a good actor. I'll give him that, I said, annoyed. How could he say those things and pretend to be sympathetic when he killed kids my age without batting an eye? Poor child, the demon whispered, placing the palm of her hand on her chest. I did quite a number on her. And still, she's a resilient little minx. I'm impressed. Her resolve never went red, you told me. Yes, and technically, she survived your first dungeon. The first delver to do so. Demon Maxine cleared her throat. Perhaps you should give this girl a reward? Can I heal her? I asked. Cure her? The demon smacked her lips. It is, in the realm of possibilities, my liege. However, to reward her, she must be inside your domain for it to take effect. And currently, she's far, far away. Poor thing. Oh, that's disappointing. I apologize. I don't make the rules. But, this place is technically a new dungeon. Perhaps when she feels better, she can delve again? Maybe with her friends? Oh, what fun would that be? I want the blonde one. No, I shook my head. I think she's had enough. And you are not possessing any of her friends. Bah, Lord Dungeon, you are spoiling my fun, the demon teased. But as you command, I follow. That got me thinking. What happens if I don't reward her? You said she survived my first dungeon, right? Correct. You commanded me to let her live, which signals to all monsters that she is a survivor. Worthy. There was that word again. Worthy. What happens if I don't give it? The reward? The demon let out a mischievous grin. Oh, then, she'll come back. She doesn't know where I am. Oh, but she does, my liege. She doesn't know it yet, but she does, like an invisible string dragging her back to you. She will delve again until the reward is offered. They always bring a party with them, too. Time and time again, I've seen it happen when a dungeon hoards their treasures. It doesn't end well. Not even to dragons. I flinched. Wait, what kind of bullshit is that? Are you saying anyone who survives can easily find me? Those who win your games deserve a prize. It's what makes the world turn, doesn't it? Fair is fair. And I break the connection once I hand them a reward? The demon shrugged. In theory. Some dungeons imprint on worthy delvers to maintain that connection a while longer. I've seen it happen amongst the benevolent ones amongst your kind. I turned back to look at the screen again. I wondered what I could give to Tessa other than healing her. Take the memories, grief, and trauma away. Make her forget it ever happened? Riches? Fame? Knowledge? How powerful were my gifts? I still hadn't seen the reward system pop up since I built the cabin. There must be some parameters I haven't met yet. Can I use the bathroom? Mr. Gamble asked suddenly, and the other kids quickly told him he could use it. He shuffled over to the bathroom and locked the door. Oracle moved the vantage point to the phone secured in his front pocket. Kirk's sympathizing facade immediately faded when he stood in front of the bathroom mirror. He quickly texted Hodge that Tessa Burton was awake and blabbering to the cops about the scary lady next door who tortured her and killed her boyfriend. By this point, the authorities had a clear prime suspect that it was Maxine Fairley, and Kirk was freaking out. What if she got caught, and it would lead the cops back to the cult? Oracle, make sure his texts don't go through. Messages withheld. Thanks. Kirk walked over to the sink and splashed some water on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. Get it together, man, he whispered under his breath. Fuck. Suddenly, Kirk glanced over somewhere to the left, and after a few seconds of staring, he walked over to a laundry basket sitting on top of the metallic trolley cart leaning against the wall next to the door. Piled in it were the clothes that Tessa wore during the day of the attack, stained with dried blood. But Kirk wasn't interested in Tessa's clothes. He reached out, his hand disappearing from my view, beyond the camera's periphery, and when he reeled it back, bundled in his fist was the panties Tessa was wearing that day for her boyfriend. Kirk quickly pocketed it inside his jacket and walked out of the bathroom. My mouth hung open. What the fuck? The demon laughed. How fitting. The teacher fancies the schoolgirls. They're minors, demon. And there's a special place in hell for people like him, my liege. It's one of my favorite places to relax and unwind. All the blood-drenched barbed wires and wooden poles. Everything all right in there, Mr. G? Paul asked, concerned. I'm okay. I just needed to pee. I drank too much coffee this morning, Kirk said nonchalantly as if he hadn't just stolen Tessa's underwear less than a minute ago. Huh. Oracle, do you detect Kirk Gamble's computer nearby? There is a laptop inside his backpack in the vehicle. Open it. Search for anything weird. Query requested. Searching. It took Oracle 10 minutes to dive into Kirk's laptop, but he didn't find anything I was looking for. It mainly consisted of papers he needed to grade and future test questions for the upcoming exams. It was a work laptop. Oracle searched through Kirk's house and found a computer inside his office. I smiled. Jackpot. And what's inside the hard drive was more than I could ask for ammunition. Deputy Rebecca Torres was having an affair. That much was obvious through a quick search over her phone. There was a particularly heated exchange between her and a woman named Emily C. going back months. Still, as I started reading through the texts and the pictures they sent each other, Emily C. was actually a guy, of which the C was short for Clay. She had another Emily in her contacts, a close friend since middle school that she hung out with half a dozen times a year. Rebecca probably didn't want to cast any suspicion if her phone started blowing up during movie nights with her husband. After she met with the others, she called in sick to work. I wasn't feeling well. Headaches. That sort of thing. They gave her the afternoon off, and she went home instead. She received some messages from Emily C. about what she was up to tonight, since it was the weekend and they hadn't seen each other in 2 weeks, and when they should hang out again. I realized Clay knew Rebecca was married, wording everything as if they were regular longtime girlfriends. Yippee. Rebecca left him on read. For now. She had other things on her mind, like Maxine threatening to expose her ass. Rebecca was also paranoid about security. For a cop, she probably saw a lot of shit. I knew she spent 4 years working in Eugene before moving here with her husband, Mr. Chris Torres, who got elected to the city council last year and bought a nice-looking house near Green Hill. All thanks to the cult's rituals. Their body count must be high if she was being considered to run for sheriff next year. It would take a lot of effort to be considered a part of Green Hill's affluent inner circle, and the Torreses managed to do that within 2 years of moving in, thanks to Justin and Melanie Hodges' blessing. Even my parents couldn't break through that ceiling, and they did well for themselves. Rebecca's house had a lot of interior and exterior CCTV cameras, a total of 6, and Oracle gained access to them within 5 minutes. I watched her through the interior dash cam of her police car on her quiet drive home. It's a shame I couldn't read her thoughts from this distance. I could have used Glean. A Subaru was already parked on the driveway. Her husband was home. Sighing, Rebecca got out of the car and entered her house. Oracle moved over to the camera positioned in the living room corner where Mr. Torres was lounging on the sofa. He was a short and slightly stocky man in his early 30s with tanned skin and a dad bod. He was never much a fan of an athletic lifestyle when I perused his various social feeds dating back 20 years. A math was with a propensity to winning speech and debate tournaments throughout high school and college and hanging out with a crowd who aspired to enter the finance world. His life took a drastic turn when he met Rebecca and tried to be active and join her inner circle, yet he was not very comfortable with it. Tolerable at best by her friends. Never mind his porn search history because clearly, he and Rebecca hadn't had sex for at least a couple of months. He had an uptick of searches for the past 5 weeks almost every day. Compared to Rebecca, she was popular, a track star in high school, used to mountain climb with her friends. There were a lot of mountains in Oregon for that, and won state championships for track and field during her junior year in college. Her father used to be a cop, so she also became one. And good at it, too, with a higher track record for arrests in the big city. But when Mr. Torres wanted a quiet life in the countryside, they moved to Point Hope, and less, Rebecca hadn't seen her friends. She was lonely, I thought. Chris found his crowd in the council and amongst the politics of Point Hope. He fit like a glove, almost like he had known the town all his life. As for Rebecca, well, she's tolerating it. From her social feed, she met Hodge 2 years ago. I didn't have to guess what world he introduced to her. "Bex, you already home?" Chris called out from the living room once he heard the front door open, and he closed the laptop resting on his lap. At a glance, it was all spreadsheets for the ward he was responsible for. Many people asked him for money to fund things, and since his ward included Green Hill, one of the proposals included building a golf course and a cafe for the neighborhood. That way, they didn't have to commute to the plebs downtown, I reckon. Tax dollars at work, folks. Yeah, I am. She removed her shoes from the foyer and slipped into her Hello Kitty slippers. She walked into the living room. Working? No, I just need to sign a few things. Chris put the laptop on the coffee table. What's up? Are you okay? You look pale. I'm just not feeling well. Want me to get you something? Soup? I'm okay. Thanks. I drove by the diner on my way home and saw your car and Jenna's. We're just catching up. Look, I'm going to go upstairs and change. Okay. Well, I was thinking of buying takeout anyway for dinner at Chang's. Want me to get you some wonton soup? It'll make you feel better. Rebecca forced a smile. Okay. She was about to climb the stairs when she suddenly paused and turned around. Chris, I might be out late tonight with Jenna and Kirk again. Melanie and Justin might come along, too. Chris perked up. Oh, well, I could use a night out in town. Do you want me to go with you? No, it's okay. I know you have a lot of work to do. It's not a bother, really. Chris, Rebecca interjected. It's a Hodge thing. I'm trying to fund your campaign next year, you know. Chris frowned. I could tell he did not like being left to the side like crumbs to be picked. I had a feeling it had always been like that with the Hodges. It seemed like they had a history of shutting out Chris. I'm sure I could talk to them. I haven't in a while since the pandemic. Hodge and I play golf a lot. It'll take more than that, hon, but I hear the mayor had you in mind for deputy mayor next year since Terry is retiring. So, don't fuck up my hard work. Chris's frown deepened, but he quickly recovered it, hiding it with a sigh. Are you sure you're going to be alright? I thought you're sick. Hopefully it'll pass before tonight. You were out late 2 nights ago, too. Maybe you should stop taking night shifts? I'll let the sheriff know. You know how he is. But since the massacre, it's all hands on deck. It's a miracle they're giving me a break. Rebecca chuckled. Are you going to be okay on your own? Do I have a choice? Rebecca wanted to say more but held her tongue and continued climbing up the stairs. I'll make sure to lock the door on my way out. That killer is probably still out there. Chris called out after her, but Rebecca had already gone into their bedroom, stripped off her clothes, and stepped into the shower. Oh, I sense some tension there, the demon said over my shoulder. I smiled. He doesn't know, I said. Doesn't know what? What she does. I don't think he knows his wife belongs to the cult. Maxine played with her hair, amused. We can lure him to the cabin. Distract Rebecca from doing her job, stopping us. Clearly, she cares for him. But she's cheating on him. Humans are devout consumers, Lord Dungeon. Rebecca is just tapping into her human nature to indulge in a connection. Her husband provides her emotional security, but Clay is, well, offers the physical aspect. Oh, and what a big aspect that is. Maxine typed a few things on the keyboard and brought up several of Clay's shirtless photos he sent to Rebecca, often in a bathroom. He was 12 years younger than Rebecca and Chris. He was a fresh graduate from the University of Portland and an avid hiker and outdoorsman. I realized they had met through a mutual friend when Rebecca went hiking in Northern California a year ago with her college buddies. That must be when she met Clay, who happened to live in Point Hope as a paralegal. An instant connection. He was easy on the eyes, too. Photogenic, tall, dark skin, dark hair, nice pearly white teeth, and a muscular build that any guy would envy. On Instagram, he often boasts about his healthy lifestyle by propping up these health brands, skin care, and workout routines to his more than 40,000 followers online. A budding influencer, too. Rebecca might have met his equal match, or so she thought. Too bad she was married, but that didn't stop them from hanging out. Hanging out turned into making out. And what followed after, well, Clay had video proof. With the advent of social media, sex tapes were the fad these days. He would often tease her for sending them to Chris. Rebecca would send him her new lingerie that Chris probably thought was for him, and Clay would show his birthday suit and the more-than-average aspect Maxine was talking about that Rebecca had been enjoying for a year. If Chris suspected anything, well, he was a fucking good actor hiding it from him. We can lure Clay into the cabin, too, the demon suggested excitedly. Make Rebecca choose who to save. The husband or the lover. Oh, that must be torture for her. Hell, I would be pleased. It would be best if she saw them die in front of her before I plucked out her eyes. What a wonderful display of violence, don't you think? I shook my head. They're not members of the cult. They didn't kill me. They're innocent? The demon smiled. You've killed innocents before, my liege. And I've lived quite a long life. You'd be surprised how minuscule the population is with pure innocence. Discounting the babies and anyone below age 7. And I regretted doing that, I said. I could still taste them. I did it to survive. Maxine frowned deeply. I didn't know if she was mocking me. Oh, but you took so much more than that, my liege. So much more. You are beyond the boundaries of human morality. You are no longer human. Do not degrade your potential with the material realm, you can be so much more. The things you could do, the gifts you'll bestow to mortals, you will become a god. I'm not killing innocents. Gods kill innocents every day. Just walk down a pediatric ward and see how many innocents lay in bed while reapers wait by their side, counting down the time they croak. The wails and sadness, it is glorious to behold. I'm not tempting. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Clay and Chris? I could see Rebecca's torment before me and how I would savor it, prolonging his suffering. I could command the Goliath to tie her up while she watched old growth spike the people she cared about until they bled to death. No, I don't think I could do it. And what of Leo and his friends? They were trespassing, so they deserve what's coming to them. I didn't have an answer. I was. The hunger, is it? The demon answered for me. For the first time, Oracle chimed in on his own. A small green tab appeared on the screen as he wrote down his response. It has been 12 hours since your last essence, Oracle reminded me. I know. My phantom stomach kept reminding me each minute. I missed the taste, the glow after the feast. There are 88 humans within a 10-mile radius of the cabin, 48,546 humans within a 25-mile radius, 2,958,540 humans within a 200-mile radius. Would you like me to lure them into the dungeon? I suggest the 88 humans nearby. The supply is an adequate amount to satiate your hunger for the next 3 days. No, I answered. I didn't realize there were still a lot of hikers this time of the year, even when the weather was getting colder by the day. Leave them alone. The others will be enough. As you command, the demon said. They didn't want to go to the cabin, but before nightfall, they will. I ordered Oracle to send the 15-minute video of Rebecca and Clay in a hotel room to Rebecca with her husband's phone number at the bottom. Then, I sent Kirk the footage of him grabbing Tessa's panties off the laundry basket and stuffing them into his pockets with the number of the local newspaper at speed dial written under it. I even suggested a headline for tomorrow: local teacher caught preying on young girls with his face planted on the front page. All I had to do with Jenna was send her the photo of her son. She'll get the message. As for Alvin, well, he's already on his way with his goon squad, which I was going to take care of in quick succession. Easy peasy. I made a mental note to take care of him first before the others arrived tonight. They'll freak out, I'm sure, once they receive the threat. They'd run to the cabin, demand answers, threaten, shout, throw things, maybe end Maxine for good to keep her quiet, maybe even bury her body with mine. With Hodge losing control of his minions, he couldn't sway them away from me now while he drove to Portland. And with everyone coming to the cabin, Hodge and his wife have no choice but to follow. After all, they wanted the gem now that they had an inkling of its potential power. What reason would a sudden massacre in a quiet town like Point Hope with the gem caught at the center? Coincidence? No. Hodge and his wife were too smart for that. They wanted the gem. They wanted me. All I had to do was wait for nightfall and let the bloodbath commence. There was something wrong about Alvin Jones. And I didn't like it one bit. For one, he wasn't like the others. He had no footprint online. No social media. Not even the previous ones he made at the height of Facebook and MySpace. He barely had any popular apps on his iPhone except for what was already there after you got it from the factory. The only thing was a couple of games and WhatsApp, the latter he used to communicate with the dubious friends he mentioned in the diner. As for his cell service, he bothered to purchase a premium plan for high-speed internet, but even his contacts list was small. His browser history was incognito, and he diligently closed any tabs he used. It took Oracle several hurdles to access his DNS cache and see what websites he had visited in the past 30 days. Mostly porn. Several things he looked up on Google, though I did not have access to his search bar, only where he ended up. Lots of Wikipedia as well. Interestingly, there was a significant drop in searches 5 days ago, and he has not accessed his Safari or Google Chrome ever since. This was not enough to form a profile on him except for an arrest record in his early 20s for drunk driving and physical assault. He spent 4 years in prison for drug trafficking before it seemed he found God and was paroled for good behavior. Since then, Alvin Jones remained low for the next decade. Until he joins a murder cult, I thought. However, whenever Alvin opened the map app on his phone, it left a digital trail for the past 7 days. One of the many wonders of geolocation is how every app now tracks your movement just by browsing through them. I could see where he had gone. He frequented a roadhouse called Colleen's Bar north of town on most nights, when he was not busy murdering children, and spent quite a few hours there. It also happened to be near my domain. Fortunately, the roadhouse joined the 21st century and had set up indoor and outdoor CCTV cameras, probably to dissuade bar fights and future property damages. Per the website, the owner was actually not Colleen but a white-haired, bearded silver man in his 50s who dedicated the roadhouse to his late wife, who died of cancer, one of those promising to be a family-oriented business that his sons were also working in the establishment. And through that, I gained access to their server, where they kept the last 14 days of CCTV footage before it got scrubbed to make room for the memory card twice a month. The cameras were always recording. Thankfully, I had Oracle to sift through countless hours to find footage of Alvin in the bar. I asked Oracle to collect the footage from different folders and splice them together, and he told me it might take a while. I glanced over the messages in WhatsApp. Alvin had asked the people he hired to deal with Maxine to meet him near Cedar Pine Summer Camp, right next to my cabin. He hadn't opened his map app, so I couldn't pinpoint where he was exactly, but I made Oracle keep watch of the traffic cameras along the way. He was last spotted leaving the exit ramp northward, but unfortunately, there weren't any cameras along Route 26 except for the ones at the intersections. He is getting closer. I couldn't help but feel some bubbling excitement. Finally, one of the cultists was coming to me, and although I had no idea what would make Alvin tick, I had plenty in my arsenal to take him out. I notified the others that he was coming. "Everyone ready?" I asked through my many eyes. "Ready as I'll ever be," the demon said next to me. I peered over the lake and saw Siren wading through the waters, popping the top of her head, but keeping everything below the bridge of her nose underwater, without leaving a wake. Walking near Trail A, Goliath marched toward the cabin, armed with his double-sided axe. Old Growth perched above the tree, hidden by foliage near the road's entrance, and kept watch of any vehicle that might enter the long driveway toward the cabin. And then, through my many eyes, I saw Alvin's beat-up sedan rumbling through the empty road. He was still outside my border, and I couldn't use any of my powers on him yet. Soon, I thought excitedly. But before passing the threshold, he slowly veered to the narrow shoulder lane and parked next to the drainage ditch, 30 feet away from my domain. I hovered right at the border, watching him. Alvin climbed out of the vehicle and glanced over the road ahead. I checked, and there were no other cars nearby. Few people take this road anyway since the camp closed down, and the road just became a dead end a mile later on a farmhouse, which sat abandoned since 2008, one of the many depressing outcomes of the market crash. Some people still used to camp around the area and go boating on the lake. There's a public, state-funded ramp people could use to launch their boat on the southeastern side of Cedar Lake. But there hadn't been any visitors in the past couple of days. Alvin and I were alone. Looking around, he leaned against his car and took a pack of cigarettes out of his jacket's pocket and a lighter. He was waiting for the others to arrive, glancing at his watch occasionally. I desperately wanted him to cross the border, but when I thought he was about to, he just paced back like a headless chicken, and it was getting frustrating. I was tempted to order Old Growth to take him into my domain so I could collect his essence. But without knowing how strong his resolve was, I might be up for a tougher fight. I didn't just want to kill him and be done with it. I wanted to feed on him just like he and the other cultists wanted for my death. They wanted power from my blood, right? Well then, it's my turn. Another car approached a jeep with 3 occupants inside. Alvin dropped the dwindling butt of his third cigarette on the ground and stepped on it while the jeep parked right behind his car. He gave a small wave at the woman climbing out of the passenger side door. She looked to be around her early 30s, long blonde hair that she tied in a ponytail, and wore a black cargo jacket and hiking boots like she expected to trek through the woods. "Well, I'll be damned," the woman said. "Alvin Jones. In the flesh. I haven't seen you in a while. You look as ugly as ever. Could still smell your BO. Good to see you, too, Tara," Alvin said casually. Tara scoffed. "What? That's all I get after the last time we left off? Not that kind of occasion, I'm afraid." She sighed. "Sounds boring." This was definitely last minute, so this better be good. A man in his early 30s who looked similar to Tara but taller climbed out from behind the wheel. "I was gonna tell my sister to decline, but, man, where the fuck did you get that money anyway? It's not like you to offer that much for a simple rough and tumble." "From my employer," Alvin said. "And they wanted to get it done fast and clean. Seems like you're moving up, brother. More power to you. Steven is being generous. Plus, the past couple of months have been dry, so we'll take what we can get. And besides, this is an odd way to meet. Like I said, we want it done today. Not a lot of people use this road anyway." "You sure your boss will pay up?" Steven asked. "Steven, behave." "What? We don't want to get fucked over again. Shit sucks." "He will," Alvin reassured them. "Well, we took a job in Salem that also pays well, and they stiffed us in the end. Had to use other means to collect the service." Alvin nodded. "Understood." He glanced over Steven and Tara's shoulders into the person sitting in the back seat. "Who's that?" Steven grinned. "Ah, that's Yasmin. My girlfriend," he said proudly. Tara rolled her eyes. "They've been dating for just a few months, and my brother thinks they're married already," she whispered. "Nah, sis. She's cool." Alvin narrowed his eyes. "Then why is she here?" "She might look small, but don't let that fool you," Tara said. "She's a fighter, that one. Took down a biker during a brawl. She came in handy in some jobs we did." "She wanted to be an actress," Steven interjected. "Went to LA, but just came back to Oregon when that didn't pan out." "Must have not been very good then," Alvin said. "Oh, she's excellent. Hollywood is just missing out on a star. Steven looked over his shoulder and shot Yasmin a warm smile. And if that didn't happen, we wouldn't have met. Oh, kill me now, Tara groaned. Just to get us out of this fucking cringe energy over here. What's this job all about, Alvin? We haven't heard from you for a long time, and now you offer us a golden goose. Trust me. The money is good. All you have to do is scout the area and, if possible, retrieve an object for us. So we're stealing something? Alvin paused. Yes. And what do you mean by us? Steven asked. My employers. Alvin took out his phone and sent them a pin on WhatsApp. There's a cabin up ahead. A woman lives there. All you had to do was look around. See how she's doing. Scare her a little. And if you can get the object, we'll increase the pay. Lots of loose ends. What about the woman? Alvin gritted his teeth. Dead. Once you extract the object. Tara smirked. And who is this woman? Someone we want out of the picture. Tara put her hands on her hips. You didn't mention it would be that kind of job. Better to say things like this in person than through texts. Understandable. It's not our first time. And what is this object we're trying to find? Money? Steven asked. Alvin shook his head. A gem. He went through his sparse photo album and showed them the gemstone. My gemstone. I want you to recover this. A rock? Tara asked, bewildered. You want us to kill a woman for a rock? Must be some expensive shit, Steven muttered. It is valuable to my employers. What, did it fall from the sky or something? Do you want the job or not? Alvin asked impatiently. We'll take it. We're already here, Tara said. Good thing we brought our tools then. Good. I expect it to be done by the end of the night. What about you? Steven asked. What are you going to do? I'll wait by the roadhouse a few miles back. Once the job is done, meet me there, and you'll get your pay. Not gonna join us? Tara asked. I'm moving up in the world, Alvin shrugged and reiterated what Steven said. She scoffed. Fine, fine. We'll meet you in the roadhouse. I promise we'll get the job done. Make sure that you do. Alvin climbed into his car and started the engine. He rolled down the window. Oh, and don't underestimate the woman. She's more than capable of handling the three of you. Who is she? Tara asked. A dangerous one. So, be careful. Alvin drove back out of the road toward Route 26. No. I yelled. I waited too long. I could have dragged Alvin into the woods. They could have tortured him. I thought I could shed his resolve while he watched his friends die one by one. He seemed a capable guy like Leo, whose resolve rarely dwindled to red. I didn't want a drawn-out fight with him, and Leo took hours to drop. But I could still salvage this. I could still lure Alvin Jones later. Clone the other three's phones, Oracle. Study how they text. How they talk. Processing. I'll deal with these three for now. They're good enough to satiate my hunger, the appetizers for the main course. If they work for the cult, they're just another red stain on my list. That's weird. It says on Google Maps that this road doesn't exist, Yasmin said from the back seat. Unlike the others, she wasn't dressed for a break-in, wearing a band t-shirt I hadn't heard of, a loose, long-sleeved flannel shirt, and shorts. She was younger than the others and must be around her mid to late 20s. She looked Polynesian, with brown skin and long straight black hair. A quick look at her Instagram feed showed that she hailed from Honolulu, moved to LA, and then to Oregon. What? It's the only way to reach the other side of the lake, and this road comes to a dead end, Steven said. Maybe we missed a turn. Tara just drove back and around. This is the only road. Yasmin rolled her eyes. What do you think, Tara? She asked, hoping to persuade the sister. Tara paused, looking at the dirt road. I mean, 40 grand is 40 grand. Do you even believe that guy has $40,000 sitting in his living room? He looks like a bum, Yasmin said, turning back to Steven. Babe, I don't think we should have taken this job. We should have asked more if he wants us to off someone. You said this Alvin guy was a felon and lived off a bottle a year ago, and now he's got a job working for some rich folks. Frankly, I wished I had thought of that sooner, Steven said. Tara whirled around. We're independent contractors, Steven. We're not some leash dogs. And Yasmin, 40 grand is nearly a year's worth of paycheck for most Americans, right? And we're getting it in a day. Divided by 3? Yasmin crossed her arms. Enough pocket money to find a new gig, Tara said. Portland's bustling these days. Plus, we still got that money from the last job. You didn't have to shoot anyone, but Steven and I did. It's still the same pay, and I didn't hear you complaining. We got 50 from that. We haven't gotten a Portland job in a while. For good reason. Those motherfuckers up there are crazy. Everyone gets crazier in the winter. It's only one woman. How hard can that be? Yes, he said he'll increase the money if we found the gemstone. We can ask for 75, so we get 25 grand each? Stephen reassured her. If they really want this gem, it must be precious. Heck, we might steal it for ourselves if not for. Not happening. We got a code, Stephen. We don't fuck with people who hire us. Bad for business. Yeah. Gotcha, sis. But think about it for a moment, okay? This could be like 200 grand or something if Alvin wants to get it back. Yasmin leaned back in her seat. Ah, fine. Rent's due in 2 weeks anyway. Stephen smiled. I know you'll come around. Why would a woman be alone in a cabin? Yasmin muttered. Vacation? Tara chimed in as she drove into my road. Or hiding. Alvin is looking for her after all, Stephen said. This means she might be armed, so we must be careful. Scout first, then we make contact. You know the drill. Both Stephen and Yasmin nodded. Got it. Their aura grew in strength with a bright shade of green. I watched them cross the bridge and then the site of Eddie's accident. However, using telekinesis, I dragged the van further into the forest, and old growth covered them with foliage earlier this morning. No one from the road would see it unless they ventured into the woods. It's hard enough to see that I made the road specifically twisting so that the driver had to focus not to go off the ditch and crash. We're almost there, Stephen said. Okay. Everyone hold on. Tara steered the jeep off the path and through a gap between the trees. Stephen and Yasmin held on for dear life as the vehicle rocked back and forth from running over each protruding root and mound. Finally, she found a clearing where she could park the car. She looked at her GPS that should bring us 1,000 feet from the property. Grab your stuff. We'll walk from here. On Oracle's screen, I saw Alvin had just arrived at the Roadhouse's parking lot. Keep your eyes on him, Oracle, while we deal with our visitors, I said. Orders received. What about me, Lord Dungeon? What shall I do? Maxine said. You? I paused, thinking. I want you to play. Demon Maxine grinned. Then I shall. For an hour, Stephen, Tara, and Yasmin stayed beyond the tree line, watching from the shadows. They scouted the cabin, noting the only entry points, the front and back door, and even looked through the boathouse. I didn't let Maxine show herself near the window. I didn't want to give away her location to the others. She remained inside the pantry, hidden. Once they'd scouted everything they could, including the garden and generator shed, they met up near the start of Trail B to discuss their plans for getting inside the cabin. After 10 minutes, they decided to bring Yasmin in. Wearing Tara's day pack, Yasmin took a deep breath and marched down Trail B, pretending to be exhausted. She took out the full bottle of water from the side of her pack and poured it to half empty, then took a small swig, patting the non-existent sweat on her brow with the back of her hand. The others remained hidden in the bushes, watching the woman stagger toward the cabin. Unbeknownst to them, Goliath stood not far behind, doing the same thing. I already told Goliath, Old Growth, Siren, and the demon what weapons Tara and Stephen carried. Tara had a knife with her and a Glock. Stephen also had the latter. Only Yasmin was unarmed. Yasmin walked up to the front door and knocked. Hello? Another knock. Anybody home? Hello? I went over to the demon. Handle her. With pleasure. Maxine walked out of the pantry. Hello? Yasmin knocked again. Maxine opened the door but kept the chain lock on, parting a narrow gap between her and the stranger. Can I help you? Maxine asked, pretending to be cautious. I'm impressed by how quickly the demon could switch an act. They had an infinite time to perfect it. Hi. Yasmin exploded with relief. Thank God someone's home. I just got lost hiking through the trail, and I stumbled upon your cabin. Maxine glanced over her shoulder. Well, you're off by several miles if you're trying to get to the mountain. Yes. Well, I'm not really used to hiking on my own, but the sun is going down, and I don't really know where I am. I just want to get home. Do you have a phone by any chance? Maxine hesitated. A stupid question, I thought. Everyone has phones these days. We're practically addicted to it. Yasmin never let her kind smile falter. It's just that my husband and I are visiting the town nearby, and he can drive over here from the hotel and pick me up once he knows where I am. He wanted to do wine tasting then hiking. Yasmin faked a laugh. Maxine gulped. What's wrong with your phone? Yasmin showed her a blank screen and frowned. Dead. I forgot to charge it last night. Maxine nodded. Oh. Sure. You can come in. She unlocked the chain and opened the door wider. Fantastic. I'll be out of your hair in no time, Yasmin said and entered the cabin. Steven took out his CB radio. She's in, he told Tara, hiding behind the bushes near the back door. Copy. We'll wait for her signal, she said. Inside, Yasmin made a show of looking around the cabin. Oh my gosh. This is quite a nice place you have. It's my husband's, Maxine said. Our summer home. I'll get the phone. Maxine entered the bedroom upstairs while Yasmin started checking out the living room. She walked over to the picture frames, and her expression slightly twitched. She noticed that the photos did not feature Maxine at all. A completely random family. Her resolve dwindled to a dull green. It was not my intention, but I was glad I unnerved her. She heard Maxine's footsteps coming out of the bedroom, and Yasmin quickly walked back to where she was last standing. She beamed a smile as Maxine handed her Leo's phone. Thank you so much. I owe you one. She dialed Steven's number, and they let it ring for a few seconds until Steven picked up. Hey, hun. It's Kyla. I'm calling from a woman's phone because my battery died. Yes. I'm okay. I just got lost and found this cabin, and this nice lady handed me her phone to call you. Yes. Yes. Aha. Yasmin turned to Maxine. Where are we again? North Cedar Lake. North Cedar Lake, Yasmin said. Sure. I can drop a pin. Would that be all right, ma'am? That's fine, Maxine said. Perfect. For some reason, Yasmin's green resolve became duller and duller. She probably expected Maxine to protest, given that she might be hiding from Alvin's employers, but she offered it immediately. She's suspicious, I told the demon. Maxine's face never changed. All right, hun. I'll wait for you here. Love you. Bye-bye. Yasmin dropped the pin over text and then handed back the phone. Again, thank you. Please. Sit. I'll brew you some herbal tea. You can also watch TV. I have cable. Oh, that would be nice. Actually, may I use the restroom? I've been hiking quite a lot, and my bladders. No need to explain. It's just down the hall. Yasmin waited until Maxine went into the kitchen, took the kettle from the cupboard, and added water from the sink. She marched toward the back door, making sure her footsteps were as light as a feather. Yasmin unlocked the door and went into the bathroom. Turning on her phone, she sent Steven and Tara the thumbs-up emoji. Tara, good. And the thing? Yasmin, didn't see it. Might be hidden. Tara, we'll look for it together. Wait 15 minutes. We'll be in. Jamming the phones now. Outside, Steven opened the small gym bag he carried around his shoulder and fished out a small gray box. It only had a couple of buttons, and he pushed the one on top. Immediately, all the internet access around the cabin was cut off. Interruption detected. Rerouting power and processing. Shit, I muttered. Oracle was a construct, but I made him to be a computer with access to the internet. A jamming device would quickly snuff that out. How long's that gonna take? 4 minutes, tech manipulation triggered. Not bad. Just do your best. I teleported into the kitchen. She opened the back door, I told the demon. Demon Maxine nodded. And this human is a capable fighter? Tara says she is. She could be lying to Alvin so that she's included in the job. She is weak. I can sense her soul, the demon said almost with glee. She is not like the other two. Could be a lie then. Are you saying you can handle her? Like a boot to an ant. She is a pretty face to knock someone's walls down. I'd like to wear her. But what about Maxine's body? She is still alive. When I slip out of her skin, she will be knocked unconscious by the separation. But do not worry, Lord Dungeon. I will get inside her body after I take care of the others. I have not dallied in a while, and Oldie has usurped the kill last time, although a welcomed one. Okay. See to it that you will. Yasmin waited in the bathroom for a few minutes, checking her phone, and confirmed that Steven had already blocked all communication around the cabin. That brought her a lot of confidence as her resolve turned greener. She walked over and looked at herself in the mirror, trying to psyche herself up, patting her cheeks, moving her jaw. Come on, Yas. You're not the one who's going to do it, she said. Not you. Not you. I realized she meant killing Maxine. It's all fine for her as long as she's not the one doing the deed. Her hands trembled a little. Anxious. She peeked out of the bathroom window but couldn't see Steven or Tara hiding nearby. Sighing, she washed her hands and walked out the door. She returned to the living room and noticed the kettle was almost boiling. Maxine smiled. It's almost ready. Do you want honey with it? Yes, please. Yasmin sat at the end of the dining table, waiting as the kettle boiled, and Maxine poured the hot water into 2 mugs and handed it to her. Careful. It's hot, Maxine said. Thanks. What's in it? Peppermint tea. Good to warm yourself up. I hope you're not allergic. No, it's one of my favorites. Maxine sat on the opposite end of the table. So, what brings you to hike on your own? Oh, I'm an avid hiker, Yasmin replied, taking a small sip. I've hiked many trails, and the ones around Mount Selene are my go-to this time of the year. I know it's cheesy, but it's like being inside a postcard. It is a beautiful area. That's why I chose it, Maxine said. Time to unnerve her more. I activated strange noises. I made 2-second, audible footsteps as if someone was running on the 2nd floor. Yasmin immediately noticed it, but Maxine pretended she didn't hear it. Is your husband here with you? Yasmin asked. No, Maxine answered. I had friends over last night. Oh. I didn't know you had guests. Oh, don't worry. They're sleeping downstairs. Yasmin's bubbly facade fell. Downstairs. She looked around for the stairs that would lead below. She probably thought that she missed an area of the cabin. After all, some places had turned their basements into living spaces. I could tell she wanted to alert the others of more potential complications. Fighting multiple people at once was not part of their plan. Maxine picked up the steaming mug of tea and gulped it down like a beer can. Her throat turned red as the heat rushed from her chest to her cheeks and forehead. She let out an exhilarating exhale and dropped the mug down on the table with a loud thud, enough to make Yasmin jump. Maxine's lips splintered and reddened. Yes. Downstairs, Maxine reiterated. There, hungover from last night. It was a massacre of a party. Oh. Yasmin was clearly uncomfortable. She didn't know where to look and instead chose to look down at her hands around her mug. She didn't like the way Maxine was looking at her. Suddenly, she wanted to leave this cabin and into the forest's safety. With strange noises, still active for a minute, I created the heavy footsteps again as if someone was slowly walking down the stairs. Thud. 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 Yasmin had a good view of the stairs from where she sat in the kitchen, and no one was walking down those steps. Only the noise. Reverberating against her ears. It continued walking down those wooden steps until it reached the bottom landing. And still, it creaked against the floorboards as if an invisible force was walking toward the table. The noise stopped from where Yasmin was sitting, eyes bulging and breathing heavily, focusing on the space where the figure must be standing. She didn't realize she was gripping the mug tighter and tighter until the heat surged from the mug and radiated up her wrist. Shit! She shouted, reeling her hands off the steaming mug. Yasmin, Maxine called out. Are you okay? She asked, almost sounding genuine. Yeah. I just burnt myself, she paused. Wait. What did you say? I asked if you are okay. Are you? Yasmin shook her hand and stood up. No. Before that. Maxine hesitated. What did you think I said? Yasmin froze. It dawned on her, and she certainly didn't imagine it. The woman said her name. The name that she did not give. Kyla. That was the name she had given her. Kyla. Not Yasmin. Kyla. What did you think I said? Maxine asked again. Yasmin quickly picked up her pack from the floor. I think I remember now where to go back to town. I don't want to be a bother, but, I think I could find my own way. What about your husband? Isn't he picking you up? I can meet him on the trailhead. It's easy to find. But you are far off the trail. You haven't even finished your tea. Yasmin forced a smile. I'll just get some air. She strode out of the kitchen and headed toward the front door. She was about to unlock the chain when Maxine shouted. Good. Maxine got up from her seat. And the thing? Didn't see it. Might be hidden. Yasmin slowly turned around and let out an uneven breath. What? We'll look for it together. Maxine's voice became deeper and garbled as if 3 voices were speaking at once. The demon triggered its mocking torment. Wait 15 minutes. We'll go in. Jamming the phones now. How? Yasmin was rooted at where she stood. Fear clouded her mind. Maxine grinned. Her eyes glowed a golden yellow. Lucky for you, whore. 15 minutes is all I need to have fun with you. Yasmin pivoted her heels and reached for the chained lock, but Maxine was already behind her and slammed her face right on the wooden door. Blood spurted out of Yasmin's nose as Maxine grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her back. She stumbled onto the ground, clutching her bleeding face. The demon leaped on top of her. Before Yasmin could scream and alert the others, Maxine wrapped her hand around her mouth, muffling her cries. I didn't think it would be possible, but the demon extended Maxine's tongue by several inches, almost like a snake's, and licked Yasmin's face from her chin and then up to her forehead. A greenish slime of bile glistened on Yasmin's cheek. My, Yasmin, the demon said. Your soul tastes awfully sweet. I will enjoy wearing your flesh and let you watch your own hand cut your pretty boy boyfriend and feed his eyes to his bitch sister. She doesn't like you anyway, does she? Sounds fun. The demon grabbed Yasmin by the jaw and forced her mouth open. Suddenly, a deluge of black and crimson blood mixed with maggots erupted from Maxine's mouth, spraying all over the girl's face. It was like watching a hose shoved inside Maxine's throat, and when I thought it would end, it kept going and going and going. Finally, the bloody flood waned, and Maxine's eyes rolled over, and she collapsed on the ground next to Yasmin, whose resolve turned into a deep red. The demon's shadow hovered above her, waiting. Though I could see it, the woman couldn't. Choking, Yasmin scrambled to her feet, trying to wash the blood off her face. She wanted to scream but didn't want to swallow the maggots crawling around her head and inside her blood-soaked hair. Oh, God! Oh, God! She yelped, grabbed the chained lock, and pulled the door open. Luckily, Steven and Tara had already moved into position near the back door. They had no idea what was going on inside. Steve! The infernal shadow rushed forward and wrapped itself around Yasmin's body like a coiling snake, freezing all her muscles mid-stride. She tried to breathe, tried to move her head, her eyes rolling backward until all I could see was the white scara. A big glob of drool slipped out her gaping mouth. Then, her bladder emptied, and urine flowed from her shorts and down her legs, pooling underneath her. Help! Yasmin managed to squeak. The demon dragged her back inside the cabin and slammed the door shut. The back door swung open, and Tara snuck inside. The cabin was quiet. She could only hear her own breath. The slightest footsteps against the floorboards sent chills up her spine. However, she couldn't hear Yasmin. I could tell by the way her brows furrowed that she found that mildly unsettling. Perhaps, in jobs like this, the other girl had a knack for charming their targets, distracting them long enough for Tara and her brother to knock them out. Or kill them, whichever was the occasion. But against a demon, she stood no chance, an amusing toy roasting above the infernal fire. Again, the cabin was quiet. Too quiet. Tara raised a hand, gesturing for Steven to slow down behind her. They had left the duffel bag behind, hidden outside next to a tree, the jamming device still active. Tara took out her Glock and moved forward. She didn't even get 2 steps out of the mud room when her heart skipped a beat. There, laying face first in a pool of blood, was a woman. Tiny white dots wiggled beneath her. Maggots, she realized. At first, she thought it was Yasmin, and perhaps Alvin had downplayed how dangerous their mark was and fucked them over. But as she approached, she realized the woman had darker skin and shorter hair, and her clothes did not match Yasmin's. Jesus! Steven suddenly exclaimed. Tara whirled around and found Yasmin standing beneath the archway into the kitchen and dining room, covered in blood and masking a 1,000-yard stare. Not even Steven gently nudging her shoulder took her out of the stupor. Tara lowered her gun. Yas, she whispered. What the fuck happened? She looked down at the body. Could it be? Was their mark dead this soon? What about the stupid gem? Did you kill her? That word. Kill. Yasmin pried her gaze off the floor and looked up, tears welling in her eyes. What? Did you do this? Tara pointed at Maxine. Yasmin trailed off. She couldn't find the words as she stared at Maxine's unmoving form in disbelief. I could feel the demon wrestling control inside her. Then I realized it was with purpose. Giving Yasmin enough command of her body just before the monster would go for the jugular. Before it would bundle those strings together and make Yasmin dance a macabre performance. It was toying with them, toying with the girl's soul. Playing with their food. I don't know, I can't remember. Yasmin took shallow breaths, racking her brain for a memory of the past 15 minutes. She clutched her head. Nothing. Babe, you're burning up, Steven said worriedly and pressed the back of his hand against her forehead. He guided her to the couch. Tara, get some cold water. Tara stood frozen, confused. Her resolve was slowly draining. So did Steven's. Tara, water. Steven snapped her out of her daze. Yeah, got it. Tara strode into the kitchen. Steven gritted his teeth, pulled off the wool blanket draped over the ottoman, and put it around Yasmin's shoulders. Here, babe. Are you cold? Are you okay? He tried to wipe the blood off her face with the sleeves of his flannel shirt. Yasmin did not answer. Steven glanced over Maxine's body. Hey. It's not your fault. It's self-defense, alright? She attacked you. Even I could tell he wasn't sure, but he went for the one that made more sense. Yasmin wasn't a fighter, besides what Tara told their clients. Clients loved it when they hired a competent group to muscle through a job if the occasion arose. The pay remains the same as long as you get results. But I didn't kill her. It's not me. It can't be me. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. We're gonna get out of here soon. Yasmin nodded, shaking. I just want to go home, Steven, she said, choking a sob. Trust me. We'll get paid, and we'll get the fuck out of here. No, Steven, I want to go home now. Tara walked into the room with the glass of water and handed it to Steven. He gave it to Yasmin, tipping the glass onto her lips, and helped her drink the water. Steven, can I talk to you in the kitchen for a second? Tara said. Okay. Hold on. Steven placed the half-empty glass on the coffee table when Yasmin had enough and followed his sister into the kitchen. What? She's in shock, Tara said matter-of-factly. No kidding. She hasn't offed someone before. We shouldn't have sent her in. Tara pursed her lips. A woman alone in the woods is not really a threat. But maybe we underestimated the situation. They had been drinking tea earlier, but I didn't smell poison on the mug. It also looked like there was a struggle. Maybe the woman saw us coming and attacked her? She would have told us if something was wrong, Steven said. Maybe she didn't have the time. Anyway, the woman's dead, and that's half of the paycheck. But I'm worried about Yas. She looks fucking shaken up, man. We should leave. I know. But we're already deep into this shit, Stevie. We might as well get the other half of the money. We need to find the gem and give it to Alvin. Unfortunately, your girlfriend killed the person who knows where she's hiding it. We have no choice but to turn this place upside down. Steven heaved a sigh. Fuck. Fine. I doubt Yasmin's gonna help us search. Tara shook her head. I'll go check upstairs. You stay down here. Tara and Steven broke off and started rummaging through the place. There was only one room on the second floor, the master suite, and I was surprised at how thoroughly Tara searched the room. I thought she would throw things around carelessly, but she was meticulous, covering the northeastern side of the room and going clockwise. She opened drawers and felt for false bottoms. In the closet, she knocked on the wall for a secret cubby. She crawled underneath the bed, checked every nook and cranny, and tapped her foot on each floorboard in case there was a hidden recess she could pry open. Nothing. On the other hand, Steven had a much bigger space to search. He started in the living room, probably to keep a close eye on Yasmin sitting still on the couch. Since he searched the kitchen and living room for the past 10 minutes, Yasmin had not moved an inch, staring at the fireplace. Steven felt around inside as well. Maybe there was a loose brick, and I expected a bundled rag with the gem inside. He didn't find anything. Nothing in the kitchen and the living room. Steven shouted. Okay. Nothing in the bedroom here. I'll look in the bathroom over here. Got it. I'll start with the bedrooms here. Steven sauntered over to Yasmin and crouched down in front of her. I'll just be in the bedroom, okay? If you need me, holler. But Yasmin did not respond. Gulping down his worry, Steven stood up and walked toward the nearest bedroom door. Yasmin suddenly grabbed his wrist. Steven. What? What is it? I thought we were leaving, Yasmin sobbed. We are. We just. He let out a defeated sigh. Need to find the gemstone that Alvin wants first. We've gotten this far. No. You don't understand. We need to leave. Now. What's the hurry? The woman's dead. She didn't call the cops, did she? Yasmin's gaze darted everywhere in the room. I can feel it. Feel what? Yasmin stifled another sob. There's something here, inside me, around us. And it wants to hurt all of us. Please, Steven. Let's get out of here while we still can. What are you on about? Please. It's watching us. Right now. Who's watching? My incorporeal body grew cold, and I shivered. Yasmin slowly turned her gaze toward where I hovered. Then, she raised a shaky finger and pointed it at me. Me. Him, she whispered, fear forming a lump in her throat. Detected. A delver has a line of sight on you. The prompt materialized in an instant. The demon's half-control of the girl's body had spilled a sliver of its sight into Yasmin's consciousness, allowing her to see my true form, and I could feel her resolve sucked dry by the apparition. Interesting. Steven turned around, but it looked like he couldn't see me. There's nothing there, babe. Yasmin shook her head, and that only made her cry more. Anything? Tara shouted from above. No. I'm still looking. Steven squinted his eyes at where I hovered. Shaking his head, he turned his attention back to Yasmin. I'm gonna find the gem, and then we'll leave. It's gonna be quick. I promise. Steven tried to pry his wrist off Yasmin's grip. Baby, you're holding me too tight. Can you let go? Yasmin's grip only grew tighter and tighter. I said let go. Steven yanked his hand off, but he miscalculated the force and ended up slapping Yasmin's chin with the back of his hand. Yasmin yelped and curled on the couch. Shit, babe, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean. Leave me alone. Yasmin rolled over and buried her face in the cushions. You don't care about me. You hate me. Steven wanted to say more, regretting what he had done. But his nerves failed him, and he pivoted around and entered the second bedroom, hoping to forget what just happened by looking for the damn gem. I floated closer toward Yasmin. You can see me, can't you? I said. For the first time, I didn't know why it felt exciting that someone could finally see me, not just by my monsters but by people. Real people. Yasmin cupped her hands around her ears. You're not real. You're not real. Open your eyes and look at me, I commanded. Look at me. It was as if Yasmin was fighting the demon's strings, trying to keep her eyes closed while her eyelids were forced open and her head slowly turned to face me. A tear rolled down her cheek. What are you? The question threw me off for a moment. I didn't know what the fuck I am these days. A victim still? Vengeance incarnate? A devourer? A prisoner? Death itself? Though it had been hours since I'd last fed, it felt like I hadn't eaten in a week. Every fiber of my being told me to feast on her, the way her resolve glistened in a majestic aura of crimson so sickly sweet, and the need to feed had never been greater. Feed. 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 Shouldn't I feel, what's the word, compassion? Sympathy? Kindness? Humanity? Yes. I am human. I am here. I used to be her. Tears usually get me. In my human memory, when I see people cry, it is like I'm catching it as well, and my eyes suddenly welled up, and I end up not knowing why I was crying in the first place. It could be from a loved one, a total stranger, or from a fucking movie. The results remained the same. Now, I felt a void. A strange one, like I had ripped away the skin, and the wound had festered. I wanted to cry, but I couldn't. Even I could not force myself to do it. Compassion. Kindness. Humanity. I should feel these things. It is innate. Required. Right? But the words felt alien to my tongue, like reading the title of a book you recognize, but you never know what's inside it. Just a blank space of meaningless drivel, and no matter how you try to understand the words and the burden hidden within, it escapes you. It slips away and turns forever lost. These words hitched like fleas upon my shadow, itchy and spattered with a reddening rash. The need to be rid of it was absolute. And there was only one way to do it. Feed. 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 The girl's question lingered in my mind. And all I could reply was one word. A word I knew as easy as breathing. Hunger. Suddenly, her head snapped back sideways, bones cracked audibly, and her mouth hung loose. Eyes quickly turned bloodshot in a split second. She lay still on the couch like a corpse when her eyes suddenly blinked once, and she slowly rose, lifting one leg and the other, and stood up. The blanket that Steven gave her fell off her shoulders. She stayed in that position for a minute. Steven crawled underneath the bed in the nearby bedroom, looking for the gem. Yasmin softly hummed a tune I immediately recognized, an old Taylor Swift song. Blank space, was it? She turned around and walked toward the kitchen. Steven must have seen her feet walking past the doorframe from under the bed, and he quickly crawled out, confused. Yas? Are you okay? She was still humming that song softly as she reached the sink and turned on the faucet. The water's hiss joined her haunting voice. Steven walked out of the bedroom and followed her into the kitchen. Are you thirsty? Do you want more water? He asked, concerned. A trickle of fear spilled out, though he tried to stifle it. Yasmin did not answer. He desperately wanted to help with what was bothering her, and he clearly didn't like feeling helpless. I'll grab the glass. Steven returned to the living room and grabbed the half-empty glass on the coffee table. Wire! Steven jumped at the sudden loud noise, cutting through the air. It even shuddered underneath him. When he looked over to the kitchen, Yasmin had turned on the garbage disposal in the sink, and then she cocked her head to the side and gave him the widest grin before she shoved her left hand inside the opening. Yasmin. No. Stephen let go of the glass and ran toward her. Surprisingly, it did not break when it hit the wooden floor and rolled toward the kitchen. Stephen switched off the garbage disposal from the wall socket and yanked Yasmin's left arm out, and a gush of blood spurted out, spraying him all over the face. Instead of a scream, Yasmin cackled madly as she glimpsed her bloodied hand, lacerated and mutilated beyond recognition, bones snapped into odd positions with some sticking out of her skin. And the blood never stopped. Yasmin collapsed on the floor. Stephen crouched down and grabbed the dish towel hanging by the oven handle. He wrapped it around Yasmin's ruined hand. What the fuck did you do? Why the fuck did you do that? Blood still kept coming through the fabric. Shit. Tara. I need help. Stephen, Yasmin whispered, indifferent to Stephen's cries and dwindling resolve, which had turned dark orange. Seeing his girlfriend badly injured must have taken a break in his mental psyche. He was panicking. Don't talk. Don't talk. Tara, get down here. Stephen, will you still love me if my arm is missing? Yasmin asked, eyes softening. Her right hand snaked its way up and around the back of Stephen's head. What? Will you still fuck me even if I look like this? She raised her injured hand. I can cut your arm too, so we can be matching besties, and love each other forever and ever. I don't Stephen paused when he noticed that Yasmin's eyes had turned into the color of yellowy pus. So, why don't you give your whore a good kiss? Yasmin grabbed a fistful of Stephen's hair and forced his lips to her mouth. Stephen struggled under her strength, hands pushing against her shoulders, but it was useless. She was too strong. Then, a sickening crunch and Stephen screeched as his bottom lip was caught between Yasmin's teeth. Yasmin, smiling gleefully, bit harder and yanked her head back, ripping off the flesh. Stephen clutched his bleeding mouth, stumbling backward to his feet, eyes wide with horror. He tried to run, but he didn't see the lone glass lying by its side on the floor. Stephen stepped on it, rolling against his soles, losing his balance. He scrambled for a foothold, but his adrenaline overpowered him, and his back slammed against the archway, knocking the air out of his lungs. When he looked over to where Yasmin was, she was already standing, pulling out a paring knife from the magnetic knife holder on the kitchen island. Twitching, she strode toward him. Yas, stop. Stop. It's me. But Yasmin wasn't listening. Yasmin was gone. Only the demon now remained. Yasmin raised the blade, and Stephen lifted his arms. The knife plunged through his right lower arm. Yasmin yanked the knife off so quickly Stephen didn't even have time to process the pain when she stabbed him again in the shoulder. We will dine in hell, baby. Just like you wanted, Yasmin said gleefully as she raised the blade, aiming for his head. Bang! A shot rang out. Yasmin paused, face straining. She looked down and watched the blood soaking through her t-shirt around her abdomen. Her own blood. She looked to the living room where Tara stood, aiming the Glock at her. You shot me. The demon had reverted a semblance of control to Yasmin, letting her feel the pain as the bullet lodged inside her gut. You shot me. Why? But the sudden jerk of Yasmin's hand, the one that wielded the knife, took Tara aback, and her finger twitched enough to pull the trigger and send a bullet flying through Yasmin's throat. Yasmin dropped the knife and stumbled back, hitting the kitchen counter. She slumped against it, clutching her throat as she choked in her own blood. No! Stephen screamed and crawled toward Yasmin's writhing body. Stop! Stop! He muttered as if words alone would stop the bleeding. Yasmin barely lasted a few seconds before her muscles seized, and her eyes glazed over. The demon slipped out of her mouth together with her last breath. You have gained 1 essence, Yasmin Kalani. You have gained 150 crystals. Yasmin? Yes? Stephen tried to feel for a pulse, but when he felt nothing, he burst into tears, enough to reduce his resolve to red. Though Tara tried to hide her emotion and growing panic, her resolve matched her brother's. Tara grabbed his arm. We need to fucking go. But I can't leave her. She's dead, Stevie. We need to leave. You killed her. It's either her or you, and whatever's wrong with her, I am not waiting to find out. But Stephen shook off Tara's grip. I can't. We can't leave her here. He pointed at Maxine's body. If the police arrive, they're gonna know who Yasmin is and who she's with. If we leave her here, she's gonna lead them back to us. Tara groaned. Fuck. She exclaimed. All right. I'll bring the jeep out front. You find something to wrap her body with. And don't touch anything. We don't want to compromise more of the scene as it is. The shed. There's a shed near the cabin. There might be something there. Then move your ass. Come on. Tara fished her keys out of her jacket and strode toward the front door. Stephen followed closely behind. If you find a gas can in the shed, grab it. For what? We left a shit ton of evidence. Tara opened the door and turned to face her brother. We can't have that. We're gonna burn this place to the fucking GR. A javelin-like root sank through the back of Tara's head and out through her gaping mouth. More blood splattered all over Stephen's face. Yelping, he stumbled back and fell to the floor. Old growth hung upside down on the front porch ceiling, its appendage coated with Tara's brain matter. Next to Stephen, Maxine's body twitched as the demon slipped through her slightly parted lips. And when she opened her eyes, they gleamed a golden yellow. Arching her back and bending her knees toward her hips, she slowly rose to a kneeling position and propped one leg up and the other until she stood over him, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I doubted Stephen even heard the back door open, and the Goliath trudged in, dragging that large axe of his scraping against the floorboards. Stephen's gaze fixed on Tara's twitching legs, dangling inches off the ground. The floor creaked behind him, and finally, he slowly turned around and gaped at the hulking figure looming over him. Frozen with fear, he watched the axe rise over Goliath's shoulder, and all he could do was close his eyes tightly shut and await the inevitable. The blade swung and dropped between his shoulder and his neck. Stephen let out a gurgled gasp, shocked by how the blade nearly decapitated him. Goliath gripped the ends of the handle and yanked hard, a boot pushing against Stephen's back. With nerves severed, he couldn't even move or make a sound. Or plead for his life. Goliath stared down at him and swung the axe again at the exact spot, cleaving off his head. It rolled over beneath Tara's feet. Old growth retracted its appendage, and Tara slumped beside her brother's head. You have gained 1 essence, Tara Dowell. You have gained 150 crystals. You have gained 1 essence, Stephen Dowell. You have gained 150 crystals. The bluish glow of their essence seeped out of their skin and darted into my incorporeal form. A reinvigorating rush warmed its way in, a welcomed one I had craved like a delicacy. I had forgotten where I was for a brief moment, only to be reminded by the smell of copper, piss, and bowels. What did that clergyman say again? Teamwork makes the dream work? Demon Maxine laughed. Each kill for us. Oh, I wish we had 5 delvers instead of 3. Oracle and Siren might be able to feast. There are more coming, I said. Of course, my liege. How fare you? I sighed. My stomach is not rumbling. I guess that's a good thing. How long can you repossess a body anyway? The demon mulled it over. 30 minutes? If I leave a possessed body, I have to be back inside it within 30 minutes, or else, I have to do the work all over again. Maxine is important in our plans. I don't want her to wake up and add another headache for us. Understood, Lord Dungeon. Tool refrain from body hopping in the future. I sensed that Oracle had dismantled the jamming device, and he sent me an urgent alert. He found something. What is it? I asked after I flew into the study. Goliath and the demon followed after me. Colleen's bar was on the screen, and there were no signs of Alvin Jones through 8 cameras. It didn't look like he went to the bathroom or outside. Where did he go? The demon asked. Searching. Clap. 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 3 slow claps. Faint, coming just outside my border near the road. I opened my many eyes. There, standing 6 feet away from the perimeter, was Alvin Jones. And he was looking directly at me. At the exact spot where I hovered just like Yasmin did. It's Alvin. He's at the border by the road, I said to the others. And he can see me. Goliath and the demon looked at each other worriedly, and the demon yanked the Jeep's keys off Tara's hands. Together, they marched out of the cabin, heading for the vehicle hidden in the woods. Only old growth sprinted into the forest, making its way to Alvin's location as fast as possible. I studied Alvin's expression, trying to glean his intentions. A bubbling curiosity welled inside me, yet fear soon overpowered it. Why can this man see me? He stood there for a minute or more, just watching me, not with intensity but amusement. Peculiarity? And then he did something unexpected. He opened his arms and dropped to one knee, lowering his head as if deliberately avoiding my gaze. Dungeon Mark, he started, I humble thine unworthy self upon your grace. I offer thus 3 delvers in sound mind and body to satiate your vexation, brilliance, and need. I invoke thy right of safe passage upon your domain, that I may pass freely and without malice. What? I floated lower, trying to get a glimpse of his face. Perhaps I'd know his intentions then, but nothing. What is he saying, my liege? The demon asked as she drove the jeep out of the driveway. They're not far behind. I repeated what Alvin had said to me. The demon didn't look pleased. Her brows furrowed, worried. He is requesting hospitium, the right of guest friend. An ancient oath all worlds abide by in one form or another. What the heck is that? I asked. For a night, a guest has the right of your protection and that you will do him no harm while he rests until morning and has taken reign of safe passage. Such practices are archaic on earth, but they are still observed in one form or another. I scoffed. Why would I do that? Protect him? He's one of them. It is precisely why you must, Lord Dungeon. A hospitium is sacred amongst beings like us. It is weaved by gods and the gods before. To break it will bring undue misfortune upon our heads. It seems this Alvin fellow knows this. She left out the part of how. And why would I accept that from him? You have already accepted an offering. You did not know that the 3 delvers you fed on were it. And you fed. You accepted. We did not see their true purpose, and for that, we apologize. I heaved a sigh and returned to the road where Alvin still knelt. Can you hear me, too? Alvin nodded. Your Eminence. Cut the flowery bullshit, asshole. Why the fuck should I not cut you into a million pieces right here, right now? I reckon thy archetypes have told you what will befall thyself if you deny it. Thou knowest such beasts have learned the old, ancient ways, innate or divinely given. You didn't answer my question. Alvin looked up. Thou Lord hath many questions. I bear the answers. He paused for a second. Mayst speak commonly? I doth not presume irreverence upon thy head. I shrugged. I have watched you for the past 2 days, my liege. You have grown beautifully adapting in an arcane-resistant world. Fuck. And then it dawned on me. Everything I learned about him, there was one gap that didn't make sense, and it all happened less than a week ago. You're not Alvin Jones, are you? This body is known as Alvin Jones as of 5 days ago. That is true. Who are you then? Alvin smiled. Consider me an emissary from my real employers. The ones who have shaped your very kind and the system you now wield. We have been watching you, Dungeon Mark. Then Alvin took 2 steps into my domain. I expected to see his aura glow around his body, but I saw none of that, a blank canvas. We bear witness to your illegal creation by the cult of Astaroth, a most grievous offense of the highest order. Your unsanctioned touch and scent within the system has not gone unnoticed. I wasn't hiding anyway. But the thought of them noticing me, however, could be a problem. I did not want to make enemies with whoever made my powers. Alvin paused to lick his lips. But my employers see thy dungeon's potential. We wish to speak with you, especially about how you will deal with your enemies, a common one we share and we are big fans. If you wish to fight the cult with your full potential, you may want to listen to what I have to say. Alvin clasped his hands together. Perhaps with a cup of tea? Goliath and the demon picked up Alvin Jones from the side of the road and drove him back to the cabin. Pretty much the most awkward, silent ride you'd expect, deathly glares from Goliath and the demon through the rearview mirror and Alvin's amused, casual smirk biting back against the silence. The demon and Goliath did not trust this stranger coming into our home, but the possibility of concrete answers was hard to ignore. It didn't even look like Alvin Jones was fazed by my monsters, a boundless curiosity emanated from him. A lackey for the elders or not, he's strong. He can see me when no other person could, not unless possessed by my monsters. He might also have other tricks up his sleeve for who I assumed was an interdimensional, possessing creature. I wondered how far he came from. Once we were in the cabin, Alvin Jones sat on the chair that Yasmin had previously occupied and waited for Demon Maxine to finish brewing the tea he requested. I hovered across from him, watching intently and unnerved by the silence. As the kettle whistled on the stovetop, the demon poured him a cup, tipping it just enough for the hot water to hit the table's edge and splash Alvin's arm. Oops. My apologies, the demon said, though not a bit apologetic. Alvin merely smiled. That is all right, fiend. A little warmth doesn't bother anyone. He wiped off the spot where the hot water had splashed him and then sipped the tea. Him. That's quite good for a demon. The demon did not respond. She leaned against the archway, playing with the paring knife she stabbed Stephen with. On the other hand, Goliath stood behind me, showing off his axe, and that he meant business should Alvin Jones cause any trouble. Talk, I said. He put the mug back on the table. Which one should I start with? Start by telling us who you are. As I've said. I work for the people with a vested interest in the system and of dungeons everywhere. What should I call you then? Certainly not Alvin Jones. He is uncouth, paranoid, and bears an unrefined taste for culture and pleasure. Certainly not a resemblance of my true self, he chuckled, and his eyes widened. Ah, I know. I am a fan of your planet's music. You may call me Elvis. Yes, that's right. Elvis. Elvis? I can assure you that I mean no harm, Dungeon Mark. This is a standard procedure of my kind to lend a hand to inaugurated dungeons. As you can attest, in the past couple of days, it can get a bit confusing to reincarnate into a brand new being. Well, you're rather late to the party. I apologize for my tardiness. You see, your core is unsanctioned, and therefore, it is out of our normal routines. What do you mean by that? Unsanctioned? It means the system did not voluntarily create you. As an outsider viewer like yourself, it may seem like the system hand-waves a core into existence, but it takes months or even years of preparation and work. Reincarnation has key steps that must be met with prudence and the right, how should I say this? Correct environmental factors. You don't hire an engineer just for them to ignore the plumbing or landscaping in the design, no? That doesn't make sense. If the system creates the dungeons, how can I be unsanctioned? The elders are the system, true. They manipulate and order your kind's creation. But still, the system has to take the necessary steps to fulfill those commands. Think of the system as a computer. But a third party has accessed it and utilized its codes to create you. The ritual. Bingo. He took another sip. There are different ways a core is born. Deaths. Accidents. Planar teleportation. A contract. Even rituals, among others. Humans are potent for it, a popular ingredient in the universe for a dungeon's creation. But the subsequent events leading to a core's birth are carefully crafted months before. An orchestra in perfect symphony. No note out of tune. One off key, and the entire piece crumbles. The system has to be careful, you see. A damaged juvenile dungeon is a dangerous dungeon. Once its broken shell gives way from the strain, it can take out a continent, even a planet, and the energy released is insurmountable. Not to mention how it affects the weaves of fate that all mortals adhere to. I gulped. Are you bullshitting right now? What I said is true even if you don't believe it at first. I understand you were only born 2 days ago. If the cultists fucked up your birth, it might cause a violent earthquake, resulting in an untold amount of deaths. It's fun for me to count souls, but probably not for you. I've personally seen the birth of a core in your world that caused a great flood. Some guy built an ark for it. Lucky him. That's the thing about rare mutations in a mortal's genes. They get to inherit magical capabilities like premonitions. And lucky for you, Coach Hodge is surprisingly a talented ritualist. At first, I thought the entire Pacific Northwest was doomed that night when its fate lies upon imbeciles, but alas, the man and his crew had it in them to finish. It's a shame he was born on Earth. He'd certainly do well in other worlds with his skills. I can't be the first unsanctioned dungeon you've ever faced. Alvin Jones Elvis grinned. True. You're not. And what do you do to them? He paused. We destroy them when they're created. If we catch it early enough, we stop the process. Kill the ones who are responsible. Killed how? I pressed on. He knew what I was fishing for, and he grinned. Nothing goes to waste, Lord Dungeon. We feed. We consume. And yes, even dungeons. I paused. What the fuck? You eat dungeons? He smacked his lips together. Oh, with my kind, dungeons are our favorites. But do not worry. We only feed on those who are past their prime. I didn't particularly appreciate how he looked at me, but I held my gaze at him nonetheless. You were there that night. When they killed me. You were already possessing Alvin Jones for 3 days. You said it yourself. Correct. You already caught a whiff that someone was messing with the system to create a new core. Correct. Then why didn't you stop it? I glared at him, and the ground momentarily shook, rattling the windows and the loose kitchen tools on the counter. The cabin's walls creaked loudly. The shaking subsided. If you're so powerful, why didn't you? If you had stopped it, I would still be alive. I wouldn't have turned into this. For the first time, Elvis frowned. I could have stopped the ritual. But that doesn't mean you're going to live, Dungeon Mark. Sure, it's easy to smite the cultists, but I can't leave any witnesses. You and the other 3. I perked up. What other 3? Oh, you don't know the ritual they performed, don't you? How forgetful of me. What other 3? I repeated more forcefully. For your core to be created, sacrifices must be made. The rule of 3, I call it. Everything is ruled by 3. 3 acts of a play. 3 life cycles. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. The pyramids. Atoms. Quarks. The essence of the universe. Even human memory remembers in sets of 3, such a powerful number. I offered you 3 delvers, too, remember? So did the cultists to access a fraction of the system's power. Where are they? Dead like you. Killed on the eve of your creation as the ritual demands. Are they dungeons, too? Elvis laughed. Most certainly not. Their essence feeds you and the ritual. You can call them an important screw to the engine, a fascinating display of violence, that night. Again, the violence is consequential. I love the drama. Then why didn't you stop it? Your case is unique. I was given specific instructions not to intervene. What? Why? Elvis crossed the palm of his hands on top of the table and leaned forward. As I've said, not all dungeons are born the same, they also do not function the same. The cult of Astaroth performed a rather dangerous ritual that was guaranteed by my superiors to fail until they selected the main soul for it. Me, what kind of core are they trying to create? There are 13 different cores, dungeon mark. Some are puzzle cores, rewarding delvers for ingenuity. The more intelligent the delver, the more essence you gain from them solving your puzzles. Most are battle cores, which reward prowess, teamwork, and bravery. Pretty standard. The more delvers who clear a horde by exhibiting such traits, you gain essence. And what am I? You are what we call a death core, the rarest of the 13. Have you ever wondered why your rewards for delvers seemed limitless? Why do your archetype lists contain endless possibilities for monster traits? Other dungeons do not enjoy such things. You can bestow considerable power to delvers who survive you. So you can tell why my superiors are highly invested in the potential success of your creation. That didn't sound good. A death core? What, am I in a metal band now? Elvis laughed. Death cores are simple. You gain essence when a delver dies. Fear, despair, and survival are your traits. Not only are your dungeons difficult to clear, but the death rate is considerably higher than other dungeons. They are more hesitant to kill delvers, unlike you. While you gain 1 essence per death, other dungeons require multiple deaths to gain an essence. For example, a wipeout of an entire delving party. But it's a counterproductive way to farm for essence, so they never bothered to do it. I was quiet for a moment. Different dungeons? Functions? A death core has not been created for a long time, likely because they die easily at the juvenile stage. Once your core is known to exist, many delvers and other powerful beings in other worlds hunt you down like hounds just for the rewards you possess. Elvis grinned playfully. A juvenile death core can rival the older ones, but your power varies in control and restraint. Better not cast any spells while you're this young. Is someone hunting me right now? Oh, most certainly. I postulate some powerful, arrogant wizard already coveted your core for an ingredient of his by now. Scrying magic does that. A juvenile core is still weak against it. A rare core like yours holds almost an unlimited supply of arcana that could last decades, even centuries, depending on how old your core is. Lucky for you, Earth is your home. The safest place a death core can be. Whoever created you planned this down to every minuscule detail. Perhaps these cultist idiots are part of the cog meant to dissuade your demise. For what purpose? Now that is the most interesting question of all. I froze. Is that why you're here? To harvest me? Try to get my core for yourself? I could feel Goliath and the demon tensed up. Even old growth outside started growing its vines near the windows, ready to strike. Oh, I would do no such thing, Dungeon Mark. Believe me, we want you to survive. He flailed his arms up. We have not seen the birth of a death core for quite a long time, and this is a perfect opportunity to watch you grow. The system often tried to replicate the process, only to end in failure or create a different core function. We suspect that your soul is susceptible to becoming what you are now. Your blood is the catalyst needed for a true death core's formation. Whoever selected you went to great lengths to find you. I scoffed. So, that's it. You're just going to watch. You're not going to turn me back into a human? Elvis frowned. Unfortunately, once turned, it becomes irreversible, as you can attest from your old body rotting in the cellar. Look, I can make a deal with you. Ah, no deals, I'm afraid. That's a devil's job, but even it does not have the strength to do it. Not even infernal magic can reverse it. Then what good are you? Well, no need to be rude. I am here to teach you how to become an effective dungeon Most especially, a death core so you may thrive in your new existence. Consider me a liaison for the system. Which brings me to the point of my impromptu visit. Visit? You call this a visit? It was very tempting to command my monsters to tear him apart. Then say it, I said gruffly. Well, there are 4 unbreakable rules that a dungeon core must follow. I mean that. Never, ever, break it, for there are grave consequences. Love a bit of danger. Ha! Sarcasm. I like that. Anyway, number 1. You must not harm or expire a delver who prevails over your charged dungeon. You must reward them. I already got the gist of that. I gestured to my monsters. Elvis clasped his hands together. Which brings me to number 2, everyone is equal in the dungeon. No playing favorites. No matter how irredeemable or a precious saint a delver may be, or even if you are annoyed or have great sympathy for them, you must not intervene in expediting or preventing their demise. Sure, you can lure them to your domain, but it is up to the fates once they are inside your borders. Then, you must give each delver a chance to make it until dawn. Until dawn? Why dawn? It is standard for an adventuring day in most worlds, you could say. Long rests and all. When a delver enters a dungeon's domain, a scenario opens and runs in the system, which means a game gets triggered for you to oversee. You've done quite a remarkable job at that. Once they make it by dawn from whatever scenario you are running, you must reward them. I looked down on the floor. Ah, I see. Elvis playfully pointed at the ground. You have a bound and unconscious delver beneath the cabin. Technically, he did not make it until dawn, the demon interjected. No light touched his cheeks when I captured him. He did not win the scenario. True. Then you must give him a boon on the next scenario, which is tonight, I presume. After all, those gnats are converging to this location, and Leo Grady has resolve as strong as metal compared to those thieves. Roll back a moment. A boon? Yes. A boon. An advantage. That's all up to you what that is. More health. More stamina. A burst of speed he never knew he had right before the axe fall on his face? Elvis glanced over to Goliath. The little things. But I thought everyone must be equal in a dungeon. Not for the likes of Leo Grady. For a limited time, at least. The system recognized them as legacy delvers, the ones who have delved into your domain before. Leo's case is unique because he survived the first night, and you are throwing him into a second one back-to-back. The system recognizes that he must be given a boon for surviving the last one, no matter how minuscule, preferably before your next scenario transpires. And to go against the system's wishes is to... Okay, I understand. Bad things happen. Continue with your fucking rules. Well, this one is straightforward. Number 3, never raise your arms against the elders. Respect the system and its power. I do not have to explain myself why that is a very, very bad idea. I nodded. Don't go against God. Got it. And the final rule is the simplest of all. Number 4, feed the core. The dungeon lord must always fulfill their core's desire. As a death core, feed it violence, despair, and suffering. The more trauma you inflict, the better. A fulfilled dungeon is a happy dungeon. A fed system is a reliable system. I waited for him to add anything, but he picked up his tea again and drank it. That's it? Yes. You tell me these rules, and then you'll let me go? Precisely. Nah, that can't be it. There's more. You're hiding something. I assure you that I am telling the truth. Liar. My voice boomed across the cabin. If there's one thing I hate are liars. Maybe I should command my demon to pry your tongue out? Elvis chuckled. You are very astute, Dungeon Mark, but there's no need to feed your fiend with violence. Yes, there are other purposes for dungeons aside from getting rewards. Elvis let his voice linger in the air. I wasn't having it. Quit beating the bush. Fine. Entertainment. Pure entertainment. Elvis casually took another big sip of the tea. My kind is so fascinated by how mortals run through dungeons. You enjoy reality TV, don't you? I don't watch that garbage. Elvis didn't let his smile falter. Well, that garbage is like our garbage. Quite popular, too. It's like watching an ant evade a drop of water from a faucet. How fruitless their strands of fate lie in your hands. Really? Is this entertainment to you? I gestured over to the unmoving bodies of Stephen, Yasmin, and Tara on the floor, lying in their own pool of blood. I killed people just to survive, and you think that is entertainment? Get the fuck out of here. Elvis leaned back on the chair. More blood and guts, the better. We demand it. And your core is a novel fascination by my people. They are watching you right now while we speak. I looked around the cabin, but there was no one there but us. Maybe there's a hidden veil that I am not seeing? I didn't like being spied on. And we are most eager with how you'll dispatch these cultists, Elvis continued. We are still looking forward to their demise. We have met a consensus to allow you to forego rule number 2 for the cultist scenario tonight. They have tainted the system with their ritual. They must be punished, and what better way than a death core to do it? Fear and despair are your weapons, my liege. Use it, and watch those fools run. Oh, I intend to even before you came into the picture. Whatever you are, they're not coming out of here alive. Which precisely brings me to my second point of why I'm here, to ensure they never make it past your borders. The last one almost made it out. TSK. But I might have something you'll need. Elvis opened the palm of his hands, and a prompt popped up on my periphery. An administrator has given you one ability slot. You may use it at your own convenience. An administrator has given you one environmental slot. You may use it at your own convenience. An administrator has given you one archetype upgrade. You may use it at your own convenience. An administrator? I looked up, shocked, but I tried to stifle it. Too late. Elvis already saw it and merely smirked. You're welcome, he said. Isn't this against the rules? I asked. I thought you can't intervene. It is within our limits, but don't get used to it. This is a one-time thing. Consider it our goodwill, for we share a common enemy that the system wants to be purged. In exchange for not destroying you, all you have to do is kill these cultists and entertain us at the same time. Smiting is so boring after doing it over and over for millennia. Yeah, right. There's usually a but coming. Honest. No strings attached. No buts. Only blood and guts. Remember that, my liege. You are performing wonderfully already. Don't butcher it. But these upgrades, won't these make me too powerful for the system? Not quite. It is a sponsorship. More toys for you to play with. Some of my more powerful superiors give those away to dungeons who excel in their performance, and you have certainly caught the eye of some of the powerful, and they have chosen to invest in your future. Don't take those upgrades for granted. It took quite a considerable piece of themselves to hand it to you. Geez. I feel loved, I said sarcastically. You should be. You deserve to be. You are unique for Earth, there aren't a lot of dungeons on this planet. Unless you want to cross over to Bermuda? The Ural Mountains? Kursaung? The Shimaniki Strait? But they haven't performed that well anymore for quite a long time. Earth is a bit bland for delving, but you made it fascinating and a hoot to watch. That is something to celebrate. Elvis stood up. Oh, and I do mean all cultists. You do know what I meant by that, right? Coach Hodge and the other motherfuckers. There's only 5 left. Elvis shook his head. We mean the cult of Astaroth, every single one of them. There are certainly more than 5 left. Far more. Killing a village shouldn't be difficult for a dungeon. The demon shifted where she stood. Astaroth. Where have I heard that name before? You want me to destroy an entire organization? I have no idea who they are. Oh, yes. They are the ones who spearheaded it. Where do you think Coach Hodge and his wife are running off to now? My liege, it cannot be done, the demon interjected. You know something I don't? I asked. Demon Maxine gritted her teeth. You must steer away. Out with it, demon. What do you know? She shot Elvis a deathly glare. It will be suicide. Astaroth is one of the high princes of hell. To go against him is to go against a god? Elvis interrupted. But you face another god here, fiend. You are serving him right now. Elvis turned to face me once again. While there are other powerful beings, Lord Dungeon, do not be intimidated by them. You are already a god, bequeathed with the powers of the system. The likes of Astaroth, Zeus, and the other deities hold no power over it. Only you. You want me to go against a powerful demon? Not a demon. A devil, Elvis corrected. A high prince. If you are so powerful, why don't you do it yourself? Elvis dropped his smile. I've indulged you long enough through this conversation, Lord Dungeon, but I do hope you don't sour my mood any further. I knew a veiled threat when I saw one. Elvis had yet to show what else he could do besides give gifts from the system. He could destroy me if he so chooses. I remained silent. Don't mistake our apathy for arrogance. We can't just be bothered to deal with such frivolous matters like a petty fight with a demon lord. A dungeon can handle him, and we chose you to deal with him. Elvis clapped his hands again. Break his fingers, these cultists and Astaroth will lose his grip on Earth. I trust you'll be up to the job. You know, throughout history, Gods have manipulated humans so easily and brazenly, and my liege, you are a true god now. You know what to do. Elvis finished his tea. And that concludes our meeting, he said, walking into the living room. Wait, that's it. You're not going to tell me how this system was made? Who these fucking elders are? What the hell are they doing these for? Is that all I get? What's even out there? Why dungeons? How does interdimensional travel even work? How come magic exists? I have so many questions I don't even know where to start. Answers for another time, my liege, as you have pressing matters to attend to. I will answer them if you satisfy our requests. So, please don't disappoint us. Until then. Suddenly, Elvis bent over and pried the gun off Tara's hand. And a final gift, Lord Dungeon. Essence cannot be wasted, after all. This one is ripe enough for the reaping. Elvis put the barrel in his mouth and pulled the trigger. Bang! You have gained 1 essence, Alvin Jones. You have gained 150 crystals. I stared at Alvin's corpse for a long minute, splayed over the couch. I didn't even see the bastard's true form when he slipped out of the cultist's body and fucked off wherever he came from. I hovered closer to Alvin. I wished I had done him in. I no longer feel his presence. The demon sniffed the air. What now, my lord? I looked over the upgrades I'd just received and nodded. Let's see what else we can play with. I stared at the system's open interface in front of me and began to laugh. After my conversation with an alien, let's face it, it dawned on me that I am forever fucked. Fucked. My laughter echoed across the cabin in a low shudder through the wood, stone, and foundation. It crawled into the dirt with a vibrating ghostly essence that, for a moment, I thought real people might have heard me. I couldn't help it, bubbling up my throat like bile. I got a fucking job, an afterlife job. Being a dungeon lord was just another blood-sucking dead end when I was alive. Only this time, I couldn't quit to find a better opportunity. This job was for life, and quitting meant death. I didn't think dungeons could grow old, but Elvis didn't say anything that I would. The lifespan of a dungeon could be decades, maybe even centuries. The thought that I could watch Earth pass through time was frightening and hilarious. Me? An almost immortal being? I never imagined it would be this way. I would outlive every person in existence right at this moment. If Elvis doesn't eat me first. What is the matter, my liege? The demon asked, concerned. What? Oh, nothing. I just found something funny. The demon raised her eyebrow, curious. I shook my head. Don't overthink it. She glanced over to Goliath, still confused, but the big man merely gave her a slight, nonchalant shrug with his broad shoulders and sat comfortably on the library's sofa. Fortunately, the demon let the topic slide before she monitored the other cultists' activities through Oracle. So, what do you guys think about Elvis? The demon was quick with her response. He cannot be trusted. Goliath merely nodded in agreement, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes. Is he sleeping? I wasn't going to anyway, I said, ignoring the giant. And he is not a friend, no matter how he presents himself. He possesses a golden tongue that most demons would envy. Nigh a devil would treat him equal if given the chance. Can't be friends with a guy who sometimes sees me as food. Another point into why you should keep him at a distance, my lord. But, the demon scratched her chin. Such creature can be useful. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, right? The demon nodded. Right. How are we with the Hodges? I pointed at Oracle's screen. The Hodges are almost to their destination. Wonderful. Finally. Some good news. It is a 30-story skyscraper in the middle of the city, an office building. Property records said it was built back in the 60s. The Havashar Society owns it. Havashwat? Who are they? They are a security firm, my liege, with many hands into IT security services, weapon sales, private equities, and would you look at that? Hired muscle. Mostly international. They even own a large share of the Portland Natural Museum with a quarter of its collection technically on lease from their own vault. Mercenaries. So, they're rich. It would seem so. They've had contracts with the government on multiple occasions dating back since 1976. What kind of contracts? Weapons subsidies. They are a massive contributor to the Gulf War and the war on drugs. They have many international assets that spur the engine of wrath and satiate despair. The demon smiled at that. I learned that demons were always a fan of violence, no matter how grand or small. Ah, war criminals. You needn't throw far with your accusations, my liege. The Havishar Society has accumulated countless ethics investigations from federal and private parties for their dubious activities in volatile areas worldwide. They're only buried by greed. Paid off? Yes. Typical. I glanced over her shoulder. It looks like the Hodges still have a few minutes to go. In that case, let's go over what Elvis gave us. Have you thought about who will gain the gift he made? I paused. I haven't. Yet. And I wouldn't call it a gift. Looking around, Goliath and the demon wanted an upgrade on their traits. Even Oracle wanted it. As a dungeon lord, I have a sliver of a connection to each monster I created, and I could sense Oracle's curiosity to expand his reach across the continent. A big slice of Oregon was not enough. And besides, calling these things a gift made me feel like I owe Elvis something. I didn't like that. I opened the system's interface again. More and more, I understood the routines of my new existence. Though my core desires bite like pesky fleas on my back, constantly reminding me of the hunger, I probed about the scenarios and what I could do with them. As Elvis said, a scenario would automatically open up when a delver passed through my borders. Still, I could also plan a scenario days away, weeks or months, as the system showed me, if I had specific delvers in mind, mainly the cultists, or, theoretically, people I have lured into the dungeon. I had been doing that without knowing it. I could even delay the scenario from kicking and killing when the delvers enter my borders for up to 100 days, but after that, the system will force a scenario to start if anyone were unlucky enough to stay inside that long. Scenarios worked in 3 parts. Set the scene. Lure the players. Run the scenario. It was simple, but in practice, it was a lot more complex. Setting the scene required a 300 crystal drop of getting rid of the bodies of Yasmin, Tara, and Stephen and scrubbing their tracks that they had been in the area, including their digital footprint thanks to Oracle again, for a price. 300 of my resources to bring back the broken traps in working order and reset other environmental effects I had used up. Then, I had to make up for the damages across the cabin and make it look like a massacre did not occur within its walls 35 minutes ago. More crystals and resources were drained to ensure the cultists were well on their way to my cabin. To ensure that the dungeon would run smoothly once the scenario kicked into high gear. Setting the scene required homework, strategy, and chores, which Oracle had been most helpful about studying the incoming delvers, especially when I needed this scenario to be the most deadly dungeon I had ever run. My monsters must even study the delvers' weaknesses, desires, and fears to perform at their peak. But luring them varied in difficulty. I ordered the demon to send the texts I had planned for Deputy Rebecca Torres and the others to receive, but kept the Hodges in the dark. A staged picture of a bound and unconscious Maxine was sent from Alvin's phone, asking the others to meet him in the cabin to discuss what they should do next. Fortunately, the demon could mimic voices, and I made sure it was an audio text with Alvin's voice loud and clear. That should entice them that it was real. I specifically sent out a message saying that Maxine had hidden the gemstone somewhere on the property, and Alvin needed help to find it, as well as getting rid of Maxine's body if they ever decide to kill her. So far, none took the bait, though they were tempted. Kirk wanted to go and get this over with. Cut the bitch if we have to. Those were his words during his 2-minute call with Rebecca. But of course, he wanted to go and kill her. I already threatened him with all those sickening videos he stored in his laptop's hard drive. Technically, Maxine threatened to reveal it. The girls remained adamant that they should wait for Coach Hodge to return. Watching them run around like headless chickens through Oracle's cameras and arguing in circles about what to do was both frustrating and made me want to jump off a fucking cliff. I guessed many people were like that, a bunch of indecisive morons who could not get out of a paper bag to save their life. I wanted them to do one thing, but they refused to budge because of prickly little stuff like fear, ignorance, and pride. What a load of horseshit. Granted, if I were human again and smelled something wrong, I would probably do the same thing and ignore it, hoping it would disappear and never bother me again. Humans loved ignoring problems until they popped out like a fucking jump scare in a cheesy horror movie. I just needed the right button to push. But once they were inside my borders, I had to pass the gauntlet to my traps and monsters and rely on them to finish the job. But this was a unique scenario. Fortunately, the administrators, I'll address Elvis's people as that to make it less complicated for me, had given me a carte blanche of Rule 2, which made it easier not to worry about accidentally playing favorites. I did not want to trifle with the consequences if I broke them. I wouldn't have that problem since I'm dealing with the cult. Luckily, I had no love for any of them. Murder away. I looked over the gem's ability options on the screen. Elvis had given me one extra ability slot for my core, and though my options looked like a spreadsheet that vomited a bunch of words and letters, I managed to find one that I liked. Telekinesis had done wonders to keep the delvers away from my gemstone. Though I rarely used Mind Shock for its incapacitating effects, and its single target only when summoned compared to the multi-purpose use of the other, I realized that I did not have enough defense for my body. Heat Surge protected me from being carried away, but I needed a backup if that failed. It was an easy choice to pick, Resistance. The demon gestured around the room. You placed many choices in this cabin, my liege. Go to the front door or run out of the window? By going to the front door, they might get trapped by the rug. If they go out the window, they will reach the wood's safety. Take Trail A or Trail B. Trail B leads to Goliath's lair. Trail A leads to the mountains and, perhaps, to safety, but they must fight off Oldie first. Choices, choices. One after the other. Even other dungeon cores give their delvers similar games. And when they reach the end, if they reach the end, they have the greatest choice of all, the prize a dungeon lord bestows. To mortals in other worlds they desire it more than their lover, cherished it more than their progeny, dreamed of it more than their sanity. Even kings sacrificed their people and fractured their nations to harness a coarse gift. For a death core, I'll covet your gifts, for it is limitless. Is that why I have to treat them equally? I cannot interfere with their, what, control? We demons follow the same rules. All archetypes do. We entice both sinner and saint. Both equally make the same choices and make the same, hard contemplation. You'd be surprised how many saints chose the dark path while sinners turned to the light. You present the choice with the lure and wait for their path to unravel. If it dooms them, let them burn. If it brings salvation, reward them. The system wills it, and we are but its glorious intermediary. Glad the cultists don't get to enjoy any of that. The system must want them dead. Goliath, Oldie, and I are looking forward to it, my liege. She turned to Oracle and laughed. Ah, yes. Siren and Oracle, too. I almost felt guilty for being too excited about the bloodbath. Make me proud, then. Goliath opened his eyes and puffed up his chest, and the demon chuckled. And we are prepared to face them, my liege. She paused. Have you thought about which one of us will gain an upgrade? I nodded. I have. Demon, I think you should have it. The demon's expression never faltered. Thank you, my liege. What gift will you honor me? Take a look. Possession 2. The monster possesses a delver's mind and body, using all the host's functions and abilities, while the host remains imprisoned inside. The monster has total concealment. Resolve requirement, 2. Level 2, the monster can now possess a total of 3 delvers. Note that multiple possessions decreases a possessing archetype's defenses and concealment, but increases their offensive capabilities. Upgrade to level 3 to add another 2 delvers under your archetype's control. I waited for the demon to finish reading her new stats. She regarded me again with a demure smile. Thank you, my liege. They may be our enemy, but I want to collect their essence. Only 4 of you are capable of fighting them head-on, and who knows how many the Hodges will bring once they call for help from wherever they're going. I have a feeling it's a large cell of their cult. It's nice to have the numbers on our side as a contingency. So far, the rest of the cult hesitates to come here, Lord Dungeon, the demon said. I have a solution, Oracle said. What is it, Oracle? Query. Profiles created. 4 names popped up on the screen, along with their phone numbers, their occupation, social security, any criminal records, multiple social media accounts, and how far they were from the dungeon, even down to the last food they ate. Chris Torres, Rebecca's husband. Clay Havert, Rebecca's lover. Zach Bird, Jenna's ex-husband. Danny Bird, Jenna's son. The kid? I asked. You want me to bring a kid here? In the dungeon? More delvers? How fun, the demon said excitedly. Humans protect their young with tenacity. Jenna Batten will be persuaded to enter the dungeon with 98.1% accuracy. And the 2%? There is a 1.9% chance the others will intervene on her behalf. As for Zach Bird, the mother of his only child is still romantically inclined to reciprocate his feelings even with the estrangement. He was right. No matter how I wanted to argue about bringing a fucking child into a dangerous dungeon, luring the cultists with their loved ones was the oldest play in the book. And I've seen plenty of bad guys use the same tactics to lure the heroes. I would have Jenna Batten within my borders within the hour. Nothing could beat a mother's love. We don't have any evidence that the others are even part of the cult, I said. All avenues we have taken have failed, my lord, the demon said. These people will seal their fate and bind them to us. Whether Kirk liked it or not, he had no choice but to come to the dungeon and bury his sins. The two women will go with him. Well, can't Oracle fake it? Make it seem like the messages are coming from them? Having these humans in the dungeon will reduce the survivability of the cultists by 6%. Resistance. You may choose to resist and have the damage incurred upon your core, thereby hardening your barrier and preventing early expiration. For double the power cost, you may grant a chosen archetype this ability for the same duration. They can choose to use the ability right away or wait within the next 24 hours. You may not bestow this ability to the same archetype twice in a 24-hour period. Costs 2 power to self, 4 power to archetypes, duration, 10 minutes. Though 10 minutes might not be much, I imagined it would give my monsters enough time to get rid of my attackers or whoever wanted to steal and whisk me away from my dungeon. I was also interested in buffing up my monsters for an expensive 4 power drain, almost having my power resources at the expense of only doing it once per day. Still, I had to follow the rules by giving the ability well in advance to Goliath or any of the others before a scenario started. I might save it for the final boss fight, I laughed at the thought. With another environmental slot for my dungeon, I brought back the one I used from the Yates residence, which had done wonders in passively draining a delver's resolve. While unnerving fog worked at a regional level, phantasmal cold was specific to certain areas like a bedroom or the cellar. Triggering such effects didn't seem like the system considered it an active interference, acting like a passive effect that a delver could resist based on their constitution alone. There's a possibility that they could shrug it off and run in the opposite direction. I like to call it getting the heebie-jeebies. Phantasmal cold. The dungeon is unusually 20 degrees colder than the outside's temperature, shedding a delver's resolve over time. Duration, 1 hour. Even the afterlife has stupid rules, I chuckled. I still had no clue what to do once I was finished with the cultists. Maybe enjoy the scenery, more like it. After all, I got an incredible prime real estate with a beautiful view of the mountains and the lake, minus the pile of bodies. At least I didn't have to pay taxes. What's the percentage nowadays for a blood tax? The demon pursed her lips. Rules govern the universe, your grace, no matter how small. Even demons follow them. It doesn't look like you have some. We most certainly do, not that you can understand. For one, we have a quota to meet. What kind of quota? Well, we need to drag a soul to hell. It took me a moment to get it. And by working for me, they'll make you the employee of the month? The demon grinned. When I get back downstairs, if I get back, I do hope my dear overseer appreciates the line of souls on the doom bridge before the drop with my name stamped on their searing flesh right before it boils over and over and over. On average, how many souls does a demon drag? 1 or 2 a year, if lucky. Some take months and years. But humans are already depraved enough to do the vilest things without a demon's intervention. Those destined to do evil have their wings clipped before they think of the deed. Uninspired demons clamor to take credit for such things. I, on the other hand, do not cheapen myself to such mediocre bargains. It does not honor the horned god and the river of sorrows. I never heard the demon talk so passionately about her job. Sure, I witnessed how she put mind, body, and soul into torturing the delvers, sometimes with fervent zealotry, but hearing her speak like it's the most sensible thing in the world was fascinating. She took her work more seriously than I realized. And besides, my lord, rules give mortals control. I titled my head. How so? Forgive me if my knowledge of dungeon lords is rudimentary at best, but from what I have witnessed over the centuries, your kind presents mortals with a sense of control over their short, pathetic lives. Gives them purpose. Gives them hope, pride, adventure, and despair. You offer them choices, you know. Choices that will either doom them or lead them to paths they never think they are capable of. How exactly am I giving them choices? If I was, I am not seeing them. It's both large and small, my liege. Take Eddie, for example. He has the choice to leave the others behind in the cabin and save himself, which he did. He almost made it out, too, if not for me on the way. If he had the others, who knows? That might save his life. After all, it would be me against 3. You may call his path the wrong choice because it led to his death. Or how about we take it back to Leo on the road? He was behind the wheel and could drive away to civilization or follow Eddie to the cabin. One choice will save his friends. One choice doomed them. You already know which ones they took. Shit. The old classic trope of saving the loved one more than yourself. That was a hell of a choice for Rebecca to make. Save her husband or the man she was cheating with. I imagined her resolve would plummet dramatically once I presented that to her. As for Jenna Batten? My mind swam with ideas about using her child to betray the cult. Maybe I'd save her for last. Tempting. Very tempting. System, if these people enter my dungeon, will they automatically become delvers? They meet the criteria. The system recognizes them as candidates. The tiny prompt materialized at the same spot on my periphery. The 3 potential candidates will become delvers once they walk beyond the threshold. 3? I see 4. Candidate Danny Bird is only recognized as a delver once he comes of age at 15. So, children aren't allowed in the dungeons? What, they're automatically kicked out or something? Youths may still enter permitted areas the core allows. Huh. I had no idea there was a fucking setting for that. But what will happen to him once he does? Once he enters the areas I restricted? The system will gentle him until the scenario concludes. Gentle him? What do you mean? However, the system did not reply. Demon, do you know about this? I said, turning to her. Surprisingly, the demon shook her head. I'm afraid not, my liege. In worlds where I've watched countless dungeon runs, they never allowed younglings into their borders, so I have never seen a gentling. This will be a first. However, I bore witness to many rites of passage from delvers of many different worlds who have come of age. They have ceremonies, sure, but not as exciting as when sapling demons drew first blood. It is electrifying. I stared at the names on the screen for a long moment. Should I lead these people here? If I did, they might not survive. Bringing them here would also divide the attention of the cultists. But another thought wiggled its way from the back of my skull, slowly moving forward to invade all my senses. More delvers, more essence. Right? And what better way to feed the bottomless pit in my stomach than to pile the bodies as high as the heavens? More. Yes. I needed more. More. Melanie and Coach Hodge craned their necks up and glimpsed the highest floors of the tall building across the street, hesitating to step through the rotating entrance doors. I watched them from the CCTV camera fixed right above the entryway while Oracle switched on their phone's audio so I could listen to their conversation. Fortunately, the building had multiple cameras scattered across every floor, but curiously sparse on the upper ones. Are you sure about this, Justin? Melanie asked, her voice shaking a little. Gone was the assuring voice I heard from the drive. She was afraid. I don't trust them. We have no choice, Mel. We do. We can just. What? Run away? Go to Canada? Spain? We built a good life here, Mel. I won't throw away 15 good years because of a two-faced bitch. The society needs to learn that she betrayed her oath and cannibalized members of her sect. I will not tuck my tail between my legs because she dared to challenge my authority. You know her ambitions when we welcomed her into our circle. She's always been determined to take my place for herself and that damn cheating husband of hers. And what happens if the society puts all the blame on you? Have you learned nothing? Show weakness, and they will cut your strings. They won't. You don't know that. They won't. Now, let's go. We've kept him waiting long enough. Coach Hodge marched into the building. Melanie followed after him, not looking too happy. The lobby was empty at this time of day. Most of the 7, moderately good-performing, companies leased office spaces throughout the 30 floors, open only on weekdays. Given it was a Sunday, the building was mostly empty. 2 security guards greeted the Hodges with familiarity. They had been here quite a few times for him to recognize their faces. The Hodges spoke very little to him and went straight to the elevator, pressing the 29th floor. On the property records Oracle pulled up, the Havishar Society had taken up the top 10 floors of the building. Unfortunately, there were only a few cameras on the 29th floor except for my view of the hallway, next to the elevator, and inside the elevator itself. A tall brunette woman with a slick black dress suit, her hair tied into a loose bun, waited outside the door when it opened. The woman, who I assumed was the secretary, plastered a wide smile. Mr. Hodge. Mrs. Hodge. It is good to see you two again. How was your drive? Hodge nodded along. Good, good. Very nice to see you, too, Allie. Is he? He is in his office. Do we have to wait, or? No, Mr. Hodge. He's been expecting the two of you since you called. Come. Follow me. I ordered Oracle to pull up a blueprint of the 29th floor. There were only 6 office spaces throughout the entire level, with the largest one by the southwest side, an excellent view of the Columbia River and the city center, and a sprawling balcony, with a small garden, next to it. I lost sight of them for less than a minute before they turned up on the other side of the building, walking quietly toward the large double oak doors, leading to the most prominent office I mentioned. Coach Hodge and his wife were getting nervous with each step they took. I caught Melanie, gently grabbed Coach Hodge's hand and gave it a firm squeeze. The secretary opened the door and let them in. Oracle, find me something, anything, in that office I can see through. There are no cameras inside the room. Crap. Do we still get audio? Yes. I looked at the blueprint again and studied the balcony. Could it be? Oracle, find me a drone nearby. Searching. Searching. Found. Oracle quickly changed the screen to a bedroom from an apartment building a block away. It looked like a college student's bedroom, and I was looking through his laptop's camera. The boy was a couple of years older than me, with bleach blonde hair cropped short and wearing a faded black Green Day shirt, editing some drone footage he got of Portland the night prior. The drone sat beside the laptop. I was growing impatient about when this boy would leave his room. Finally, he grabbed a towel from his closet and left the room to shower. Lights flickered, and the drone suddenly whirred to life. It was a metallic black and heavy-duty looking thing that must have cost quite a fortune, which Oracle swiftly showed me that the college boy had purchased it for almost $2,500 on Amazon, thanks to his wealthy parents, I guessed. Blades that could rotate faster and propel the aircraft to greater speed. Once completely controlled, Oracle slowly flew out of the open window, heading straight for the office building. We hovered several feet above the balcony garden. I tried to catch up with the 4 minutes of audio from inside the office, but all I heard was silence and someone writing on a piece of paper. With my visuals restored, I saw Coach Hodge and Melanie through the glass windows, sitting on these big red lounge chairs across from a man in a suit signing a document. Well, multiple copies, it looked like. There was a stack of folders on his desk. Ah, a silent treatment, the demon interjected. He is making them uneasy, my lord. I looked over to Coach Hodge, who was already shifting uncomfortably, clearing his throat a little too loudly, but the other man paused before resuming what he was doing. I couldn't get a better look at the documents he was working on from my angle. Fortunately, none of them have noticed the drone. Thank God the drone's owner had invested money into making these drones as quiet as possible. After a minute, the other man finally put his pen down and faced the Hodges. We could use some fresh air, don't we? He said. He swiveled his big office chair around and stood up, heading straight for the glass windows I was watching from, which turned out to be sliding doors. I ordered Oracle to fly a little higher out of their sight. From there, I got a good look at the man. He was younger than I imagined. For being a leader of the cult of Astaroth, he could be no more than 40. He was clean-shaven, sported a slick back, dark brown hair, piercing blue eyes, and wore a midnight blue suit that complemented his fair and handsome features. He led the Hodges to the gardens, marching toward a small platform with tables, a bar, and glass railings overlooking the darkening park below. Allie came out with 3 steaming cups of tea and placed them on the glass table before she promptly left. Sit, sit. Make yourselves comfortable, the man said. He took a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket, flicked the cap, lit the cigarette, and sucked the air in from the bud. Go on. I'm listening, he said, puffing out a misty trail of smoke from between his lips. A curious glance danced behind the veil, intently studying the Hodges across the table. I didn't know if he intended to kill them or something much worse. I wished he wouldn't do the latter. That's my job. You know why we're here, Jonas, Melanie said. I know. But do you have it with you? Melanie shot Hodge a concerned look. Well, not exactly. We failed with the summoning. The man, Jonas, blew out another puff. It doesn't sound like you're sure. Where's the gem? It's on. We don't know, Melanie interrupted and glanced at her husband to stop talking. Interesting. I realized they were trying to save their spines. If they told this Jonas guy where Maxine was right away, maybe showed him the pinned location I sent them this morning, then there was no reason for Jonas to keep them both alive. Smart. Jonas paused. You don't know? Yes. We had it. And then we lost it? Jonas chuckled. You lost the gem? Coach Hodge gulped visibly. One of our members stole it. Jonas barked a laugh. Stolen, you say? By your people? When you called this morning, I thought you're here to bring some good news for once. The seat loaned you that gem 4 months ago, Justin, and you promised that it would work, that you would make it work, but now you claim that you don't have it with you? Look, we performed the ritual 2 days ago down to the letter and blood, but we thought we blew it when we didn't feel the ways. You'd do the same thing if you were in our shoes. Coach Hodge said. 2 days ago? Did you intend to keep your failure from us for much longer if it hadn't been stolen? And now you come crawling back to me for what? Reinforcements? You let your underling get the better of you, and now you want my men? Are you here to wrangle an assassin from under me? Let them clean up your mess? What's a death corps, Jonas? Melanie asked, trying to regain some of her courage. Maxine did not kill your sex members or her neighbors, Mel. It was the corps. How did they die? Stabbed to death. Cameras in one of the houses saw her attacking a couple of the teenagers next door. It wasn't pretty. She is the one attacking? Yes. Jonas paused and started muttering to himself. Could be a doppelganger archetype? It could be an illusion. Could be a possession. Demonic? Maybe. An abomination, perhaps? It didn't show any other traits. Damn, he's learning fast. Traits? Who's he? Did it do anything else? Did Maxine sprout wings, tentacles, or claws, or something? No. Rebecca let us see the footage, but we saw none of that. Wait, should she be doing that? If you can't find her, then she's someplace else. Did you say how many people died? There were 8 dead during the massacre. 1 survived. Jonas sighed. That's enough to reform a dungeon somewhere else. 2 days is a long time to kill more people. We haven't heard any massacres or killings after she disappeared, Jonas, Coach Hodge said. None that you know. A death corps can hide these things. A week from now, maybe 2, the bodies will turn up, and then we have no chance of getting it back into our control once it grows in power. We must nip this in the bud while he is still an infant. How do we do that? Melanie asked. Find Maxine and get me back my gem. But, of course, they already knew where she was. Yet, they refused to tell him. She couldn't have gotten far. She must still be in town if she's threatening us with it. We can find her. If the corps hasn't left the area yet, then that means he has a grudge against you. Why us? Melanie asked. Jonas scoffed, amused. Why do you think? You murdered him. Jonas then clicked something underneath the armrest. A few seconds later, Allie, the assistant, walked out of the office and marched across the balcony. Allie, the guests are leaving. Something clicked in Melanie's head, and she stood up. You mean Mark Castle, the kid we sacrificed, is this death corps? Of course, he said. The first cry he made when he was born was when our Lord felt his soul's potential. So, we nurtured him like a sapling, and when it was time to pick the fruits of our labor, you lot tainted the soil. If he is as powerful as you say, how do we get him back under our control? Melanie asked. Did you say 1 survived the massacre? Yeah. One of the teenagers, Coach Hodge said. I know her. Tessa Burton. She's a good girl. Jonas nodded. Once you find his dungeon, bring this Tessa Burton there. And then what? She is your insurance. That way, you won't be killed when you step inside the dungeon. He has a grudge, remember? Perform a chained rite. That will buy you some time before his dungeon's influence affects you. You keep saying dungeon. Because it is that. And oh, please be careful, Jonas added. He already fed on 8 essences. You may not understand what that is, but it feeds his power. We don't know how many he's had since then. But do we get some backup? We know you have mercs stationed in this city, Jonas. Can't we have one of the squads? We'll take even the smallest team if you can spare it, Melanie begged. Once you find the gem, you will tell us where it is. Then, we will send our men. But this has to happen tonight. Do not wait for tomorrow. Another day is another chance for this corps to grow in power, understand? The Hodges nodded, and Allie gestured for them to follow her out the door. And remember, don't come back another disappointment, Hodge. We've invested a lot of time in your future within the society. Do not waste this chance to redeem yourself in the eyes of our Lord. Coach Hodge gulped and nodded. He and Mel followed Allie out of the office, walking back to the elevator on the other side of the building. Once they were inside and said their goodbyes to Allie at the reception hall, Coach Hodge whispered an incantation. Justin Hodge is casting a spell, my lord. What spell? I asked. Hopefully, it wasn't against me. Divination. I will try to counter. Done. Electronics are not affected. Wait, what did he cast? Anti-scrying, the demon said. He didn't want anyone in the building spying on them. She pointed at Hodge, looking directly at the camera fixed on the elevator's corner. Oh, the poor thing doesn't know he can't counter a machine archetype with this great distance and with such pithy magic. How so? If we were a normal monster born naturally in this world and reality, it would have worked. A small sliver of the ways will make us run away and lick our wounds for days. But we were dungeon created. We go by different rules. But she killed multiple people. Melanie intervened. She killed other members of our sect and her neighbors. Who is this woman who outwitted the two of you? Maxine Fairley. Maxine? Jonas scoffed. Maxine, with those cringy online workout videos and the stupid essential oils? That is the woman who has the gem? Besides my husband, she is one of the few who can channel infernal magic, Jonas. Not even I am skilled with it. Isn't that why you sent her to us? To help us? Maxine can barely light a cauldron on fire, Mel. If she is as powerful as you two think, we would have made her sect leader instead of your husband, and we would not have placed her in your sect. New Orleans has been begging for a sorcerer, we could have sent her there instead. Though you may be gifted in the ways, Mr. Hodge, it does not make you wise or astute. It fans your arrogance, which I barely tolerate already. Coach Hodge swallowed his pride. He was not used to being talked this way. I know. Melanie shot him another look, but this time, of disappointment that her husband caved under the pressure. What did you make us do, Jonas? What did you let us summon? Melanie asked. I told you 4 months ago. Power. Pure power. Coveted more than plutonium. More valuable than gold. Isn't that what you two wanted? To make your sect the envy of this continent? Melanie bit her bottom lip. But what is the ritual? What does it do? Is that why Maxine is strong? Why can't we locate her with normal scrying magic? She's using the gem's power? Suddenly, Jonas's smile dropped. When did you say she had the gem? 2 days ago, Mel answered hesitantly. 2 days, exactly? Down to the minute? It wasn't stolen yesterday or this morning. What is the exact time frame? Does it matter? Coach Hodge asked. Of course it fucking matters, Hodge. When? After the ritual, we handed it over to one of our members, and they brought it to their house. A few hours later, Maxine had it and threatened us with blackmail. She also dug up the boy's body. Once Melanie mentioned the latter, Jonas flinched. This house. Did you ever stop by it? One of our members, Rebecca, is a cop. She went inside the house. Did she say anything about the place? Melanie nodded. She called me once to tell me that she didn't like how the house made her feel just by looking at it. I mean, it was understandable. Our friends were murdered inside, so I gave it a passing thought. If multiple people have been to that house, then it is no longer there, Jonas muttered. Dread is still working, however. Interesting. He leaned closer. And what does the gem look like after you perform the ritual? Mel turned to her husband. I wasn't there. Nothing, Coach Hodge said. It didn't light up like the other rituals we usually perform. No evidence of the ways. That's why we thought it was a dud. Jonas's face paled. He smashed the cigarette butt on the chair's armrest, snuffing out the flame. You fool, he seethed. It worked. What? The ritual, it worked. I can't believe it. Imagine that? The ritual? Of course. A gem, a murder house, and bodies piling up a few hours later? Classic dungeon. Both the Hodges stayed quiet. You know, I never believed you'd be able to do it all these years, Hodge, but you proved me wrong. A football coach in some nowhere town managed to do what no other being could replicate in the universe. And you had it in your hands. Coach Hodges' face danced with emotions. He didn't know whether to smile at the compliment or keep them at bay. But Jonas was not done talking. And then you motherfuckers lost the gem. Do you have any idea what you carried with you? It was a death core, you imbeciles. Coach Hodge and Melanie looked at each other dumbfounded. They had no idea what I was. What now? A death core. Fuck. This planet is filled with half-witted people. Years of preparations. Years of meticulous planning. Found a baby, he pointed at Coach Hodge, who can barely graze the system. Found a region that is susceptible to a dungeon's creation. We have the ingredients, and you motherfuckers threw it away? I should have you whipped right here, right now, for your incompetence. You let it slip off your fingers, you motherfuckers. With every outburst, Melanie and Coach Hodge shrank into their seat. Look, man. You didn't tell us anything about any of that. Coach Hodge exclaimed. If you knew, it wouldn't have worked, you idiot. That's the recipe. A controlled accident that we tailored so this, what's going on now, does not happen. You're supposed to bend it to your will. Bend it for our Lord's cause. And you fucked it up. You didn't even finish the ritual, didn't you? Coach Hodge gulped again. We finished it. Liar. If you had finished the ritual, the core wouldn't be murdering people. You'd have it in your pocket, it wouldn't be stolen, and you'd give it to me. No, he will not be pleased. Once Coach Hodge was confident no one was listening, except us, he dropped his facade and slapped Melanie across the face. Melanie dared not move. She stood frozen, bubbling anger seeping through her grimacing lips, and she stared daggers back at her husband. You will not interrupt me in front of Jonas again, Coach Hodge seethed. We know where she is. And we will be dead, she finished. Do you think Jonas will let us leave when we tell him that Maxine's gallivanting in the fucking woods near town? He will have no use of us. Instead of Ali walking through that door, it would be men with guns. Your shields cannot stop more than a dozen bullets all at once, Hodge. He needed me. Since I was a baby, they know I am important. They won't dare harm me. I mean, you heard Jonas. Oh, darling, you can't be that stupid. Coach Hodge narrowed his gaze and raised the back of his hand. You don't talk to. Hit me again, and I will cut you by the balls. I may not be capable of magic, Justin, but don't forget I can still take down a man by other means. I made you sect leader, remember? Me. Not Jonas. Not the seat. Do you think you're the only golden child in their arsenal? Hodge bit his tongue. Of course not. Don't forget the piling bodies I left behind just for you to stand on your high horse and show your dick to everyone else and equal to the old men and women who can't even light a match with their thought. You have actual magic. I've seen it with my own eyes. Jonas and the others are just jealous of the gifts that Astaroth had given to you and not them. They're probably more than happy that Maxine's out of the picture. That's less competition for them, anyway. Another member with the gift gone from their chessboard. And from ours? Exactly. As you said, Maxine wants your position. I am the one who gave you freedom, and I will not let that bitch or this court take that away. Without me, you will still be in this building, groveling under Jonas's boot like the other special babies they keep, caged and under lock and key. Melanie stood on her tippy toes and gave Hodge a passionate kiss. We will retrieve this gem. We will not let Justin take the credit for our success and will hand the gem to the seed ourselves. Maybe for once, a leader with a true arcane gift will stand closer to the seat than Jonas and the other charlatans will. But we don't have soldiers. We can still use Jonas's. But we will cut them loose once we are done with them. You want me to betray Jonas? Melanie smiled. And the seat will love you for it, babe. Maybe our Lord, too. He loves violence, remember? It isn't alien to him for his followers to fight to the death for his love. The elevator dinged as it reached the lobby. Now, let's get out of this fucking city. We're losing light. I scoffed. There was no way in hell I would let them have soldiers backing their skin once they're in my dungeon. No fucking way. I won't let them have an easy way out and become a survivor. Picturing myself rewarding them sent chills down my body. No more waiting around for this one. I am going to cut the head of the snake. I ordered Oracle to return to the drone still flying above the garden. Jonas was still finishing his cup of tea in deep thought while Ali stood at the side. It was a shame I couldn't cast Glean on him and read his thoughts. Suddenly, he snorted, chuckling to himself. You can go home for the night, Ali. I'll see you here on Wednesday, Jonas said. Wednesday, sir? Yeah. I have a business trip planned. Last minute. Ali was about to grab the empty mug on the table, but Jonas raised his hand to stop her. She bowed her head and walked out of the office. Once he was sure he was alone, Jonas stood up and grabbed the empty mug with an iron grip. Swinging his arm wide, he threw the mug toward the brick wall across the garden, shattering it into pieces. Frustrated, he walked toward the glass railing and lit another cigarette. He fished out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. I told Oracle to listen into the conversation. Audio not available. What do you mean it's not available? I asked. Signal blocked. I cannot listen to the call. You mean magic? Yes. Damn it. But can you trace where he is calling to? Yes. Satellites are not blocked. Do it. Locating. Locating. Found. Cannot determine accurate location. Found general area, Mayfair, London, UK. Warning, area out of bounds. I have no sight of the region. Please upgrade my all-seeing trait to increase the distance. Since it's almost 6 o'clock in the evening, it must be nearly 2 in the morning in London. Even though I could not hear through the phone, I could tell Jonas was sent to voicemail. Hey, it's me, he said. Listen, it worked. Point Hope managed to do it, but there's a slight problem. It's alive. I'm going to charter a plane to go to you. Call me when you are able. Jonas dropped the call and put the phone back in his suit's hidden pocket. He finished the cigarette, stumping it out with the soles of his shoes. He gave the city another morose glance, soaking in the sights of the Columbia River under the waning light. With a sigh, he strolled toward the sliding door, pulling out his phone again to check if the person he was calling in London got back to him. All he saw was a black screen. No calls yet. I doubted he'd hear back from them anyway. Oracle, do it. In an instant, the automatic sliding doors slid shut with breakneck speed. Jonas barely had time to get out of the way, but it was too late. With a loud yelp, he swung his arms forward, trying to block the momentum, metal upon skin hitting with a loud crunch, and Jonas was pinned halfway between the doors. 100 pounds of force straining against his spine. "Allie! Allie!" he screamed, but his assistant was long gone. 5 minutes ago, I watched her take one of the elevators down to the lobby. Wedging his arms, he pushed back against the doors, leaving enough gap to move his upper body in, but still pinned his right leg. The drone flew closer to his eye level, and Jonas, the man who ordered my death, turned around and met my lens. "Hello, hello," I said. This was the man who started it. The man who killed me, albeit indirectly. The one who ordered Hodge and his cultists to kidnap me and so many others. I am going to turn the tables on him. The drone flew forward, blades eating flesh, and Jonas screeched. The sudden force knocked the drone back to the ground, half of the lens covered in blood. Jonas reeled his leg through the gap, torn flesh hitched onto the metal mortise locks and deepening the gash even more. Once freed, Jonas stumbled to his desk, blood seeping from his wounds and staining the carpet floor. "What the fuck?" he cried out, muffled under the GoPro's audio attached to the drone. Fortunately, the drone was still functional, and it hovered several feet away from the now-closed sliding doors, glaring at the injured man behind it. Jonas struggled to get up and limped toward the door, leaving a blood trail. Jonas pulled the handle. Locked. He tried again, but it was no use. The door was made like it could handle the force of half a dozen men. A security thing to protect the person inside. It was not meant to keep them in. Since the door required a magnetic keycard, it was easy for Oracle to lock Jonas inside the office. Jonas went for his hidden pocket again, only to find that his phone was not there. A strobing light from the drone drew his attention. Oracle flew the aircraft lower to the ground, close to the phone, which fell out of Jonas's grip when the sliding doors pinned him. I smiled when I saw Jonas's face drop. He wouldn't be able to call for help. Even when he pressed the hidden button underneath his desk multiple times, Oracle had already cut off the signal, manipulating the electrical currents to a light bulb in a random bathroom stall on the 9th floor, flickering maddeningly. In the lobby, the security guys had no idea what was happening. The buzzer never sounded. Jonas panicked, limping toward one of the bookshelves, and reached for the bust of an old, mustached man. Turning its head to the left, a hidden door masquerading as a bookshelf slid near it, revealing an elevator. An emergency exit. Shall I trap him inside the office? No. He can get in the elevator. The doors slid open. Jonas practically jumped in, probably afraid that the sliding doors behind him would open suddenly and the drone would attack. Luckily, there was a camera inside. He quickly pressed the ground floor and close button from the panel, and the doors slid closed. Jonas breathed a sigh of relief. I smiled. Stop the elevator between the 14th and 15th floor, I ordered Oracle. As the elevator descended, it stopped with a shudder at what I told Oracle to do. Jonas flinched, looking around as to why he stopped moving. He pressed all the buttons, but none of the panels worked. Open the elevator door. Then open only the 15th floor, Oracle. Oracle did as asked. Jonas froze. He was afraid to move. It could be a trick, peering through the small gap to the 15th floor to see if anyone was waiting behind the door to attack him. Smart. I made the lights flicker as if they were dying, and the panel's digital screen kept scrolling from 1 to 30 even though the elevator was not moving anything to spur Jonas to move. Oracle, unlatch one of the brakes for a split second. The elevator violently shuddered, a rattling groan echoed through the metal box. Cables from above snapped taut and traveled down, singing danger. Jonas gasped and hurried forward. He tried to open the door to the 14th so he could hop off, but that was no fun for me. His only way out was through the 15th floor. Take the bait. Take the bait. Take the fucking bait. I kept saying it like a mantra inside my head. Cursing under his breath, Jonas stood up and reached for the gap. My smile broadened. Even with the wounded leg, he widened the gap and lifted himself halfway through the door. Then, I went for the jugular. Pin him. Oracle closed the elevator door, pinning Jonas between the torso right where I wanted him. "Help! Help!" he shouted, but both floors were devoid of people, and no one was there to save him. His lower half dangled inside the elevator, his legs trying to get a foothold to push himself through. Nothing. I watched him struggle through the camera in front of the elevator on the 15th floor. Jonas smacked his palm against the elevator door and shouted, "Aperta!" I could feel the arcane energy sweeping through Oracle's circuits from 100 miles away. The door slid open momentarily, and he managed to wiggle out an inch before the door slammed on his body, pinning him again. I let out a heavy breath. For a moment there, I thought he was going to escape. Melanie was telling the truth. These cult leaders were weak with magic. It seemed they didn't want one gifted like Hodge, even though he was an asshole, to rule over them. Greed and ambition had clouded their minds, which I could use to my advantage in the future. The cult of Astaroth on Earth might be easier to extinguish than I initially thought when its members were distracted by inner power struggles rather than growing their abilities. "Turn on the elevator's speakers," I ordered. The speaker system crackled to life. Jonas winced, which meant it worked, and he could hear me. "Hello, Jonas," I said. "This is Mark Castle." His eyes widened. "Before you die, I want you to know it was me." "Wait," he hollered. "Wait. You don't want to kill me. My essence. You won't be able to collect it. You're still in Point Hope, are you? That means your boarders haven't reached Portland yet. Not this early. Do you know how much my essence is worth? I am one of the leaders of the cult of Astaroth. You will not feed for days, maybe weeks, with my essence. If you kill me right here, I will be wasted. You don't want that, right? Seems like you know more about me. I've studied your kind for years. It's all I know." He smiled. "I can help you, you know. I can help you become a better dungeon on Earth. Make you glorious and revered. You don't have to kill me. This man who sought to control me. This man who coveted my core for his gain. This man who reeked with lies. I want nothing to do with him. I just wanted him out of the picture." "Tempting," I said. "But right now, I don't give a fuck." The elevator whirred back to life and started ascending, carrying Jonas with it. No, I can help. Please. I can help." His words meant nothing to me. I just wanted to see the blood gush out of his flesh. He strained against the force, trying to claw his way out, nails splitting under the metal, forming gashes along its surface. His legs now touched the elevator floor, and he kicked and kicked, but the doors prevented him from gaining an inch through. He reached the top and produced the sweetest scream I had ever heard. Flesh pressed against metal, bones cracked under the pressure, and the metal box labored to ascend and close the gap even with an obstacle along the way. The machine shuddered violently, the cables pulling and pulling with all its strength. Blood poured out of Jonas's lips. With each pressure building on his abdomen and lower spine, cutting off the nerves to his lower legs, which stopped kicking, it pressed his organs aside and popped, lungs pushing against his ribcage, making him struggle to breathe. He could barely scream for help. By the 6th second of pure torment, the elevator dropped half a foot lower for a split second, then pulled hard upward. Groaning machinery screamed to be free, and Jonas's upper body ripped out from the force and fell limply onto the 15th floor. Even with his lower half missing, Jonas was alive for 2 agonizing minutes. I watched the blood pour out of the stump. His spine and hip were so badly mangled that I didn't know which was flesh and bone, watched him struggle to stay alive. He was staring at the camera now from the corner. He knew that it was where I was watching him. He probably realized I managed to create an archetype that could control machinery even from afar. He stopped breathing, eyes glazed over. Looking through the blueprints, he was on an emergency corridor of the building, the kind that no one bothered to go, only checked by maintenance guys once a month. But such staff were overworked and underpaid, and the last maintenance check of the building was 50 days ago. No one would find Jonas's body for quite a while. I closed the secret cabinet from his office and turned on the Roomba from the corner with an installed cleaning solution to remove the spots on the carpet stained with blood. It wouldn't do a perfect job, but it would eliminate most of the evidence. I set my eyes back to Point Hope. System updating. Huh? What's this about now? Dread score changed for archetype, the Oracle. Curious, I expanded the prompt, and it pushed me back into the system interface. Oracle was thrilled by the new designation the system had given him. A dread score of 9 was the highest score my archetypes had ever received, and the demon had an 8. What would a 10 be like? A world destroyer? Oracle is capable of that if given the chance. Lucky for humanity, I didn't want to destroy the planet since I still live in the goddamn rock. Congratulations, Bolt, the demon exclaimed, smiling genuinely. You managed to knock me down my pedestal. How wonderful of you. Goliath gave Oracle a big thumbs up, and I could sense the static building around Oracle's monitor, brimming with excitement. I was happy for him, too. He's like a kid who just got a big bowl of Halloween candies from all the houses throughout the neighborhood. No longer the top dog, demon, I said jokingly. Oh, my lord, if we were in hell, I'd knock Bolt here off his rankings by midnight. Permanently. She flashed an evil grin. But this is your domain, your world. We archetypes must stick together and support each other. We are all friends here. For an all-knowing entity, the system seemed to have miscalculated Oracle's potential as a monster until I demonstrated how to wield him. There must not be a lot of technologically dominant worlds out there when everything seemed tailored for magic, given what the system offered for purchase with its traps, dungeons, traits, supplies, and power. It learned that the traits I mashed together to create Oracle would dominate a world like Earth, where every device had an electronic component, and that humans were obsessed with it, practically glued to the damn thing. I was thankful for that. It allowed me to see everything. I ordered Oracle to ensure that all the traffic lights the Hodges drove past were green toward Point Hope. But I didn't expect him to cause a 10-wheeler truck's battery to drain in a few seconds, causing a massive 20-vehicle pileup. Fortunately, it did not kill any people, although there were many injured, stranding it in the middle of Highway 99 East, and blocking off hundreds of commuters, paving the way for the Hodges to have a smooth drive through a supposed rush-hour traffic. Once Oracle notified me that the Hodges were 15 minutes from the town limits, I sent the texts to lure Chris, Clay, and Zach to the cabin, which was much easier than I thought. Humans are emotional creatures who act irrationally when you shatter their safety bubble, especially poor Chris Torres and his soon-to-be imploding marriage. Pretending to be Clay's spurned girlfriend, I sent a stunned Chris all of the screenshot texts that Clay and Rebecca shared for months, including all the sexting they did and the pictures and sex tapes to prove their affair, and pinned the location that Clay and Rebecca were currently in the cabin for the night. As an added twist to the knife, I texted Chris, as Rebecca, that she was working overtime due to the massacre in Green Hill, which freed her to spend the night in this cabin. I didn't have to spur Chris further to fill in the damn blanks and watch the rage simmer. After 30 minutes of staring at the empty screen of his phone, now placed on the coffee table, Chris grabbed his car keys, went up to the bedroom, and grabbed Rebecca's revolver hidden in a safe underneath the bed. He knew the combination for emergencies just in case a thief broke through the house, which was not far from the truth. Someone did wreck his house and blew up his marriage. In Clay's apartment, he took a quick shower and got ready once he received Rebecca's texts telling him to come to the cabin she rented for the two of them. A night where they can be alone and away from the world. Clay was a hopeless romantic. It was easy to manipulate him, especially when I added that Chris would be out of town for a few days, leaving them alone to be with each other. Who wouldn't be tempted to go to a remote cabin where it's just them? I watched his breath quickening, the heat running to his cheeks. He loved this woman, and I wondered if Rebecca felt the same. Masquerading as Jenna Batten, I told Zach Bird to drop his son, Danny, to the cabin as well, where she and her friends were currently staying for the night, safe and tucked away from whatever was happening in town after the massacre. The local authorities had mandated a curfew past 8 p.m. Out of frustration or low opinion of his ex-wife, Zach believed the text anyway and drove toward the cabin with Danny in the back seat. With the bait all set, it was time to lure the rest. Rebecca Torres climbed out of the squad car and glanced at her phone. Melanie had sent her a text 20 minutes ago, which I allowed to go through, except for the others, ordering her to grab the Burton girl. She regarded the hospital across the parking lot with a heavy sigh. It was clear she didn't want to do it. Turned her into a lackey now that Alvin was nowhere to be found even after repeated texts from the others, so the cultists had leaned on Rebecca's position as the sheriff's deputy to do the dirty work. To kidnap Tessa Burton. She used to be relegated to the cleanup and not doing the crime itself. She was the one who made sure that all the CCTV cameras in the area were scrubbed off, the witnesses paid off, and any footprint of the cult's activities in town gone before anyone could blink. She was good at it, too. Good at ensuring my disappearance had been a footnote in the past week alone. Good at checking the castles didn't put their foot where they shouldn't be. But kidnapping? That was Alvin's job. Maybe Kirk's. Being a teacher and a leading figure on campus like Coach Hodge, Kirk was a scouter for the limitless supply of innocent blood from Point Hope High School. A gray van pulled up to a crawl beside her, and Kirk lowered the passenger side's window, where Jenna was sitting. "Are you sure about this, Becca?" Jenna asked. Rebecca shrugged. "It's Hodge and Melanie's orders." "But why?" "Best not to ask any questions," Kirk said. "We still haven't told them that Alvin's gone AWOL. And we shouldn't," Rebecca hissed. "If we tell them that we disobeyed their orders and went for Maxine, we're screwed." "Technically, Alvin's got her tied up," Jenna said. "So we'll tell them once we all get there. They'll probably thank us since we got the hard part out of the way." Kirk scratched his chin. "I don't like keeping secrets from Hodge. Alvin's not answering us anymore. What if Maxine got away?" "Oh my god, you are such a downer," Jenna said. "Didn't Alvin say he's bringing some of his guys? They're probably busy scouring the property for the gem. Signal's awful in Cedar Lake, you know. I've been there a few times to go boating with my ex. Still, I would have preferred to be updated occasionally," Kirk said. "It's a common courtesy, but Alvin's an asshole, and I don't trust these guys he has brought. What if they keep the gem to themselves?" Rebecca rolled her eyes and muttered, "I am surrounded by the stupidest people." "Hey," Jenna screeched. "We're here to help you. We don't even have to be here. And I'm thankful for that, but could you please take this seriously? You guys already know where to park the van." "At the back," Kirk and Jenna replied. "Yes, at the back. There are not a lot of cameras there, but make sure you don't get past the garbage containers. Watch the exit door like I showed you, and I'll come out with the girl." "What about the cameras inside?" Kirk asked. "It's a small town, Kirk, and this isn't a casino," Rebecca said. "No one's watching the monitors, and I know Bobby. Tonight's his shift, and that motherfucker cannot guard a door to save a life. Heck, another bite of a donut might kill him." "Hodge wants to meet us by the road in 15 minutes, Jenna reminded her. "We're running late." "I know," Rebecca said, annoyed. Taking a deep breath, she marched toward the hospital. The van drove past and disappeared into a corner. No one batted an eye when Rebecca showed up in the lobby. The staff had seen many cops since Tessa was brought in with the bodies from Greenhill carried into the sub-level basement, where Dr. Cordova and his assistant coroners were busy examining them. It had been a long 48 hours for Point Hope, and the rumors of the gnarly corpses they kept beneath their feet fanned the staff's gossip for the next 2 days. Rebecca timed it perfectly. The 2 cops in the lobby were in the midst of changing shifts and were nowhere to be seen. Someone would return here in a minute, but Rebecca had already taken the elevator. Even Tony, the cop posted outside Tessa's door, was already gone. She made sure to draw him out before they arrived at the hospital. Tony and his wife recently had a baby boy, and a little emergency call from the wife sent Tony running down those steps and driving back home. Of course, Rebecca promised someone would take his place and was sending them right now. She made sure not to speak to anyone on the way in, cutting off any chances that would put a face to anyone who ever asked about tonight in case everything turned to shit. Lucky for her, it had been a slow month at the hospital. No other patients were next door, only 7 were on this floor. She caught the floor nurse and a couple of CNAs trying to convince an elderly patient to take her medicine, and Rebecca slipped past them without notice. Tessa's room was deliberately placed at the end of the hall in a corner room since it's easy to defend. It was also the most secluded area, hidden from the nurse's station, and the exit stairwell was only 2 doors down. She hid in the next room when she heard people coming out the door. 2 of Tessa's friends, Charlene and Daisy, left Tessa's room. They talked about what snacks to bring her. They were going to watch a movie since Charlene got her laptop and had a couple of rom-coms downloaded from Netflix. "Lana and Paul are taking forever. I'm so hungry," Charlene complained. "They bought chicken noodle soup from Chan's," Daisy said. "You know how slow they are." Charlene sighed. "Tess wants iced tea, and I saw a vending machine downstairs. They also got chips and red vines." Her voice grew faint as she and Daisy sauntered out of earshot. Rebecca slipped into Tessa's room. An hour ago, Tessa's parents went home to grab more of her things from her bedroom, the ones not destroyed by the demon and splattered with her boyfriend's blood. They'd be back soon, not that Rebecca knew, but she felt fortunate that no one was inside. It saved her the trouble of taking them out. Tessa stirred on the bed when she heard the door closed, Rebecca's shadow looming beside it, beyond the gloom of the lone light from the bedside lamp. "Charlene, Daisy? You guys are back already?" she called out. Rebecca stepped into the light and approached the bed. "Oh, Officer Torres. I didn't know you were going to be here tonight." Rebecca didn't speak. She pulled something out of her pocket, out of Tessa's view. Tessa shifted uncomfortably. Does the sheriff have more questions for me again? He was here a couple of hours ago. She didn't want to answer any more questions, not when it all related to the massacre and that her boyfriend was really dead. The reality of that fact hit her like a brick. She wanted to forget it ever happened. She wanted to believe that Cody was still alive somehow. Rebecca heaved a sigh. I'm not here for that, sweetie. Then, she lunged forward. Tessa had barely any time to react. Still injured, pinned against the bed, a cloth over her nose and mouth, and she breathed in the intoxicating substance that clung to it. Her eyes rolled over in a few seconds, her struggle waned to stillness. I could have stopped it. I could have warned Charlene and Daisy. I could have alerted the nurse with a ping on the pager strapped to her belt. I could have stopped the message from getting to Tony. The cop would still be outside the door, complicating Rebecca's plans. There were a dozen things I could have done to stop the cult from grabbing Tessa. But if they failed to get her, they wouldn't willingly come to the cabin. Sure, I had my insurance. Once Rebecca and Jenna knew that their loved ones were there, orders or not, they would rush over to me. Kirk would follow. He did not want the contents of his laptop released, and his life would be over. Coach Hodge and Melanie were the only enigma and the bigger fish to consume. They had no skeletons in their closet, aside from the cult, and if they did, they kept it well hidden from any devices that Oracle could access. They probably wouldn't come to the cabin if they didn't have the girl. They seemed to brush off Dave, Ashley, and Adam's deaths, 3 crucial members of his sect, like it was nothing. If Jenna, Rebecca, and Kirk die tonight, they'll be safe in their house, far from my reach. No, they wouldn't risk it. They would wait for reinforcements. The Havishar Society would eventually find out that Jonas was dead. I could kill the Hodges with Oracle and risk my monsters outside my borders to retrieve them, but if any of them die, they would be gone for real. I wanted their essence. I wanted Coach Hodge under my finger and watched him squirm until sunrise. I wanted to play. I wanted him to know it was me. Me. But I couldn't have that if they were in the fucking town, hiding like cockroaches. Who knows what kind of magical protection their house has? No, 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 no. They're mine. They're all mine tonight. And I will feed gloriously. Rebecca hovered her index finger under Tessa's nostrils. Still breathing. Still alive. She moved to the closet and pulled out the wheelchair. Made sure to shut off the machine before it beeped and warned the nurses on the station. Tessa was a small girl, and it was easy for Rebecca to lift her off the bed and onto the chair. She wheeled the unconscious girl into the empty hallway and the waiting elevator. She would have gotten away with it, too. She didn't count on Tessa's friends by the empty cafeteria on the ground floor. I watched through the CCTV cameras throughout the building. Did you see that? Daisy asked. A cold bottle of iced tea dropped through the hole in the vending machine. Through the double doors with the large windows outside the cafeteria, Rebecca wheeled Tessa out through the service corridor, which led to the back of the building. It was quick, barely a split second, but Daisy saw them go past the doors and disappear. See what? Charlene asked, grabbing the bottle through the hole. Shit. I grabbed the unsweetened one. Daisy, do you have another $5? Char, I swear I saw something. What is it? A cop, she said. I realized the hallway outside was too dark to see clearly. Too dark to see Rebecca. And I think it's Tessa in the wheelchair. Tessa? On a wheelchair? What are you talking about? Daisy grabbed her wrist and dragged her outside the door. But the snacks. Forget the snacks. I think it's Tessa. I swear. The muffled swing and click of a door at the end of the hall drew Daisy to pick up her pace once she stepped out of the cafeteria. Charlene grumbled after her. Follow me. This is so creepy, Daisy, Charlene said. Are you sure it was Tess you saw? I'm sure, Daisy said, uncertain, but there was only one way to be sure. It was clear that she, and the rest of the town, had been on edge since the massacre. Even while I stood several miles away, I could feel it through the air. Darkness suffused into the earth like a vestigial organ I had discarded and forgotten, the Yates residence. Even now, I still have a sliver of a connection to it after I cut myself off from its influence, though fading by the day. The same link that tethered me to Tessa Burton. She survived the previous dungeon, but I wondered with a thrill and eagerness what would happen if she entered the new one. I watched Kirk, Jenna, and Rebecca loaded the unconscious Tessa into the van. Rebecca quickly left the scene before the door closed and marched around the hospital building toward the parking lot, where she left her squad car. Come on. Daisy grabbed Charlene's hand, ran toward the service driveway, and ducked behind the dumpsters, the van reversed back to the front of the hospital. The girls were careful not to alert Kirk behind the wheel, and they immediately recognized their English teacher once he climbed out of the vehicle and hoisted Tessa into the back. He didn't see that Daisy and Charlene were hiding behind the dumpster, watching it all unfold with bulging eyes and their hands clasped over their mouths, afraid to squeak. "Should we call the cops?" Charlene whimpered close to Daisy's ears. "Oh my God, they took Tess." "Shut up. They might still hear us," Daisy hissed. She pulled out her phone from her jacket's pocket. "Drain the batteries," I ordered Oracle. Daisy was about to punch in the 3 numbers when her screen flashed twice before it died. "Shit!" she exclaimed. "My battery died." Charlene checked her phone. "Mine, too. That's weird. I charged it this afternoon." They reached the front of the hospital, glimpsing only the fading tail lights of the van and Rebecca's squad car exiting left and heading north. "Fuck. We missed it. Quick. Where did you park your car?" Daisy asked. The 2 girls stood above the CCTV camera next to the street light. Charlene ruffled through her pockets and fished out her car keys. "Should we go after them?" "Follow me." Daisy rushed toward the sliding entrance doors. "There's cops posted on the lobby. We should tell them that Tess got kidnapped. Maybe they can chase them down?" "Was that really Mr. Gamble? Who was the other woman?" "Officer Torres, I think. We met her last spring when the school did that assembly for self-defense demonstration, remember?" Charlene nodded. "But if she's a cop, are the other cops behind it, too?" Daisy stopped in her tracks. "No, that can't be." She walked into the hospital and wheeled Tess out. "A cop is bound to see her when she's not supposed to be here." "Where's the cop posted outside the door?" "He was gone when we left for the vending machines." "Maybe he's in on it, too." Daisy refused to believe it. "They can't all be on it." "I don't know, Daisy. I'm scared. What should we do?" Charlene clutched tighter on her car keys. Daisy stammered, shaking. Adrenaline coursing through her veins. "I don't know. Shit. This is so fucked up, Char. These girls were loose ends. I didn't want them alerting the cops and searching for Rebecca Torres." The police department tracked squad cars like hers via the GPS installed into the vehicles. They would know where she was if these girls blabber to the sheriff about Tessa's kidnapping and that his freaking deputy did it. Sure, Oracle could block the GPS from pinging the police of her true location, misdirect them to the other side of town, but the entirety of Point Hope would be in high alert, scouring for Tessa all night. She's still 17, so the police would trigger the Amber Alert across the entire state. I didn't want 100 people stumbling into my dungeon when I live 22 minutes away while they have a search party in the woods. I want the entire night to myself and my fucking food. Let me eat in peace. A few blocks away, more of Tessa's friends, Lana and Paul, were driving toward the hospital. They were bound to see Charlene and Daisy outside the building, panicking. "Potential delvers, my liege?" the demon asked eagerly, watching all of this unfold. "They are close by. Easy to pull the strings and lead them to the cabin. Our focus is the cultists. These teenagers are just an obstacle," I said. "They will tell the cops if we don't stop them. Oracle can stop any 911 calls, but I can't stop them from going to the station physically. Unless I hurt them." Once Paula and Lana arrived and decided to go after Kirk's van, Oracle could lock them inside the Tesla and trigger the autopilot feature, then drive them through the street light at 50 miles per hour. They're in front of the hospital already, so if they get seriously injured, help was only 100 feet away. Or it could be a sudden green light on an intersection with an oncoming car from the flank. Cause an accident that would render them badly injured and hopefully unconscious. Long enough for me to feed alone and undisturbed by wailing police sirens, the first responders, and drawn guns. Doing the battery trick Oracle pulled on the truck on the highway would keep them alive, but then they could walk to the police station. Sure, it'll take them 30 minutes to walk from the hospital, but they'll get there eventually, and I would have limited means to stop them from crossing that door and entering the sheriff's office. But then, I could also just kill them all. The teenagers, the first responders, and the cops included. Turn this cabin into an all-you-can-eat buffet. How much could I feed in one night? 10? 20? 50? Do I even want to find out what a satiated dungeon feels like? It must be magical. But maybe I could use this to my advantage, I said. How so? The demon asked. If the cultists escaped my dungeon tonight, and that's a big if, they won't have a town to return to. Cut the strings of where their power lies and kneecap them. I will plaster their faces on every wanted poster on every street and every screen once the police are after them. I could pin the massacre on these fucks. Get the scent off my back. These teenagers will be the witnesses. Wouldn't that alert the Havishar Society? Oracle can make a backup if they try to destroy the files hidden in Hodge, the others' computers, or their phones. Pin it to Jonas and the headquarters in Portland. We'll re-upload them and let the cops scour through their activities. Let them learn about all the people they have killed over the years. It would be damning. It would be a scandal that would sink the Havishar Society for a few months before the next trendy tragedy comes along and all the keyboard justice warriors online have moved on. That would buy me time. I didn't know who Jonas contacted in London, but they must be very powerful. Hopefully, it would occupy them for a long time dealing with their organization linked to a freaking murder cult and the press hounding them with each gala and philanthropic bullshit they come up with to mitigate the damage to their image, which was true anyway. And once they start coming for me, I will be a lot stronger, with more monsters and traps in my arsenal. The cultists would have a destroyed reputation. Point Hope would not recover for years from the trauma they inflicted. The people they trusted and were the pillars of their community were a bunch of child killers and demonic worshippers. If the Green Hill Massacre put Point Hope on the map, come Monday morning, the country would wake up to a real horror movie that would fuel Hollywood for a decade. After I am done with the cultists, I would make the town famous, like Elm Street, Camp Crystal Lake, Woodsboro, or Derry, Maine. I would paint the airwaves with their flesh and bone, and I, alone, control the narrative with Oracle's help. Which brought me to a new idea. With Rule 2 waived for the night, I am going to make someone famous. Tessa must survive tonight, I said. She is our Laurie Strode. Who? The demon asked, confused. Our final girl. If we're going to make this a night the entire country remembers, we need a true survivor to tell the tale. Pinning it all on the cult, of course, and not to some supernatural demigod. I heard in a movie once that a sole survivor would be even better for the narrative. This would be my horror movie. I also made a mental note to host a horror movie night with the demon, Goliath, and the rest of my monsters. Maybe they'd learn a trick or two, not that they needed it. Also, I ordered Oracle to buy horror books online and sent them to the cabin, ensuring that all the monsters knew not to kill the delivery guy when he arrived. I let Charlene and Daisy climb into Paul and Lana's Tesla. They did not trust the cops in the hospital, so they drove to the police station unharmed by me. I watched as they marched into the station, which took the cops an hour to confirm that Tessa Burton was definitely missing and that the CCTV cameras caught Rebecca Torres wheeling her out. I made sure the police saw that damning evidence. The cops refused to believe that one of their own was a fucking criminal arresting Tessa's friends for public disturbance and resisting arrest instead until the kidnapping was staring at them right in the face. They sent out an Amber Alert in the middle of the night. All of Point Hope knew the description of the girl, the survivor of the Green Hill Massacre, had been taken. It was a long night of searching for her. A long night of desperation. And for a few, a long night of pure terror. Below the cabin, pinned by vines against the cavern's walls, Leo Grady opened his eyes and drew a quivering breath. Midnight black candles illuminated the space in dim darkness, focused on the lone withering corpse of a young boy in the middle of the chamber, surrounded by runes, organs in jars, and symbols. The air smelled of copper, refuse, and dirt. Worms and spiders crawled within rocks and protruding earth, within bodies, their hide reflected against the light's playful flickering. Light that Leo began to adjust. His aura seeped out of his skin with a verdant green hue, fading by the minute. "Hello?" he croaked, voice scratchy after a long period of magical sleep. "Help!" He tried to pull himself off the wall, but old growth knots were harder to escape. It would take a blade to tear himself off it. Leo looked for an exit, a door, or a person watching him, but all he found was the pile of bodies scattered on the opposite corner. He immediately recognized Scotty, John, Art, and Eddie. Dead-set eyes stared back at him, and he tried not to vomit. He didn't recognize the three bodies of Tara, Yasmin, and Steven. He stayed up there for now, pinned with old growth vines and roots. Not until I needed him. Not until the right moment. But I kept him company with his dead friends and watched his resolve begin to tick. 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 Until the floorboards creaked overhead. Footsteps, whispers, screams, and the cackling laughter after it. Blades singing. The rotors and so running. The smell and trickle of piss and blood seeped down the floor's cracks. Dripping, and dripping, and dripping. Then, I hovered over him. So close I could see the beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. "I give you strength," I said, though he did not hear me. "Use it wisely, Delver." Fear rose inside him, adrenaline at a beating frenzy. And with one pull, a root gave out, then two. Leo fell to his knees, looked up at the ceiling, and eyes gleamed with determination. Stopping wasn't an option. I said it like a mantra when I glimpsed the headlights of a Toyota Camry driving through Cedar Lake Road and then turning left into what I had now dubbed as the gate, the point of no return, the very entrance into my domain. Like all visitors, they stopped their car midway, engines humming idly in the darkness, wondering if this was the right path. If they continued down the road they came from, eventually, they'd end up on a dead end, a gravel road that would lead them to one of the dozens of trailheads in Saline National Forest. Wrong road, they'd think. We drove too far. A lure, of course. An easy one to manipulate. Where they had turned was the correct path, the hovering red pin on their phone stabbing a supposed cabin in the middle of the woods. Yes, yes. This is the way. Keep going, keep going. I triggered, glean, and a flood of thoughts entered my consciousness. Power, 9 out of 10. Zach Bird parked the car next to a two-door sedan in front of the cabin. I didn't know Chris was here, he muttered. What was that? Asked the black woman wearing a burnt orange cardigan sweater sitting in the passenger seat. A quick look through her socials told me her name was Eliza Avery, Zach's new girlfriend, and the woman Jenna hated for the past few months. Oh. He's Rebecca's husband. You know? The cop I was talking to you about. We met her at Safeway one time? Eliza shook her head. Doesn't ring a bell, she said with a forced smile. Didn't care. Why would she? They were her boyfriend's ex-wife's friends. They didn't care for her either. However, she tried to ignore how Zach sometimes misses hanging out with them. But from the stories she had heard, they were, according to her thoughts, toxic as fuck. She wondered why Zach hung out with them in the first place. They're the kind of folks who would turn their nose to people like her. She never trusted cops anyway. Eliza looked at the cabin and shook her head. Nah, I don't like this. Like what? We can't leave Danny in the middle of the woods. She glanced over to the back seat, where Daniel Bird, often addressed as Danny by everyone around him, was still sleeping. Why not? For one, he's 6. 2, I don't trust these people. And last, 3 of your friends got murdered. I'm not going to leave the kid here knowing full well a killer could be targeting them. Look, Elle, I know them. Once you get to know them, they're good people. I don't think anyone's targeting them when other people die. The whole town respects them. Who would want to hurt them? They're just at the wrong place, at the wrong time when that psycho showed up. It's an active shooter with a knife instead of a gun. Eliza rolled her eyes. Remember what Dr. Kazak said. These are the people who have enabled you for years. They trigger you. Look at what happened when you moved out of this godforsaken town. You sobered up. You turned your life around. She smiled. You met me. Daniel now wants to stay with you more than her. But the tickets. We can bring Danny. We can do something else instead. You and I don't have work on Mondays. We can stay in Portland for the night and explore the city the next day. Go to OMSI. Maybe walk around the Japanese gardens? Danny also loves the zoo, which is nearby. Danny has school tomorrow. So what? We'll tell them he's sick or something. He needs to experience more of his childhood, you know. You make it sound like missing a day of first grade will cripple his education for life. Zach sighed. This was supposed to be a couple's night. He chuckled. Inside his head, I heard a whisper, I want to propose to you. He shifted in his seat, inconspicuously adjusting the small ring box inside his jacket so that Eliza did not notice it. We can do that another time, babe. Why don't we do something fun with just the 3 of us? I want to create great memories with Danny, too. She had a point. Zach wanted Danny to like her. She was a great woman, and he was lucky to find her at his lowest. He loved to admit that she was one of the reasons why he had never turned to the comfort of the bottom of a bottle. He had suppressed that demon inside of him. Under its influence, a cloud of haze possessed him, and once he came to, knuckles reddened from where he had hit Jenna after a lengthy argument. He was bruised as well from where Jenna had thrown a lamp at him, a permanent scar under his brow forever etched that relationship on his skin. But scaring Danny was the worst feeling. He never hit him. He couldn't do that to his son, whom he loved. But he admitted shamefully that Danny had seen his demons at a very young age, one that the boy would likely remember forever. He did not want that thing out again. Never. Fortunately, he could only remember 1 or 2 fights with Eliza, but it never ended with anyone hurt. They made up quickly, too. This was how relationships were supposed to be, Not this constant suffocating tension with Jenna's high expectations and her goal of climbing the social hierarchy of Point Hope and maintaining a perfect image. Jenna always looked down on him, saying he never made enough money like his other friends' husbands. She wanted Danny in the best schools and the family to become members of the exclusive social clubs in town. She forced him to like golf, he never did. It was why she tried to enter the Hodges' close-knit circle, and succeeded, and began the downward spiral of their relationship. It was strange when the moment of clarity lifted the veil he had been suffering in. He had attributed the voice in the back of his mind to his guardian angel, who wanted him to leave the marriage while he still had the chance. For what? He did not know. And he followed through it. It insisted on taking Danny with him. So he fought for full custody but only managed to win a partial one. If he had won, they would have lived in Boston by now, closer to his relatives. So he stayed close and let Danny attend the best school in the county in Point Hope while he lived in Brighton, a town 12 miles west of here. Through it all, the Yates, the Fairleys, and the Hodges were still friendly to him and the rest of their circle. They helped him move out of Point Hope. Rebecca introduced him to Dr. Kazak and attended his first therapy. Meanwhile, Jenna tried to be cordial. She used to be a kind and compassionate woman. He was at his worst with Jenna, but he was at his best with Eliza. Sometimes, he wondered if he had moved to Boston and never met Eliza, things might have turned out differently. Would he still be the same abusive man in the past? Would he hurt Daniel? The gleam slowly dissipated, and I emerged from his and Eliza's heads. Zach looked around. It doesn't seem like anyone's about. I only see Chris's car. I'll text Jenna that Danny can stay with us, and she can stay with her friends. He frowned. Jesus Christ. Ashley and Dave are dead. It seems like yesterday when I last saw them. Eliza scoffed. I don't know what they're thinking. They're partying. She mentioned a vigil for Adam. I think the Fairleys own this place. And staying in an isolated cabin while a killer is out on the loose? Crazy. They haven't caught the person who did it. Must be 3 states away already. Oh? Sorry. I'm not following the news, Zach said. They said it was a woman who did it. Fuck, really? Zach said casually while sending the text to Jenna, which I allowed. Jenna must be confused about why Zach mentioned the cabin and that he brought Danny there. Who? Maxine knocked on the driver's side window, a broad smile on her face. Eliza and Zach both jumped from their seat, hearts beating fast. I could smell the adrenaline seeping out of their skin. The sudden noise woke Danny up. Zach lowered the window. Max, hi. You freaking scared me. What are you guys doing in there? Maxine asked innocently. I was worried that Eliza would recognize her, but in the dim darkness, it didn't seem like it. We were just talking, Zach said, nodding sheepishly. He gestured to the mostly empty lot. I don't see the others here. Oh, they went by Colleen's Roadhouse to get drinks and some food. We haven't stocked the place since the last time we went here. Zach frowned. Listen, I'm sorry about Adam. The demon's expression changed. I just don't want to think about that right now, Zach. We're all grieving in our own way. Is that why you guys are out here? Eliza asked. Adam loves this place. Her face dropped suddenly, almost a tear welling in her eyes. I'm sorry. Loved. We're here to honor Ash, Dave, and Adam's memories. And all the people we know who died in Green Hill. Just the 8 of us. Plus, it's safe, and Rebecca is here. If we get into trouble, she's got a gun. So, this is really yours? Zach asked. I didn't know you guys owned a cabin out here. Used to be my uncle's before he passed, Maxine said, delivering the lie so smoothly. But I inherited it almost a year ago? It's a fixer-upper at some parts, but she's sturdy. So, it's just you and Chris? Yeah. He's by the boathouse cabin. She and Rebecca are staying there for the night. Zach looked impressed when she mentioned a boathouse. The property must be bigger than he thought. I see. We're going to get going, actually. Already? Jenna mentioned that you are dropping Danny here. Eliza leaned closer. Yeah, we're thinking of going to Portland together and having a mini vacation. Maxine crossed her arms. Jenna gets Danny on Mondays. I know that for sure. Eliza and Zach both shared an annoyed look. Zach turned back to Maxine. Jenna and I have discussed that I can spend time with Danny on Monday for this week. I told her I was cutting the visit early, but I changed my mind. So, I'm taking Danny to Portland and visit the zoo. Maxine pretended not to look convinced. We can call Jenna right now, and she can tell you. In the back seat, while Zach, Maxine, and Eliza were talking, a bleary-eyed Danny looked out of the window and softly giggled once his vision adjusted. He waved at me. At me. I was hovering right next to the car by Eliza's window, watching all this unfold. Lizzie, pirate, Danny whispered. There's a pirate. Eliza, still focused on talking to Maxine, fished out a pirate toy ship inside her bag and handed it to Danny. Here you go, Danny. Danny grabbed the toy and showed it to me with a wide, expectant smile. What form did he see me as? I opened the system interface, and it didn't take me a long time to figure out what was going on. The system was gentling him. Danny loved pirates. His memories entered my mind, even without glean. His likes and dislikes served to me on a silver platter. Ever since he watched Peter Pan and Pirates of the Caribbean, he had been obsessed with Captain Hook and Jack Sparrow. He had dressed as them for over 2 Halloweens and planned to dress up as them for a third. I realized the system was making me as unthreatening as possible to the child. To him, I looked like a pot-bellied man in his early 40s, peg leg, eye patch, pirate hat, hooked hand, 17th century outfit on the high seas with silver and black knotted hair. I had a golden tooth and a macaw bird on my shoulder. 2 flintlock pistols dangled from my belt. I waved back at him. He giggled, eyes glinting with playful excitement. He had never seen a real pirate before, and it blew his mind. I looked at him. I looked at the cabin behind me. Zach and Eliza wanted to leave. But I know a way to keep them here. I disappeared from the spot and materialized before the cabin door, gesturing for Danny to come with me using my hooked hand. I walked through the door. Dad, I want to poop, Danny said. What? Zach asked, pulled out of his conversation with Maxine. I need to poop, Danny repeated. Eliza stifled a laugh. I told you not to give him chicken nuggets. We got a bathroom inside, Maxine said. And if you all are really going to Portland, why don't you grab something to bite? Have you had dinner yet? Yes, we had dinner, Eliza said. I'm going to poop, Danny shouted. Number 2. All right. Do you mind if we use your bathroom? Zach asked Maxine. Not at all. Danny, let's go. Follow me. Auntie Max will show you where it is. Danny quickly opened the door and ran toward the cabin, following Maxine's trail. Zach turned off the car and shrugged. She's taking it very well, Eliza said. Jesus Christ, Elle. Her husband just died. I don't know. If you died like her husband just died, I'd be a mess. You don't see me throwing a memorial 2 days after. Everyone grieves differently. Look, we're only going to be here for 10 minutes. 15 tops, Eliza said. I don't want to run into your ex. Zach chuckled. That's up to Danny. He patted his belly. They climbed out of the car and walked toward the cabin. Shit. This place gives me the creeps, Eliza said. You never liked the woods, Zach said, snaking his arm around Eliza's waist, pulling her close, and kissing her head. Yeah, and for a good reason. It's where you get murdered. Black people don't go into the motherfucking woods. We try to avoid the outdoors, period, and the potential racism from the locals. Have you seen a horror movie? This isn't a horror movie. I don't see a kid playing a banjo. And I know what you are going to say is that black people die first, Eliza finished. You got Cracker Barrel friends inside this cabin. What? Maxine's black. It's either her or me who dies first, and I'd rather take me out of the running before the screaming starts. Her black ass can stay. Zach laughed. You're too much sometimes. That's why you love me. Wait, does that mean I'll live longer? Eliza paused on the porch. Let me see. You're a tall white guy. You're divorced. You're the hot, attractive dad who does construction, so it's a point for blue-collar folks. You have a kid who you love, which makes you redeeming. And you're the person who dragged me into this place, but people will ignore that because you are attractive. So, yeah. You'll die in the middle of the movie to emotionally manipulate the audience while I am already fridged to elevate your character at the end of Act 1. Are you saying Danny is a part of it, too? Come on, babe. He's a kid. Kids under the age of 10 don't die in horror movies. That's how a movie gets a Rotten Tomato. Movies only do that for shock value nowadays. Come to think of it, a new horror movie just came out in theaters. You want to watch that together? Eliza smiled. Sure. Once we're out of the creepy woods. They entered the cabin, and Zach let out a whistle. I think you're wrong, hon, this is actually nice. It's well lit and decorated. Michael Myers wouldn't dare. You're thinking of Jason Voorhees, babe. Right. Sorry. And she calls this a fixer-upper? Makes me think why they made it creepy on the outside in the first place, Eliza whispered out of earshot from Maxine. There you guys are. Maxine popped her head out of the kitchen. Close the door. You'll let the cold in. I'm boiling water if you guys want some tea. Do you like tea, Eliza? Eliza nodded. Got some peppermint? Yes. I'll brew you one. Go on. Sit. Maxine gestured to the couch in front of the roaring fireplace. Where's Danny? Zach asked. I'm in here. Danny shouted in the hallway, behind the bathroom door. You alright, bud? Yes. Alright, just asking. Zach sat on the couch, almost sinking into the cushion. Eliza hesitated for a moment before sitting next to him. You got a really nice place, Max. Thanks. Adam is the one who, the demon choked back a tear. He would have loved it bringing people here for the first time. It sucks he never gets to see that. Eliza and Zach frowned. I'm sorry, Zach said. He's a good guy. Although, he made it sound like he never believed it himself. When Glean, his head in the car, he never had fond memories with Adam. He hated the guy and how he was always sleeping around behind Maxine's back. I went over to the demon. Dial it down. You're bumming them out. The demon gave me a sidelong glance. If looks could kill. I apparat behind the bathroom window, looking in and seeing Danny searching through the cabinet underneath the sink. Come on, Mr. Pirate. Where are you? Danny muttered. It was adorable that the system made the boy think I was hiding inside the tiny thing. Gentling a child made me corporeal in their eyes, looking like anyone they wanted, which allowed me to physically interact with the material world with the body I was given. When I appeared, Zach and Eliza did not see me. Only Danny. I tapped the window with my hooked hand, startling the boy. But his expression instantly faded into a grin, and he shuffled toward the window. He dragged a stool from the corner, stood on his tiptoes, and unlatched it open. What are you doing out there? Danny asked. This was the first time I was talking to someone who I was not trying to hurt. I savored every moment, a warmth blossoming inside, and I let out a genuine smile. Would you wish to turn the voice module on? The prompt appeared. Voice module, event. On the rare occasion that a dungeon is allowed to communicate with a delver, the dungeon lord can manipulate the language, accent, tone, pitch, frequency, and resonance of their voice. It does not cost a power, and the duration lasts until the dungeon lord ends the conversation. A gentling event, citing event, and rewarding event trigger a conversation with the appropriate delver. To speak to a delver at any point during a scenario, please purchase this skill after leveling up. I am a pirate. I sneak around. I chose the most stereotypical pirate accent I could modulate, and it sounded surprisingly good, knowing that I was terrible with accents when I was alive. Danny shook his head. Ninjas sneak. Pirates sail and do ship battles with the English. My dad says so. Well, I'm hiding from the redcoats, I said. Like Jackie Sparry? Yes. Like him, I am hunted by the British, laddie. Why are you in the woods then? You're very far from the sea. Don't you know there's a lake here, matey? A big lake? A lake is not an ocean. Miss Klein says so. She's my teacher, and she knows a lot about animals who live under the water. She's nice. She also loves sharks. But it is deep and wide, almost like an ocean. A mermaid even lives there. Better than a shark. His eyes widened. A mermaid? Is that where your pirate ship is? I smiled, golden tooth glinting against the light. Would you like to see it? You can be my quartermaster or a bosun. I need a crew to sail by the morrow, I said. You can also meet the mermaid. She's also nice, like your Miss Klein. Danny nodded enthusiastically. I have never been to the pirate ship before, and I never met a mermaid. But first, we must play a game. Oh, I love games. Well, you are in luck, laddie. Let's pretend that your dad, Eliza, and Auntie Maxine are the redcoats. Danny suddenly giggled. My dad is not British. He's American like me. But they are in league with the redcoats who are hunting me. Who wants to hurt me, I explained. And we have to distract them so we can escape to my pirate ship and sail to the Caribbean, my home. Oh no. How can I help? The system swarmed him now, pumping whatever magic that suffused him, feeding him. Be happy. Play along. Be a good kid. This is a game. Still, it required me to make that extra push. To make him malleable to my whims. By then, Jenna Batten's resolve would not save her. Eliza and Zach would be collateral damage. Danny would become an orphan, I thought. But it's too late to back out now. I've gone this far. In an instant, my core suppressed the emotion. Discarded like junk. There's no need for what little guilt I have to distract me from what I've been working toward. They're meat. They're essence. They're human. I'm not. They are beneath you. Breathe. I gotta remember to breathe. For fuck's sake, what is happening to me? So simple to think this way. Easy to feed. Easy to satiate my growing appetite. Yes. Think this way. Better this way. Uncomplicated. Kill the cultists. Worry about the consequences later. I paused, pushing my face closer to the window. Say, do you like pranks, Danny? I know plenty.